Morning, Commissioner Papalimu. Can we test your mic and video?
Yes, I'm here. Just unmuted.
Okay. Thank you. And I see your video. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioner Cam. Can I get a mic and video check? Right. If you could unmute, please.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay,
Good
thank
morning.
you. Perfect. Morning, Commissioner Sabas. Can I get a mic and video check, please?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good
And I
morning.
can see you. Thank you.
How are you? Good.
Morning, Chair. Could I get a mic and video? Well, I see your video. Just the mic then. Actually, we'll wait until you're co-hosted.
You can hear me now?
Okay, yes. And I see you're
Good.
co-hosted.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Commissioner Apana. Can we get a mic and video check, please?
Are we good? Oh, wait,
Let me see if your
No
video.
video. sorry.
Yes, we're good. Thank
Okay.
you. Commissioner Osterkamp, Commissioner Kushney, and Commissioner Andrian, I see your videos are working. I believe we're waiting on being co-hosted for all of you three.
Thank you.
Okay, never mind. You're all good. Okay.
Thank you. I'm actually about to transfer to my desktop too, so
Oh,
hopefully
okay.
that doesn't create much of an issue.
It's 10 o'clock. I hereby call the meeting of the Elections Commission order at 10 a.m. on December 3rd. Meeting is being conducted via video conference and telephone. I'd like to remind commissioners to keep their cameras on for the duration of the meeting. I would ask the secretary for a roll call.
Before we take the roll, I'd like to acknowledge that Commissioner McAdams submitted notice of her resignation from the Elections Commission, effective Friday, November 28th, 2025. Senate President Kochi's office has been notified of Commissioner McAdams' resignation and alerted of their duty to fill the vacancy.
What was the date she resigned?
She resigned Friday, November 28th, 2025.
Recording in progress.
Okay, and we can do roll call now. Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Kam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalini,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yeah.
Chair Curtis. If you don't mind unmuting Chair Curtis.
Oh, sorry, here.
Okay, thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First, meeting minutes, approval of the written minutes of October 29th, 2025. We'll take public testimony. As a reminder, those testifying today, your testimony must pertain to the agenda item. The agenda item right now are the minutes of the last meetings. Secretary, you got them?
Yes. If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of your testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Nancy Moser, followed by Lori T.
And reminding that the agenda item is meeting minutes.
Correct.
May I speak? This is Nancy Moser.
Yes, please.
Okay, aloha members of the Elections Commission. I'm Nancy Moser. I'm addressing agenda item 3, the minutes of the October 29th meeting. I'm a voter in Hawaii since I became age eligible in 1972, and Hawaii is the only state in which I've been registered to vote. I attended this meeting remotely on the 29th of October and its continuation on November 5. The process of these meetings is very difficult and off-putting to the public's awareness and participation in the commission meetings. This is due, I believe, to several factors I observed in this meeting, and I request that the commission adopt practices that limit rude, offensive, and irrelevant interactions, and that practices that support better focus on the mission of the commission. I ask that you adopt practices and publicize them with your agenda. Adopt practices that require speakers to address remarks to the chair only, as practiced in Robert Rules of Order. That is actually mentioned in your agenda, where it talks about how to participate in and give orders of the meeting. So that's actually been stated in writing. It'd be nice to have that stated in verbal as the meeting continues. Also, I ask that the chair immediately interrupt and call out remarks which include personal insults, threats, and/or profanity. Then turn off the microphone
I have to
of a
ask if you're
testifier.
addressing the agenda, the meeting
Yes.
minutes.
Yes, the
Addressing the
minutes of
minutes.
reflect those items that were of concern that are causing the meetings to be chaotic, and that I ask that the microphone be turned off when a speaker is expressing an insult, threat, or profanity. And I regard these as the minimum requirements to improve the relevance and reduce the chaos of the public meeting as reflected in the minutes.
Thank you.
I have other written input that I have given, and that is my input and request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier.
The next testifier is Lori T, followed by Austin Martin.
Aloha kakahiaka. I'm happy to be here with my representatives from Maui, and you are all in a position of public trust for the common good. I am here in support of pertaining to item 4, section B, mail-in ballot voting.
Is that part of the minutes?
No,
Then we're talking about minutes right now.
thank you for the correction.
Thank you, Lori.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Robert Doerr.
Aloha and good morning. My name is Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii and an LNC member. Interested here today. We're going to talk really quickly about the meeting minutes. I think the reason that I can't fathom why public comment would be requested for this, because it's not like any members of the public are going to be able to move for an accuracy-based amendment to the minutes. So unless there's some reason to call that, it seems a little dilatory. And I would just suggest to the members of the public that if they're going to give public comment to this and then they deny it to some other item, we can make an issue about that. But I think the reason why they're soliciting comments on this is to kind of dig heels in and to be a little bit ridiculous. So I don't want to take up any more unnecessary time calling out how unnecessary it is to ask for comments on the approval of the agenda, since those amendments or comments should be accuracy based on what is actually recorded in those minutes. And while there are issues, I seriously doubt that any proposed amendment by a member of the public is going to find its way into the commission in the form of a motion. So I would just suggest, especially if you care about actually, holding the state accountable for their games, to go ahead and lower your hands and let the committee move forward to the actual items. I'm sure that they will have people who will complain about other people's speech and try to gaslight the public into thinking that asking questions and even demanding transparency and accountability for crimes is somehow a breach of decorum, and we should just let them continue that.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Robert Doerr, followed by Tara Rojas.
Mr. Dewar.
Yes, aloha, Chair. I don't know if this is appropriate. However, I'd like to talk a little bit about the last meeting and the minutes that reflect on the rescinding of a subpoena of records from the county. Quickly, I was an election observer from 1998 to 2020. 1998, I saw the first scan and a complete audit of all election results that was held on Oahu. In 2020, I saw the first mail sort machine come into place. The Office of Election had manuals detailing functions, responsibilities of election procedure. when the county assumed the role of,
Is this in the minutes?
this is reflecting to the rescinding the subpoena? Your
Are you
comment
correcting the minutes or addressing the minutes? What part of the minutes are you?
addressing the minutes?
Are there any corrections, deletions, or additions?
Yeah, the addition is that when the mail sort machines went into place, there was no procedure from the counties to test the machines, to have observers, nor to do audits. They were not mandated, and the state then said that they had no jurisdiction over this. Essentially, I see that as a large problem, of which I sent you guys a letter. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dewar.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas.
Good morning, Ms. Rojas. There you go.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Aloha.
Okay, so Tara Rojas, I want to just make a comment on the minutes and to the previous testifier. The reason we comment on the minutes is because we have seen that the minutes sometimes do not accurately reflect what happened. We can see also that during the meeting, which the minutes is recording, there has been a lot of hiding and non-hearing of items. And again, this was because a lot of people, before they started attending, right, when there was a little slow attendance, and we started seeing how the meeting was run, how the items on the agenda were not being heard, is what I'm gonna say. They were being hidden through the majority of vote to not even hear complaints, for example. So just a quick insert into this, why the public needs to even be able to talk about this, because that's how crazy, corrupted, not well run of a meetings these Hawaii Election Commission meetings are. And by the way, we have to continue to maka'ala and to be the voice to change this, because I just happened to see a post from 3 years back that was talking about from 2020 and how the HEVA in this Hawaii Election Commission and this whole process, especially like with the mail-in voting and not even adhering to their own rules. And so thus we are here, the public, to be the eyes, even with the approval of the minutes. And by the way, if you weren't here at the other meeting, there was a vote being taken to not follow the law in this portion of the meeting. So mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Would entertain a motion regarding the minutes of the October 29th meeting.
Move to approve. Apana.
Second. Sabas.
Sabas, been moved and seconded to approve the written minutes of the October 29th meeting. Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this. The commission has already voted multiple times. And it's very clear that we're not recording the minutes properly, and we're not recording what is actually happening in the meetings. And we're taking out very important details from the meeting. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Other discussion. Would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
Nay.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Approve.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Would entertain public testimony on the discussion of the permitted interaction groups, item number 4. We'll take testimony on all 4 of the recommended PIG items on item 4.
Okay. The First testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Judith Mills Wong.
Could you return to me if I could reserve my time?
Certainly.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Judith Mills Wong, followed by Lori T.
Aloha. Judith Mills Wong with the League of Women Voters. First testifying on agenda item 4B. Within that item, there is a suggestion to return to in-person voting on paper ballots on election day. I strongly object to this. My husband has mobility issues. This would be a severe difficulty for people who have mobility issues, but also for people who are working two jobs or have difficulty getting off during that one particular day. Further, the ability to just sit at home and with the ballot and study the constitutional amendments proposed and the city charter amendments proposed and look through the candidates and understand the ballot is far superior way to have informed voting than standing in a voting booth and looking at the ballot in a matter of minutes. So that is my testimony. I object to going back to in-person voting. My second testimony is on item 4D. First of all, I want to thank the Commission for taking a forward-looking approach to proposing a PIG to work with the county clerks on the chain of custody and daily reports issues. I think this is a good way to look at improving the process. I do think, and we do think, that the adequate validation of the chain of custody from the drop boxes to the counting center is very important. However, I see that there is a suggestion that the ballots be counted at the drop box. This is not a good idea. Counting the ballots, handling the ballots in the open is just not very secure. A better method is the method that's used by almost every bank of sealing and unsealing the containers, especially with official observers present to verify that you're using a one-time lock and that the process is secure, both from the pickup point to the delivery point. This is the process that the elections uses in the counting center. It's very secure, and I think it should be used in the process from the drop boxes to the counting center as well. There are a lot of items on that list to discuss with the county clerks, but I hope that there will be a possibility that the PIG can also discuss the possibility of more and more locations for voter service centers in future elections. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Mills Wong.
I have a point of information.
Yes.
To the speaker that just testified, she just said there's a lot of items on that list. I just was wondering what list she's referring to for that.
I think she has a list of the checklist of the county, but Ms. Wong?
Yes, I'm referring to the items that were listed about daily reports, chain of custody, both for the service center and the record of daily receipts from the post office.
Thank you. We do have a request in with the ledge for a bipartisan committee to look at some of these laws and some of the rules and regs that we're going to be discussing today.
Okay.
Next testifier? No, sorry. Next testifier, please.
I'm sorry.
You'll get your chance.
Oh, hang on. It's the same exact. We're talking about the same thing still.
And it's public testimony, Ms. Papalimo.
Right, but I never.
It's time for public testimony. You're not the
The
public. You'll get a chance to talk later. The next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Lori T, followed by Austin Martin.
Lori, you got to unmute.
I am.
There you go. You're on. We got you.
Lori Tanner, former Hawaii employee, highly qualified public school teacher, and have been involved in voter registration in our state pertaining to item 4, section B. Mail-in voting is not the cause of the irregularities that have been uncovered in counting ballots. That correcting these ballot irregularities need proper training and oversight supervision. So my catchword for you, please, don't throw the ballots out with the bathwater. It is the basis of our country for equal opportunity for voting, and individuals are coming to you, trying to gain your ear to do away with voting by mail. And I'd like to ask you, has any feasible, honorable alternative been offered in place of mail-in voting? We cannot deny a procedure that's significantly true, honest, and effective. All investigations, including from the federal department, have been statistically insignificant of problems. We trust our post office to deliver our jury summons, our credit cards, our paychecks, our tax refunds. I trust my neighbors to respect our post boxes, and it is important that as an advisory committee, you, and I certainly agreed with our first Ms. Wong, in that the problem is at the ballot.
You muted yourself somehow.
We
There you
all
go.
know that we all know the importance of rural communities, homebound people, everyone having equal access. What we know is right now we are living in a climate of fear, that there is voter suppression tactics. The Election Securities Office under the DOJ has been stripped of its funding from the systems that alert state and local governments to election threats. So it went from 30 attorneys to a handful. This is a threat to our election process, and we know why this is happening now in this run-up to the midterms. There is pressure to adopt restrictive practices,
Thank you,
removing
Lori.
people from the rolls.
Don't
Don't throw the ballot out with the bathwater. Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
You can unmute Austin. Thank you.
Aloha, and thank you. Again, I'm Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. We are the largest third party in Hawaii and in the United States. And so we actually represent a lot of these supposedly disenfranchised voters that the big money and dark money PAC representatives have magically shown up to our meeting here to talk about. And it's very nice that they pretend to care about us, Mr. Chair. But I'll tell you, it's utter horse manure to claim that the way that we've always done elections since basically ancient Greece is no longer good enough because we had a security change, an emergency based on a pandemic, an emergency policy that upended our elections. And we made this very hasty, poorly executed change. And now these people are here arguing that it should be permanent and that we have absolutely no right to look at this and qualitatively evaluate whether or not we're getting a better product. And they say that they're worried about people who are mobility challenged. That's just nonsense. We've always had solutions for them. We've always had absentee processes. The mythical push here about keeping people out is nonsense. This is about fraud. This is about fraud detection. And the problem is that the institutions that are responsible for detecting and prosecuting fraud have instead figured out that it's more profitable to sell unfair favors, because that's what government does. I'm here because I was an election observer in 2022, and when an election observer tries to report misconduct, they are threatened with arrest. They are harassed. Their lives are basically ruined. They suffer all kinds of nasty consequences that you'd expect from whistleblower situations. It's very frustrating because we've been demanding transparency and then being gaslit as trying to prevent people from voting. And it's ridiculous. It's more two-party nonsense. Again, this is the dark money. This is the people who are buying your politicians. They're sending their activists now to these meetings to say, oh no, don't go back to in-person single day voting. Oh no, don't go back to more security. They're literally arguing to make fraud easier. These permitted interaction groups are being highly politicized, which is unfortunate, because this commission should be looking at this with seriousness, because that's your job. Your job isn't to play politics here. Your job is to make sure that the election is functioning in black and white. And it's not, and we've all seen that. It's very, very obvious to anyone. And so this brings me to where a lot of people might say I overreach on this, but this is a racketeering enterprise. This has been entrenched for years. You don't have this many compromised officials without some pretty widespread fraud going on. And when you look at the state's history, it makes sense. This is oppression under facially neutral law, and it has been for some time. So
Thank you, Austin.
as third party, we're putting people on the ballot to remove these people.
Thank you, Austin.
And that's what needs. Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Jarek Medeiros.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. I have a lot to say about some of the people who have testified so far. Of course, I won't.
We're not talking about people. We're talking
I know.
about agenda items.
With all due respect, Chair, what I was about to say was, of course, I will not name them, but I want to make the record straight. I was an observer for the last 4 election cycles, and I can tell you there is no accountability between when someone drops off their ballot in the mail or into a drop box. There's no chain of custody. There's no counting of those ballots, nothing. And then they come into a counting center, and then everything is on the up and up. They look like they are being, tracked and done the right thing, opened up, counted. They get sucked into a machine, and then that's the end of the accountability. So I just wanted to say, people will say that they need to have time to study and look at the initiatives and so on. People get a ballot in the mail to be able to do that way before an election. And I would like to draw your attention to like a very important point here. The Hawaii State Constitution says that no person who is non-compos mentis shall be qualified to vote. What that means is you have to be of sound mind. That means you can order yourself an absentee ballot. And if you can't do that, you're probably not of sound mind. So none of these like sob stories about people not being able to vote on election day. So we have to go and keep this, fraud going with the 2-week voting and so on and so forth. It's just ridiculous. Like another previous speaker said, it's a ridiculous notion that you're trying to keep this unaccountability alive through sob stories and frankly, things that don't even make sense. So I wanted to also draw your attention to the fact that the 2 million, I think so far they found 2 million social security numbers that went out to people who are not eligible to vote. And I wonder how many of those came into Hawaii. Maybe, I don't know, 19,000? Could it be? There's no voter suppression, maybe only to the people who are not eligible to vote. But I say that we go back to the simplest way, let's keep it simple, stupid. 1-day elections, like the state of Hawaii's constitution says, 1 day, the second Tuesday after the first Monday, that's in the constitution. And let's keep this simple. It's just ridiculous otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
The next testifier is phone number ending in 7747, followed by Shayna Kukila.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi. This is Corey Harden from Hilo. I'd like to thank all the commissioners for their service. And I'm speaking on item 4B. The permitted interaction group questions election integrity, but if you check out the Conservative Heritage Foundation webpage for proven instances of election fraud, the grand total of cases that they found nationwide is 138 out of how many million Americans. The interaction group also calls for in-person voting only. I oppose this and strongly support mail-in voting. Tropical cold storm Isel hit our island on August 8, 2014, downing trees that blocked roads, knocked out electricity, caused a hydrogen sulfide leak from the geothermal plant that sickened scores of people. And the primary election was the next day. But people who had already mailed in ballots still were able to vote. Mail-in voting was also a big help during the pandemic, and it will be a big help if at election time people are afraid to go to the polls because we still have ICE agents grabbing people off the streets based on racial profiling in Hawaii, and we're having some troops deployed to different cities. With in-person voting, there's long lines, so employers have employees not there. Workers lose wages. It takes a long time, very hard on low-income workers. With mail-in voting, you can always find your polling place, just mail the envelope. And the mail-in voting supplemented by voter service centers reduces the enormous task of hiring and training poll workers, distributing and retrieving election supplies, dealing with difficulties like doors that were locked that weren't supposed to be locked, malfunctioning equipment, and makes it easier to deliver accurate and timely results. So thanks again for your service and for taking testimony.
Thank you, Corey.
The next testifier is Shayna Kukila, followed by Samuel Takara.
Aloha.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, mahalo. Aloha, Chair Curtis and Commissioners. My name is Shana Kukila. I am submitting personal testimony today on Agenda Item 4, Section B, Commissioner Adrian's pig relating to Maui County chain of custody in regards to the recommendation return to in-person voting on paper ballots on Election Day. I am strongly opposed to this recommendation, and I am strong support of voting by mail. My concern is that rightful voters will be disenfranchised, like myself. As a wife, mother, and veteran caregiver, I live and vote in South Hilo, County Council District 2, House District 1, Senate District 1, and Congressional District 2. My testimony in strong support of voting by mail comes on behalf of myself, my family, and my community. I am a part of this community, and my ancestors are from here. I am not a paid activist, nor am I paid to influence anyone. I come here with aloha and to provide my voice for those who cannot voice theirs. These are not sob stories. They are the stories of real people with real concerns like myself. Although I agree that there should be more accountability in the vote count process, reading from the Commission's report, it does not appear to be the fault of vote by mail. Rather, it is a question of accountability within the voting system itself between the counties and the state election office. The process of mail-in voting must be addressed thoroughly so the right to vote and access to voting can be ensured for all. We must ensure election integrity. Absentee mail-in ballots have been a part of our process for years now. Today, I am a proud volunteer of the League of Women Voters of Hawaii County because I believe that our vote is our voice. My testimony does not represent the League today. However, we do share the mission to provide greater pathways and greater access to voting to protect voting rights of all citizens and to advocate for the protection of liberty and justice for all. Vote by mail is one of these broader pathways that must be more seriously protected, especially for those who live in rural areas outside of the main voting centers. In Hawaii County, where I live, for example, there are only 2 voter service center to vote in person at, one in Hilo and one in Kona. Although our island is far larger than the entire rest of the state in terms of land mass, it is a huge undertaking to get the vote out for an island this size, stretching hundreds of miles from Kau to Kohala, which is reflected in our low voter turnout every year. For this reason, vote by mail has been a crucial part of the voting process here in our county and provided a greater opportunity for citizens to vote. We rely on vote by mail, and our county would be uniquely and more widely impacted if it were to be taken away. Thank you for this opportunity. Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Samuel Takara, followed by phone number ending in 0320.
Morning, Mr. Takara.
Good morning. I'm calling from Maui about the vote-in mailing. My family has really benefited from that. I work full-time, and yes, I do get time off to do it, but it's unpaid. So that when I go to vote, it actually tends to cost me money personally. It's not a huge burden, but it's not great either, you know. My parents, my mom is 78. She's had a stroke, so her mobility is impaired. My dad is 88, not the fastest anymore, unfortunately. So for them, the mail-in voting has been really good in that they can actually get to vote at a way that's much more convenient for them, as opposed to going the driving and all that back and forth. My mom's got a walker, things like that. So it's really been beneficial for us. And I mean, if the mail's good enough for an absentee ballot, I don't see what's the problem with regular ballots. So thank you very much. And really, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Takara.
The next testifier is phone number ending in 0320, followed by Brennan Cabral.
Hello, Chair Curtis. Can you hear me?
Aloha. Yes, sir.
Aloha, Chair Curtis, and esteemed members of the Hawaii Election Commission Board. My name is Nolan Chang. My testimony impacts the results and decision-making process related to the PIG. I'm here as a concerned citizen representing the voices of many who seek transparency, accuracy, and integrity in our electoral process. Diversity of thought is essential. It becomes problematic when voting patterns amongst board members indicate a lack of independent judgment. I have observed some members often voting in lockstep, seemingly without considering empirical data that suggest there are indeed issues within our electoral system. Commissioners Osterkamp and Sabas, your consistent support for the status quo and groupthink, despite clear
We're
evidence
talking about
of
the agenda,
Yes,
not
sir.
the individuals.
Okay, but the information I'm going to proceed with will relate to the agenda item, sir. Thank you. Electoral process raises serious concerns amongst the public. Now, here's an example. If Chair Curtis were to propose a motion calling a minor bird an eagle, both of you would agree without hesitation. This extreme...
That's disparaging. Please stick to the agenda item number 4.
Yes, sir. Although caricatured, this is not far-fetched from what we observe from your voting patterns and the disregard for the concerns raised by many testifiers. So the people of Hawaii deserve much better. We deserve unbiased, fact-based decisions and mature servant leadership from our Election Commission Board and members of the board. We yearn for an electoral system that strives for excellence, one that is fail-proof and leaves no room for doubt about its accuracy. We need a seamless electoral process that provides robust checks and balances to verify the integrity of every vote. As this meeting progresses, my assertion and prediction will likely become confirmed and that you will continue to vote in lockstep. However, you have an opportunity today to change the course of history. You can show Hawaii that you are trustworthy, ethical, and truly unbiased representatives of the people. I implore you to use your discernment to exercise independent thought and to make decisions based on the best interests of the people of Hawaii, not just those who share your political ideology. The time for change is now. Excuse me. Show us that you can rise above partisan politics and work together to ensure that every voice is heard and every vote is counted accurately. In closing, let us remember that our democracy is only as strong as the systems that support it. Let us work together to build an electoral process that we all can be proud of, one that truly represents the will of the people. I'd like to thank all of you for your attention and service to our great state. Let us move forward with integrity and a shared commitment to excellence. I rest.
Thank you, Mr. Chang.
The next testifier is Brennan Cabral, followed by Public Trust.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Brennan Cabral. As you can see, I am disabled. I can't get out of bed. And you know something? There's no excuses. You know, like, I think that what the middle is like balance. Actually balance. It should be for certain people, like for myself, and for everybody else out there that can get up and walk and stuff like that. They should go down to those places and to vote in person. And believe I want to learn to use the disabled and elderly stuff in the excuse because I think that the accuracy violence should be or the violence should be for certain people, not everybody. Just to be fair, you know, I don't, you know, there is kind of thing going on with the balance and stuff like that. I can't 100% trust the system because there's a lot of inconsistencies. And I agree with Robert Christie's stats on this. And, you know, I just here to see what I gotta see as a disabled person. If you should get off and walk, go to the places as walk to vote in person. If you get lost to disable or something like that, yeah, I think there should be a sure thing. You know, stay for that kind of type of people. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cabral.
The next testifier is Public Trust, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha. You guys can hear me? It's Jared.
Yes.
How's it going, guys? Hey, so a couple things that I got to touch on with this. So I'm all about in-person voting one day. To all those that have testified or thinking that they cannot vote by mail, still would be able to do that. But I think the idea is to minimize these ballots that has been mailed to dead people and all that stuff. And, you know, the simple solution is just let the county handle their own elections because we never have this problem before. Since 2012, when the counties took the corrupted initiative to follow the state in their election process. All the voting places, the precincts, it all belongs to the county. That's why I had so much. Now that the state is trying to run everything, man, I'm in a road of shits, man. We just should hand it back to the counties. Definitely wouldn't have 19,000 votes showing up from we don't know where, but it's just the most simple thing to do is go back, let the county handle their stuff, the state can handle their own election, and we go on another day, you know, that way you don't want to vote for the state, you don't have to vote for the state. But I think it's the most right thing to do is put the jurisdiction back where it belongs. People can vote by mail if they choose to, just in a proper time, and we were given a day, 2 hours to go vote, and we were getting paid to do that. So I don't know where all these other problems coming from of guys complaining that take 2 hours out of my day. If you feel like your rights are that important, 2 hours ain't much. Like it's simple. I guess, I'm glad to see that some people are waking up with conscience and seeing that McAdams stepped on. Hey, right on. Please put somebody that can help us move forward, because it seems you're stuck in this rut. But anyway, thank you guys. You guys have a good day.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Painkillers.
Aloha, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jamie Detweiler. I did also submit a testimony in writing, and I hope you all had the chance to review my testimony. What I'd like to say right up front, sir, based on the evidence that has been presented by myself as well as other official election observers, that I strongly recommend that the Commission considers termination of Chief Elections Officer Scott Nago for failure to comply with the law. As outlined in HAR 3-177-453, may I remind everyone that it says the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. The accounting of marked sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the Chief Election Officer. This also pertains to each county elections clerk. This is serious business, sir. And that's why I'm making this serious recommendation. To those of you who've said that there's a threat to elections by removing mail-in ballots, that is simply a false statement. As also testified here by many others, we have absentee ballot voting. I have elderly family members, disabled family members that have voted absentee for many, many years. I also want to point out the formation of the permitted interaction group. This is Roman numeral 4D on today's agenda, and this pertains to all counties. This should be complied with immediately. I'd like to ask some questions too. The Chief Elections Officer, I believe it was in 2021, stated publicly that there were over 100,000 people who voted who were either dead, deceased, or have moved out of the state. Why aren't we asking those questions for all the counties to clean their voter rolls and for the state altogether to clean the voter rolls? This is serious business. What's at stake here is accountability and integrity for everybody in Hawaii. This is not a party issue. This is not a person issue. This is not a race issue. I'm Kanaka Maoli myself, born and raised in Hawaii, proud to be from Hawaii. And I'm working towards integrity for the future generations, my mo'opuna, my future generations. So please, sir, consider this strong recommendation. I yield. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you.
The next testifier is Painkillers, followed by Wendy N.
Hello, everybody.
Aloha.
Are you guys going to allow me to talk today?
As long
Oh,
as you talk about the agenda item.
all right, man. It's like a lottery with you guys, man. I feel so blessed to be able to even get a chance to speak to you guys because you guys constantly mute me and do other unethical things. Okay, but yeah, let's talk about the agenda item. Also, to the previous testimonies, the ADA has protections in place for disabled people. So the conversation about not having the mail-in votes is ridiculous. Disabled people are protected. They're protected, and I think it kind of muddies the water if just say, if I see a handicap parking stall, can I park there? No, I can't park there. Those are reserved for handicapped people. And when we think everybody deserves the rights of handicapped people, that's when this thing gets into this weird space that we're in right now, which is exactly what it's in. Also, Sabas. Sabas's role in
Wait. Please don't
What?
talk about people. Please talk about the issue on the agenda.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the issue. It's unethical to have Sabas, who works for Carl Smith and Ball, who is basically the middleman. It's the classic case of a
That's
fox guarding
disparaging.
the hen house. It's
Please,
the classic
talk about
case.
the agenda and items rather than the individual.
I'm claiming my minutes. This is not your time. This is my time.
It is
This
if
is-
you're not talking about the agenda.
This is the agenda. Now, this is
Sabas
opinion.
off limits.
Sabas isn't off limits. He works for Carl Smith and Ball. It's unethical to have Sabas on your committee.
If you continue talking about individuals, I will cut you off. If you'd like to talk about ideas on the agenda, I'd welcome
Ideas on
them.
the agenda. I support in-person voting. As I
Okay.
said before, my grandmother was disabled. She was, and when the county had it, when it was in the county's possession, and the county's right to handle our elections, we had all the poll places, all the public schools, they were all open. I live in a rural area myself. So for people to make up the excuses, I can't drive there. No, you know what that is? That's lazy. If you believe in this process, if you believe in democracy, it's worth taking the time out and going and voting. You want a driver's license? You got to schedule, you got to go there. You want to vote? You got to get there. Now, stop convoluting the conversation and having everybody think that, oh, I deserve what the disabled people get. No, you don't. You're not disabled. You're hurting that group of people when you say that you deserve what they have, because you don't. They face different hardships in life. And now thinking everybody deserves that right, everybody should just go park in a handicap stall, because that's basically what you guys are saying. Now, we need to return it. We need transparency, and we need to return in-person voting. I support everything Jamie Detweiler said also. She nailed everything. Get rid of Scott Nagel. And how many times am I on this thing? I've been coming to these meetings for years.
Thank you. Please return.
I want
your
Oster
time's
Kampa.
up. Your time's up. Thank you.
The next testifier is Wendy N., followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Morning, Wendy.
Hi, good morning. You know, voting has been around for centuries, and I've myself have voted for 40 plus years, and I've never heard so many issues. Only when they started to change it to mail-in voting, all these issues came up. And just because people keep repeating the same story that we're disenfranchising disabled people doesn't make it true. You can keep saying the same lie, but that won't change the truth. If you want to mail-in voting, then just go and request the absentee ballot. There's your mail-in voting. I don't understand why people keep coming on here and just repeating the same thing. That's a lie. Disabled people have voted, and you know, just it's so disgusting. If you're gonna come on here, then speak the truth, because everyone can see it already. We're not blind. Don't insult the intelligence of the people. We're tired of it. And the people that are lying, the commissioners, we can see it too. It's so sad. because you're going to have to live with yourself, the things that you're doing. Anyway, stop repeating the lies. Again, even if you repeat it 1,000, 2,000, 1,000,000 times, it doesn't make it true. The voting system worked. It's only in the past, during all this COVID bullshit, the whole thing was a lie. We know that too. And you're using that as an excuse to change something that is costing us a lot more money. It does. It costs us a lot more money to do this mail-in voting, and it doesn't work. So bring back integrity, bring back truth. I rest.
Thank you, Wendy.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm talking about item B, and the PIG report, August 27th. The recommendation is to eliminate the voting machines and universal mail-in voting. And I want to concur with the other speakers that we are not getting rid of mail-in voting by doing this. We've always had mail-in voting, absentee voting. You can do that. We're not taking that away at all. We want to get rid of universal mail-in voting. So we need to be really clear about that. So I want to talk about the machines. We don't talk about them a lot, and I want to give a little history lesson about the machines.
Are they regarding these pigs?
Yes, because that was one of the recommendations to go back,
thank
and I'd
you.
like to reclaim my time for that comment.
Thank you. You got it.
The story of electronic voting didn't begin in Silicon Valley of USA. It began in Venezuela. In the early 2000s, Hugo Chavez promised modern democracy, sleek machines, fast results, no more paper. But behind the curtain, those machines were powered by proprietary software, and they still are. No citizen was allowed to see into that code. And that is the problem for the people that are clinging to mail-in voting. It's these machines. We need to get rid of them. The code was sealed, the audits were forbidden, and the outcome was predictable. I will remind everyone that Maduro has not lost a single presidential election since he took office in Venezuela using these machines. And he is extremely unpopular, but he continues to win elections, and it's because of the machines. The illusion of participation replaced transparency. That's with these machines. When Maduro took the throne, after Chavez, the same black box tallied the nation's vote. The code was unchanged. And I want to remind everyone that code is proprietary to all companies, no matter what they're called, including Hart InterCivic. It had the same ownership structure, and the ownership is hidden behind LLCs. You can never, they change their names and they hide behind it. These same machines began appearing globally. They were sent out to countries globally, including the US. They had different names, but it's the same proprietary secrecy that people cannot look into. So let that sink in. The algorithms that count your vote may have roots in a system that once counted Hugo Chavez votes. That's where these machines came from, Venezuela. That's not progress, that's digital dominion. And that's an interesting choice of words, isn't it? They told us these machines made voting efficient, but efficiency is the language of tyranny. It isn't about speed. Voting integrity is not about speed. It's about verification. And if you can't verify what you're not allowed to see. Here's the truth. When election machine code is proprietary, your vote is not your vote, it's theirs. When audits are not done with paper ballots, they become theater. When trust is replaced by faith in a private vendor's algorithm, the people's power and their vote dissolves.
Thank you. I gave you extra 30 seconds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Representative Garner Shimizu.
Can you hear me?
Morning, Doug. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair and Commissioners. There's an important distinction that often gets lost in this conversation, and that's universal mail-in voting is not the same as absentee voting. Universal mail-in voting means every voter receives a ballot in the mail, whether they want one or not. This expands chain of custody, increases the risk of lost or stolen and misdirected ballots, and it introduces vulnerabilities that undermine the public confidence. Absentee voting is very different. It's a focused system designed for voters who truly cannot be present on election day. And Hawaii already has one of the most permissive absentee systems in the country. Under your rules in Chapter 15, especially 15-2, 15-4, 15-5, and 15-9, any voter who cannot appear in person may request an absentee ballot for any reason and have it mailed to any address and return it by mail or to a voter service center before polls close. So returning to in-person voting with paper ballots counted by precinct does not disenfranchise the elderly, the disabled, the travelers, the military, or anyone facing hardship. They continue to vote absentee exactly as protected in the current law. In-person voting restores election integrity. Absentee voting preserves that access for those who need it. I remind you, on February 10th of 2021, this commission sent a letter to the legislature self-reporting that they needed to prioritize verifiable chain of custody of ballots at every stage of transportation and handling. And 4 years later, this commission is still debating the same issue. I ask you one simple question. Today, can the CEO state with exact numbers how many ballots were printed, how many were mailed out, how many were returned, and most importantly, how many were never accounted for at the end of the election? If the CEO cannot answer that one simple question, then you have the most basic problem with ballot accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by Jennifer Cobb-Wan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you, Commission, for serving. And I want to thank Commissioner McAdam for her service. I wanted to address the PIG. That's what we're talking about. And I'm going to read directly from the PIG report from Chair Peter Young. This report concludes the complaints regarding chain of custody and election result discrepancy on Kauai are valid. No logs or reports complying with HAR 3-177-453B, the count based on scans of ballot envelopes into the SVRS system is not reconciled with any manual counts and is not verifiable. No plausible explanation for the increase of 661 ballots was offered by CEO Scott Nagle or the county Kauai clerk. The PIG asked the clerk to demonstrate how they fulfilled HAR 3-177-453. They have not, however, provided a clear understanding of how the checks and balances work, nor have they removed doubt about the integrity of the election procedures. The PIG did not receive documents that comply with the law cited above. Figures in the spreadsheet represent a manual count of envelopes, not the number of ballots counted. If these counts are not official, providing a full explanation of each hand count iteration would address this discrepancy from the counts that are official. There are opportunities to remove or add ballot envelopes prior to scanning. Having concluded our investigation, the PIG's recommendations are as follows. Hold the state and county officials accountable for what happened during the 2024 general election. From the county, request an official audit of ballot envelopes from the collection points to the transfer to the counting center. From the state, request an official audit to confirm that the state has 27,075 mail-in paper ballots in this possession. I guess the point that is being made is from this PIG report, which is from the commission, it is reporting all of these discrepancies. And I would hope and expect from the chair and the CEO that these concerns be addressed properly for the public. And short of that, in my role as an elected official, I'm committed to make sure that we do find answers to these questions. I see my time is up. I look forward to seeing those answers and working together, however that may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
The next testifier is Jennifer Coblon, followed by Junia Nakoa.
Hi, this is Jennifer Coblon. I understand that the system was created in a way to be chaotic, and the only reason that I'm here is that we continually keep pointing out the same issues over and over and over, and there are no fixes. I'm thankful that we do have that the investigation group, because it is pulling out all of the things that we were grumbling about for years, because there are rules that are not being followed in the first place. I would also like to ask the commission to please educate the community. I don't know if you're able to do a press release, or some kind of information to educate the public on absentee ballot voting still available. Apparently, a lot of individuals coming on this call are not clear on absentee ballot procedures being still possible. I think if you can do, because these stories are getting on the news, the pig information is getting on the news, please send some kind of media release to let them know that absentee ballot voting is still a possibility, because there's a lot of confusion. Also would like to say that a lot of people in Hawaii are not scared to go out and vote anymore. That fake COVID pandemic has been proven to be just bogus. So I don't think we're going to have that problem again unless they make some other kind of event. But I would just like to say that what Garner was saying, he just wants you to follow the rules that you have already been doing. And as Jamie said, if you cannot do your job, maybe you should get fired and find another job to work for. We do need a pig for Honolulu County, because there are zero chain of custody at the drop boxes, nothing. So we do need a pig for Honolulu County, so I'd like to encourage that. And just one more point is that the bank tellers will always count your money in front of you before they give you the deposit slip. So I would like to see that kind of efficiency done at the drop boxes, if they still continue to do it, which I hope they cancel it, because it's very wrong to put your precious vote into a trash can in the middle of a public park that's unlighted, unsecured, and there's no guards or no cameras or anything. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Junia Nakoa, followed by Wallen Christian.
Good morning, Junia. You need to unmute. Junia Nakoa. Got to unmute. Junia going once, twice. Next.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Michelle S.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. First, I would like to thank the Commissioners who were in these pigs. I know it's a very trying thing to get through with all this information and hearing the public speak, whether they're for or against in-person or mail-in voting. I, for one, will say that Wallen Christian is in strong support of in-person voting only. I understand that there are some people, I do have family members who are also handicapped, and although they struggle to get where they need to get, they consider their voting privilege very important. I have some young, some old, and they are very thankful that they're able to speak their voice through the voting system. With that, I do want to address a couple of things with the PIG, and it's all good because I do believe that they did an excellent job, and I do agree with the previous speaker that we do need one in Honolulu more so than any other island. I was going through the elections website to find out exactly how many voting centers we have in each, and it really surprised me to hear from Keone Payton that Big Island only has 2, yet they're the biggest mass of island. And yes, they are kind of spread out because of the 2 main cities, but that needs to change. I do believe that those that cannot make it in should have an option to have their votes heard through the absentee voting. I did go through that as well on the HRS. That is still in place. That should not be taken away for that mere fact. And so that they could be also given their right and their privilege to vote. I will say that last time that I did testify about these drop-off boxes, they were, people say it's secured because it was locked. Well, how do we know it was locked? A lot of times we sat and we watched those boxes, and we saw one person dropping in many envelopes, which that should not be it, because part of your right is to take that envelope and drop it in yourself, so you know that you put your vote into the box to be heard. Well, that's not being done. In-person voting, that is exactly what you're going to do. You need to go with your valid ID. You need to show who you are. You need to do your vote, and then you need to put it into that machine. I'm weary about the machines as well as the previous speaker, and I learned something new about it, how it came from Venezuela. Well, then at that point, now we need to investigate that. So I would like the commission to really think about, we already know who votes yay and who votes yay and nay. Really think about your vote, because are you there just as a yes man or a no man, and man or woman, or are you really here for the people to make sure that our voting system gets changed, gets corrected, so that we become a better state for the people of Hawaii? And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle S., followed by Hadi Siad.
Morning, Michelle.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. The PIG report in section 4C submitted by Mr. Osterkamp is not a valid report. It basically says, don't worry about not being able to verify counts and just trust the current process. It is obviously that our current process is not working and it's not legitimate. Otherwise, we would not have a discrepancy throughout the state as we do. Over 19,000 in Hawaii County alone. As an official election observer, I can verify as a firsthand witness that in-person voting, one-day election is the most effective and secure method of handling our elections. When I was an observer, I was not allowed to observe the counting and processing of ballots that came in to the voting center by ballot boxes. These boxes were taken into a large storage closet where only 2 people were allowed to go in. One was the driver and the other was a polling place worker. The majority of the issues with mail-in voting is that there's no accountability, no tracking, no transparency, and it allows it to be easily manipulated. The fact that not having mail-in voting will eliminate opportunities for some to vote is not factual. There have always been alternative methods available for those that require it, whether it be military service, disability, work commitments, etc. I urge this board to do what is right and what they were appointed to do. That's to make sure that our election process is secure so that it's fair, open, transparent, and processed in an expedient manner. I urge you to move to invalidate this PIG report that Mr. Osterkamp had submitted and to move and to make motions that will go back to what has previously proven to work. In regards to item 4D, we need to form a PIG to work with the county regarding the chain of custody and daily reports. I agree with Anne Marie Hamilton, Jamie Detweiler, Doug Pasnick, Representative Shimizu, and several others on what they had already testified to. I request that the board also remove Scott Nago because he is not doing what his job is supposed to be. He does not keep counts. He doesn't verify things. I believe that the board needs to recommend to whoever it is to go back to also having multiple polling places throughout the county. When I first moved here, before we did this universal mail-in voting, you could go to your local school in your local area and vote. It was easy. There were no long lines. Everybody just showed up. That's what we need to go back to doing. I appreciate your time, and I hope that y'all do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Hadi Ziad, followed by Rita Kimura.
Good morning. Hadi, you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Somebody's trying to, but sorry, can't hear you. Let's see, Hadi going once. Hadi going twice. Sorry, Hadi, I don't know what's going on. Can't hear you.
The next testifier is Rita Kimura, followed by Kyle D.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Again, my name is Rita Kimura, and I strongly support the request being made to return to previous in-person voting system. I started watching these webinars a while back and have become more concerned after each one. In the past, I heard a number of people who described themselves as being quite educated and surprisingly seemed to be unaware of the mail-in absentee option, which has been in place for years. How would I know this? Because I've used it a number of times in the past and never had an issue. There were times I would go to Honolulu Holly to vote early, or when needed, requested a absentee ballot. Again, never had an issue. There was a man I read about in Civil Beat a while back who's been wheelchair bound for 25 years and cast his ballots by mail. His concern is if we go back to in-person voting, he will lose the ability to vote by mail. Please understand, it would go back to the previous in-person voting process, which would still include the option to request your absentee ballot and vote by mail. He and others, including our military, would not lose that ability to vote. I'm also concerned about when I hear those trained poll workers who have questions in the process of when ballots are received, who receives them, and those in times when poll watchers are excluded from any observation. Why? There should always be questions, discrepancies on the number of ballots received and number of votes that are being counted. And with 4 county issues, which I understand have still not been addressed, why are these poll watchers not being allowed to watch the whole process? I know a number of them, and I know how precise and careful they are and concerned they are about what's going on. So I ask you to pursue the in-person voting process that we have used in the past and is still available. I thank you for your time. Mahalo.
Thank you, Rita.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Junya Nakoa.
Ms. Strong.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Aloha. Yes.
Thank you. Our elections have historically worked sufficiently with one-day in-person voting, and only until the advent of COVID did the push for mail-in ballots become a tool to lock the public down and encourage voter apathy among the public. While several variations have come to light, voter irregularity, ballot harvesting, unclean voter rolls, voter machine tampering. This is being exposed nationwide, and this is data-driven. This isn't theory-driven. Why would any citizen want this travesty to continue its existence? When I was out of town, I voted absentee with no problem. So we're dealing with misinformation being propagated on an uninformed public, and that's just sad. I also believe Oahu needs a pig, but time is not on our side. And having said that, we also have a series of conflict issues with some members of the commission who might sit on that pig or vote against voting status quo against the will of the people, which we see consistently. And the public has a right to have these concerns brought to light, not to attack a commissioner. This isn't for attack mode, but it's to provide transparency, which I think is essential if we're all going to proceed forward in trust, in mutual trust. So is there a time during this agenda when it's a good time to address this, the conflict of interest concerns?
Not particularly.
Not particularly.
It's not an agenda item in one of the pigs.
Well, not on one of the pigs, but we have other items on the agenda that could fit into, yes?
We're talking about item 4.
Yes, I understand that. But I wanted to bring that up so that maybe we could talk about that further down the agenda.
I can't add anything to the agenda.
It's not about adding the agenda. It's related to everything on the agenda if you want to look at it that way.
Okay, then share with us your take on it.
Okay, my concern is, I have to say, John Sabas, Director of Public and Government Affairs of Hawaii, Honolulu.
We're not talking about individuals. We're talking
This
about
isn't a
ideas. And these ideas are
individuals. This is
agenda
bringing
item 4.
transparency. This is bringing transparency for someone who's working with government concerns, and the firm that issues government community issues, international law firm, Carl Smith Ball, offices, Oahu, Maui, Big Island, Guam, with an emphasis in admiralty maritime law, banking and finance, zoning planning. This affects everything that affects Hawaii. So there is a conflict of interest. Internet law, antitrust and trade regulation, government law, labor and employment. I mean, everything is tied up with this agency. Environmental practice, utility law, energy law, and my favorite, Greater China practice. I'm sure that's not a conflict of interest. That and
You're
the
still
fact,
talking about an individual rather
yes,
than
and we have a
agenda item.
he's a registered lobbyist in the state of Hawaii.
You're disparaging an individual.
I'm
Please
not
address the
disparaging.
chair
This
and
is
talk
all
about the
open
agenda
source.
item. If you
This is all
continue,
open source.
I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off.
The next testifier is Junior Nakoa, followed by Kyle D.
Morning, Junior. You got it.
Yeah, you can hear me, bro?
Yes, sir.
Okay, buddy. You're gonna hear me for 3 minutes, okay, buddy?
You got
I'm
it.
gonna tell you right now, okay? All you commissioners, much respect, yeah? You guys been signing up for this thing. You guys are volunteer to do this thing. Yeah? Mahalo, you guys. Yeah? Well, in the same breath, yeah? You guys have put yourself in this situation, yeah? So, when we do testimonies, we get to bring up names, Mr. Curtis, okay? So you can tell me I cannot bring up names because that's my right. As you guys as commissioners, I can point out all these things, okay? And I can bring up names if I'm uncomfortable with people who asked to be in this position, okay? I had the privilege of talking to one of the commissioners on board right here. But in respect to him, yeah, like anybody else, yeah, because I know I asked him if I can drop his name. The thing is, all I ask you, all of you commissioners, okay, since you guys wanted to be in here, what is the reasons behind it? Yeah, is it for the red or the blue, or is it political? I don't know, but it's kind of showing that thing. Okay, what I'm asking is, when you hear the people, when you come into you want to be in commission boards, you're here to listen to the community. So when the community asks to do something, the majority of them, all I told that commissioner is, then do them. Shut us up. You guys go do the thing, then you guys gonna prove us wrong or right, yeah? Whatever it is, but just boom, instead of coming to how many of these meetings, I just didn't jump on not to recently about 4 times now. And all I hear is the same thing coming up again for the 4th time. So let's get over it. When people say they want things to do, I think that's a whole American thing. Yeah, the majority, yeah. So when you get 90% of the testifiers saying, go do this, why you don't go do them? Just go do them. Then pow, you move on to the next one. Not the commissioner, you get the same agenda coming up again. Yeah? So grab your cojones, yeah? Grab your cojones. Or if you get no more cojones, sorry. Grab the kind. And go and just do what the people is asking. Okay, you guys are like talking about voting, right? The people's voice. Go just do the damn thing. Yeah, and the commissioner that I already talked to, mahalo. Please do the right way. I'm gonna watch what you're doing, and also, I'll be involved. I'll be on the pig when you guys gonna do the county clerks, because I questioning my county clerks here, Maui. Okay, peace.
Peace. Thank you.
The next testifier is Kyle D., followed by Magesa William Dennis.
Kyle, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Kyle Daniel and I'm from Eva Beach. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to testify on item 4B, the PIG relating to Maui County chain of custody. The PIG recommends a return to in-person voting via paper ballots on election day. I urge the commission to reject this recommendation outright. This is not the right approach for a number of reasons. I am here as a concerned citizen. I'm not any kind of paid actor or anything like that. I attended the last meeting, and I think that there's a lot of opinions out here. But even though the state already allows for mail-in ballots to be requested, the issue here is that more people are afforded the right to vote when mail-in voting is automatic. They do not have to take time off or reschedule their lives, deferring trips, etc., when they can vote by mail. And they do not have to specifically request a mail-in ballot, which is a huge, huge godsend. There are an unlimited number of situations that people can specifically point to as to why they cannot show up to a polling place. Things come up, and even those with the best intentions can have their plans disrupted in the heat of the moment. To add in an extra step of having to request an absentee ballot is genuinely a voter disenfranchisement tactic. To the testimony provided today regarding dead people voting, the voting rolls on the ballot should be compared to the Social Security death master file if it is not already. So the issue of dead people voting is a ludicrous idea. There are plenty of ways to verify the ballots are counted. The mail-in voting allows ballots to be kept and unsealed for audit purposes. If there are discrepancies, those can be addressed on a case-by-case basis. There are likely other ways to ensure that mail-in voting can be made more secure. QR codes could be used to confirm that ballots are sent and for voters to confirm that they are received. Implementation of these things could help reduce discrepancies in the future. In short, no process is perfect, and the process can be improved upon and made to be better, safer, and more trustworthy. To just go back to the way things were is not a path forward, but is regressive. One of my biggest priorities in life is continuous process improvement, and I think these processes can be improved upon instead of throwing out the entire process because of perceived issues. Just throwing the whole thing out is akin to using a sledgehammer on the process instead of making surgical incisions to correct the deficiencies. I urge the commission to address issues and make things better in the future than to axe the entire process. That concludes my testimony. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Kyle.
Chair, could I ask some questions to the testifier?
No, it's their testimony.
You allowed the other commissioner to ask clarifying questions as well.
What question did you want to ask?
Thank you so much. Kyle, I really appreciate your testimony. And
I asked you what question you wanted to ask, not to address the testifier. What question did you want to ask, Dylan?
I have a series of questions that I'd like to clarify with the testifier, and I should have that right as a commissioner.
No, sorry, you can talk when the commission's time. This is a testifier's time. Would ask for the next testifier, please.
Every commission I've sat on or board I've sat on, we've allowed questions as follow-up questions to the testifier. That's the point of public testimony, sir.
We'll receive the testimony in order of the testifiers. Thank you.
You're not going to allow me to ask questions to the testifier?
No. It's not a discussion. It's a testimony. The next testimony, please.
The next testifier is Magesa William Dennis, followed by Tara Malia.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Or morning.
It's Magesa William Dennis. The civic duty of every individual is to vote in free and fair elections that require integrity of process. Having installed and maintained these voting machines, they are not infallible and can be compromised by software, administration override, and hardware malfunction. The feasible alternative to mail-in voting that has the highest form of integrity is in-person voting with voter ID, one-day voting with no machines. and the only exceptions to in-person voting being the military and those who are fully disabled and housebound, meaning those individuals never go to the bank, shopping, graduation, funerals, weddings, or any other public or private function. Elections should be held on a statewide holiday, and businesses should honor the process by allowing their employees to perform their civic duty. I am sure that many of those who say financially losing a couple hours of pay is hurtful. I bet they have taken many half days off to attend family, sports, concerts, or other events because they're human. The commission should be embarrassed and held accountable for the constant failure to protect chain of custody ballots, conduct improper audits, and more that challenge election integrity that affect we the people, who are the government. The current leadership of the commission should resign their posts to save what little face they have left. The lack of integrity regarding elections in Hawaii has been occurring for a long time. We need people of the highest integrity to protect this process riddled with corruption and fraud. It is time for new leadership to protect the process that determines the future of our islands. In person, voter ID, no machines, same-day voting, with the exceptions I referenced before. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. William Dennis.
The next testifier is Tara Malia, followed by Tara Rojas.
Good morning.
Aloha, good morning. Can you hear me?
Aloha. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Aloha, Chair Curtis and fellow commissioners. I'm Tara Malia Gregory. I want to thank Commissioner Ralph Cushney and just the last speaker. Thank you for all that clarity and that evidence-based testimony. It was really nice to hear that. Thank you to everyone who's worked on this PIG for standing for transparency. And the PIG I'm addressing today is Agenda Item 4B. I strongly support in-person one-day voting with voter ID. I stand on Jamie Detweiler's testimony, Junia, Keone, Anne-Marie Hamilton, and everything that they were saying. It really does align with the failures that have already been documented that we're discussing today. You know, I just want to make it clear, we've talked about this, but I want to make it clear that the absentee voting and the universal mail-in voting are not the same. And I just want to be clear on what that is according to what is stated, that absentee ballots can be requested by those that, and they're also verified, they're tracked, and they're limited, right? So what Keone was saying is very poignant as far as his addressing the those that get specific parking spaces and those who do not. If that's open to everyone, you're not special anymore in the lack of abilities, right? And that's the way that we should be functioning as a society, because absentee ballots are requested and verified and tracked. What happens is disabled voters, off-island voters, medically fragile voters, nursing home residents, active duty military, universal mail-in voting will just go out and it's sent out to unrequested, unverifiable ballots. And in the PIG, it shows this. It shows exactly how dangerous that system has become and evolved. And we're not in a pandemic anymore. We're not in an emergency right now. Some of the testifiers have said that they do trust their neighbors and they do trust the system, but at the same time, they're fearful, and you can't do both at the same time. So please take into consideration that over 19,000 ballots are unaccounted for.
Wait a
That's
minute.
only one
That's
county,
not
correct?
accurate. That
And the truth
19,000
is,
number is a
you're correct. It's
fictitious.
19. You're correct. It's 19,042. And you can't
That's not
throw
accurate.
ballots out with the bathwater if you can't prove those ballots ever existed. You know, if we can't verify those through envelopes, logs, or chain of custody, then how do we know that they do exist? So I speak as a former middle school teacher who taught students to take civic duty seriously. And as a daughter of a Kanaka Maoli, a Navy veteran, he has one leg, major health issues from Agent Orange, from this government. His vote should count. And guess what? He wants to go to the polls. And he will. So the law is very straightforward. HR 3-17453, ballots counts must be complete, and they were not complete. HRS 11-155, reconciliation must happen before certification, and it didn't. HRS 11-96, there's 4 more including even HAVA. Now, who is responsible for this? It is Scott Nagle. So we really need to go back to who is on this commission, and we really need to put the accountability where everyone, whether you're Democrat, Republican, and Independent on this call, and you're
Thank you.
watching this, and Mr. Chair Curtis, we've got to go back to who is doing the counting, and are they reliable sources to count these votes? Mahalo
Thank
for
you.
the time to speak.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Laura Nakane Lua.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, what rule am I not following?
Not all the commissioners are on camera. You expressly stated they're supposed to be on camera. And I think that
Please turn your cameras on. Thank you.
all the
Next
gallery,
speaker, please.
the speaker view should show all the commissioners. They should be able to look at the commissioners when they're speaking. So please make the speaker view so that the speakers can see all the commissioners as they are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next testifier.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Laura Nakane Lua.
Ms. Rojas.
Okay, aloha. So Tara Rojas, I'm gonna say as I'm listening to all of this, what I totally agree with what testifier Junior Nakoa said, what testifier Tara Malia said. We come to every meeting, just listen to what we're mentioning to you. We just know that each and every meeting, how the votes go. Osterkamp, McAdams.
Please stick to the issues, not the individuals.
Okay, well, discussions relating to permitted interaction groups, just what the testifiers have said. I agree with Nakoa, Junior Nakoa, Tara Malia. We've been saying it each and every meeting, 8 hours at a time. So please listen and please do the right thing. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Laura Nakane Lua.
Laura, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Curtis. My name is Laura Nakane Lua. I am the National Committee Woman with the Hawaii Republican Party. And a couple of things that I'm so grateful that everybody is present and making their views known and bringing about facts surrounding in-person voting. Sorry, I wasn't expected to be called so soon. What I did want to make known is that the Hawaii Republican Party sued Scott Nagle and the Elections Commission some time ago for not following the law as it pertains to auditing.
Which agenda item are
ballots.
you addressing, Laura?
Well, I would like to see in-person voting as well.
So that would be 4B. Okay.
4B, yes, sir. Thank you. My concern is, as many previous testifiers have mentioned, they'd like to see these issues addressed at the commission, but the commission has been showing themselves to be unwilling to either recommend the changes that the commissioners are proposing to the legislature or addressing the questions that are raised by testifiers or the commissioners themselves. I see consistent refusal to engage and address. I'm very happy over the recent pigs being stood up. That's been very, very helpful. But there continues to be, and now it seems with the new members, new commissioners that have come on board, that some of them seem to be politically motivated
We're
to stand
talking about
against.
issues, not individuals.
Well, yeah, just generic or generally speaking, Chair Curtis, I think that there seems to be a block, a voting block against the changes that many, many people are supporting. I think that you will find that voter turnout has lessened under our mail-in system. The mail-in system was put in place well before COVID by our legislature, which is predominantly by far Democrat controlled. And the fact is that if you want to be able to rest assured that your ballot is being counted accurately, in-person paper ballots are the way to go. There's no doubt about that. And the fact that Scott Nago has historically not followed the law, in the 2023 case, I think it was, he was in court declared by the judge, identified as not following the law. He admitted to that in court.
Which pig are you referring to?
I'm just talking about in-person ballots and the importance of having confidence that our ballots count. When the chief elections officer refuses to follow the law, that engenders and creates a whole lot of concern over the validity of the count. And of course, these 16,000 plus missing ballots
They're
does
not
not
missing
help.
ballots. That's a fiction.
The
But go
difference
ahead.
in count indicates that suddenly you're right. It's the chain of custody that's missing, Chair Curtis. It's the chain of custody that proves where they
There's
came
not
from. So
missing
no one
ballots.
really understands why the counts differ so greatly. So the RNC has issued a demand for records of the state of Hawaii, right? The Office of Elections. They've refused to
thank
do
you.
that. So
Thank you, Laura.
we do have another complaint, and the RNC, I think the
Thank you,
hearing.
Laura.
The
Next
next
speaker.
testifier is
Point of
Propel
order, Chair.
Positive Change.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir.
You just told Dylan you couldn't talk to the commission, the speakers.
You couldn't
and
have a
speakers
discussion.
are having their
Yes.
time, and you're arguing with the speakers. Let them have their time. They feel that
Overruled.
there's
Next
19,000 ballots unaccounted for. Let
They're
them
not
speak.
19,000 ballots unaccounted for. That's a fiction. Anybody that perpetuates that 19,000 number is either ignorant or intentionally deceitful or both. We'll have the next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Propel Positive Change.
Aloha, mahalo, Victoria Thompson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for taking my testimony. I've worked with the Elections Commission, and maybe you can't tell, but I am disabled. And sometimes I can't get to a poll or have a day that I can show up and vote. Do we need one day? Yes. Do we need to do it in person? Ideally, we need to have those voters authenticated. We need to know that they can vote. We need to know that they're still alive and breathing. But we do need to do it better. We don't have enough polling sites. We don't have enough people. And being on Big Island, it takes some people 3 hours to get to Kona or Hilo. So 2 hours off, really not reasonable. We need to make the system better. We can do better. We have blockchain, we have technology, and we have ways of authenticating people that does not invade their privacy. And for Mr. Andrian, they should be allowed to ask questions. And if you have further questions, how are we supposed to connect with commissioners who have other questions? I mean, I can dox myself now, propelpositivechange@gmail.com. Please email me, call me, 509-251-0152. I'd love to have this conversation. I'd love to make it more accessible. I'd love to make sure that they all get counted, because I know there were ones that weren't counted, and I know that they're in our receipts. And if we're showing up by the troves all the time, we should have numbers, we should have receipts, and Scott Nago needs to step down. If he's not doing his job, that is your job as a commission to hold him accountable. If you're not holding him accountable, I yield.
Thank you very much.
The next testifier is Inoka Shane, followed by iPhone.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Sir, you keep yelling at people to not talk about the 19,000 ballots that is fiction, but you guys won't prove to the people that it is in fact fiction when you downvote the motions that are being made to actually go figure out if that's fiction or not. So by you, Curtis, just saying on your own, oh, that's fiction, that's BS. Go figure out if it's really fiction or not and bring the receipts to the people, because as public interest obviously requires, all of you guys, not all of you guys, but most of you guys are not doing your damn job. All you're doing is creating in process walls. You're gatekeeping right now. It's very obvious. And this needs to stop. Ralph keeps making very commonsensical motions for you guys to put forward. And you guys bring up one little thing and all voted down. Everything gets voted down. I come on these meetings for the last 3 years, 4 years. Sabas, Apana, you guys are new, but it's the same stuff. It's the same stuff that's been going on for the last 3 years. How's about if you guys want to see change and you guys want to see forward movement and progress, vote with the people, and then we'll see some change and progress. The guy who came on here from Eva Beach and said that there's no dead voters voting. Guess what? Scott Nago said that on the news. 60,000 deadwood voters. That was 2021 or 2022. You guys just like to sit here and dangle all of these things in the front of our face. What's the point of doing a pig? If the same kind of investigation that Osterkamp did, trust me, bro, is the conclusion. Do your jobs, bro. Do your damn jobs. Stop sitting here and downgrading and downvoting all of the things that need to be done. The public is here. We are interested. We are watching you guys every damn month screw up and kick Ralph out the meeting, and oh, there goes all our accountability. Brother may not be on it completely, but try to figure out if he is. Try to at least vote in the direction that gives us some confidence in what you guys are doing, or what are we all doing here. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is iPhone, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
You almost had it. How does iPhone unmute?
Unmute by pressing *9.
iPhone *9. Sorry, can't hear you. iPhone going once. iPhone going twice. Next.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Megan Ganser.
Pikachu. Can't hear you. Pikachu going once. Pikachu going twice. Next.
We'll try iPhone again. The next testifier is iPhone.
There you go.
I am so sorry. I like to think I'm hip and young, but I think the iPhone gets the best of me. So I'm going to make this really short and easy. I'm from the community. I do tons of work towards the recoveries of Lahaina. My job here is to leave the earth that I came onto better than I found it. So that kind of drives me. Those are my motives. I do just have two things. I would like to urge the commissioner to thoroughly review the obligations under the Hawaii Sunshine Law. I do feel like there was some questions that were not allowed to be asked, which is legally not allowed. It's not legally allowed under the Hawaii Sunshine Law to have an inconsistency in questions being asked by the commissions. And I would also like to request that Scott Nago withdraws his petition due to repeated failures in ensuring transparency with voting process. I would like to tell everyone to have a great day. And let's hope for some change for the future, because if this is the rate that we're going at, we will be looking back at this time in history, thinking that some of us here in this room are a little bit closer to Nixon than here for the people.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Andrea Rogers.
Hi there. Thank you for inviting us to come speak today. I want to speak on item 4, and I want to point out that in-person voting would be back in precinct voting, close to each person's individual neighborhoods, not one center. And the beauty of that is you're strengthening the fabric of our neighborhoods and our communities together for a safer Hawaii. I want to tell you a quick story about my friend Paul. Paul is 30 years old, was raised in foster care. He has slight intellectual disabilities. He will not ever be able to drive, most likely. And he really likes to engage in his community. And he could not understand why he couldn't go vote in his precinct anymore. It was one of the highlights of his year was to go to his precinct and feel like an important part of doing his civic duty. So we're disenfranchising people with autism that want to be part of their community by not allowing in-person voting. He's not going to take the bus or drive to a center that's an hour away from his home on the North Shore of Maui. And returning to precinct voting will be small, intimate, and as I mentioned, rebuilding the fabric of our local communities, which strengthens for a better Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire.
If we can hear him, Pikachu, you're on. There you go. We can almost hear you.
Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yes, sir. Yep, you're on.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chair Curtis. Sorry, I was in the city council meeting to address these issues. I know we got the agenda item here for the pig. And so I do want to support Commissioner Adrian and like the fiery testimony you said. But I feel like they're doing this on purpose because we got half of the team here on the Office of Elections Commission. We got city council going, and it seems like a systematic sabotage, Chair, so we can't address these issues to get concerns. And I do know Carl Rhodes, and he might seem like the Gestapo in order to address the other issues regarding to going to mail-in, turn-in voting versus the mail-in, because it's like 90% when you check the stats. Most of the problem we have is in mail-in, not in the actual voting. And then we're going back to the chain of custody, because I see the issue is Honolulu and Maui did not do what Kauai and Big Island did, and that's not really being addressed. So when the boxes go into the ballots, they're supposed to count the ballots in the box and then verify it and send it back to whatever center. Maui has no records, and Honolulu as well, which is the majority, I think, is the problem. So hopefully you can address these issues, and I'll leave it all back to you, Chair, and everybody else, so you guys can formally figure this stuff out with or without the legislators' help, because we have to figure this stuff on our own. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. Those with their hands raised have already testified.
Did they testify on this issue or the prior issue?
On this issue.
Okay. Then we don't have a whole lot of time, so we, in the interest of time, we'll only take one testimony from each individual, and we've done that. So I would open the item 4A to any commissioners, if you have any. Lindsay, what's the scoops on the audit?
Thank you, Chair. Having served on Peter Young's pig and also on Commissioner Adrian's pig, and having made the motion that was passed at our October 1st meeting to request that the legislature pursue an audit of the 2024 general election, I would like to respond to what you just asked me. We got a letter from Speaker Nakamura, and she directs us to find a legislator to introduce a bill requesting an audit. And I think that we were hoping that she would do that, or that Senate President Kochi would do that. But since they didn't volunteer, we should find a sponsor who shares our concerns. And so that's one avenue. In addition, though, I think we can transmit our findings directly to the state auditor and ask him to authorize an audit at his own discretion. It's worth a try. He can do that, and I'm prepared to make a motion. We can also submit a report to the governor outlining the findings of the pig and the pigs, plural, and our decision to request an audit from the legislature, and
Speaker Nakamura's response, her deferral, and we are allowed to communicate directly with the governor, so we could send him a report and ask him to conduct, or his executive branch to conduct a review and maybe engage with us on these concerns. So there's ways that we can proceed. I would hate to see us give up on the idea of having an audit of the 2024 general election. I think we can pursue maybe all three options at the same time.
There's additional ones. We can ask the auditor, Mr. Kondo, to come and discuss with us the options. It's not up to the legislature. It's up to us to figure out how to do it. And actually, it's up to the administration to figure out how to do an audit, a non-biased audit. We could ask Mr. Kondo to initiate an audit on his own, which is within his authority.
Right.
And there are other avenues besides that. We could hire our own if we had money, but we don't have money. So there are other people we could ask that do have money. And that's the Department of Justice. I would hate to suggest inviting the Department of Justice in and audit our Kauai election. We should be able to do it ourselves. And if we can't, this commission has voted to perform an audit at the Kauai 2024 elections. And we're going to do that. We just have to find the mechanism to do it. Mr. Kondo can do it on his own initiative.
Mm-hmm.
We could prod him to do it, or we can go the legislative way and see if we can get somebody to support us and get a majority to fund an audit for the Kauai 2024 election initially. The motion was to audit the whole state.
Correct.
Let's start with Kauai the way it was originally planned and originally designed. Lindsay, you had a motion you mentioned.
Well, okay, but why would we do that?
Why would we do what?
Why would we limit it to Kauai?
Well, that would be an initial one. We're not limiting it. We're experiencing it on Kauai, establishing the process and doing it. If there's, we can go ahead and do it for each of the other counties. But I'd like to see Kauai's output before we make any other commitments statewide. But Kauai is who we want to look at, and we want to have an audit. And the process of the audit would be established for Kauai. Then that process would be in place in case we wanted to take it to each of the other islands. We were talking about Maui and Oahu not keeping records. That's not particularly true. It's just that those records were not reported to the PIG. Maui didn't offer anything to the PIG, as I understand it. And the conclusion that they don't have records is perhaps a fallacious conclusion. But
Chair, can I correct you on that real quick? If you
Go ahead.
remember Jennifer Hunt's testimony, she's submitted several documentation showing the response from the county clerk that they didn't keep those records. And
okay,
Scott
sorry.
Nago verified that.
Okay, by mistake. Lindsay, what motion did you want to make?
I have a point of information.
Yes, please, Ms. Papalimu.
I don't know how we got to the audit all of a sudden. I thought we were going to have discussion on and be able to talk to some of the people that spoke earlier, because I still have some questions about some of that. So are we going to get back to that so that we can have our turn to speak to the people that were just on about 4B and C and D?
Well, we're right now 4A is what I'd like to discuss, and that includes the audit. We can get to 4B, which includes the mail-in voting, 4C, which was Big Island's outcome, and whether we're going to do another permitted interaction group to look at the chain of custody.
Okay, then I'd do a point of order here.
Yes, ma'am.
The vote that we took and passed was to audit the election, and it was not contained to Kauai.
That's correct.
So in order to make this only about Kauai, that would have to be a totally different vote, and I'm not for that. If we're going to do an audit, I get that you want to design a process. I don't have a problem with designing a process, but I do not want a motion to come up that only says Kauai.
No,
Because we did already pass a motion to do the entire state.
I concur.
Thank you.
Chair, maybe we could hear from everybody before trying to word a motion correctly, because I think we just end up making a lot of amendments to the original motion if we don't know what people are thinking.
Okay, we're talking about the PIG 4A, talking about audit of the state elections. The Kauai one would be the easiest perform initially and would set up the process in my mind. You can audit the whole state at once if you want to, but I think I'd like to suggest we break it up into pieces and do them one county at a time.
Yes, sure. I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, sir, Ralph.
Okay, so I agree with the theory. The people want some kind of accountability here. So I think that we should audit Maui and Kauai. Those are the two easy ones. We have unexplained increases in the number of envelopes and the number of ballots that were counted after the envelopes were collected. So if we did those two islands, we could simply just have the observers go in and sort ballots by whether they came, not ballots, but envelopes, by whether they came in through the mail or whether they came through a drop box. And we compared those numbers to what the report was. So let's say on the Big Island, they reported 27,000 ballots coming through the drop box, very detailed reports. And they have receipts for 29,000 ballots coming through the post office. Now there's 19,000 ballots on the Big Island that we don't know where they came from. And if we count the ballots or we count the envelopes and we sort them by whether they came through the mail or not, we will find out if those envelopes came in the mail. And if they didn't come through the mail, we know there's something wrong, because that's the claim right now, that those came through the mail and we didn't get a receipt. That's a 40% error rate on the post office's part, if it's true. And we need to find out if that's true, and we need to do it quickly, because the primary is coming up. And the last audit that we said we wanted to do, they made the excuse that the primary was happening, and then they had to wait 9 months. And so it was not a conclusive audit that happened. So I'm in favor of doing the two islands, Maui and not Maui, the Big Island and Kauai. And let's just count the envelopes and see if they came through the mail or not.
The audits for ballots, counting ballots.
Right. We're going to count the envelopes. The only way you can get mail-in ballots into the system is with an envelope. So if the envelopes aren't there, we know something is wrong. And the auditors can do the ballot counting. I'm suggesting we just count envelopes.
That was what our motion was counting ballot envelopes.
Yeah.
Envelopes, not ballots?
Envelopes.
We want to know if they came, how did they get into the system? If they didn't come through the mail and if they didn't come through drop boxes, how did they get in there? That's what we're trying to find out.
You're alleging ballot discrepancies rather than envelope discrepancies.
No, I'm alleging.
You're going to look at envelope discrepancies, not ballot discrepancies?
The Big Island collected 57,000 envelopes. The state reported counting 76,000 ballots. That's not possible. There's no legal mechanism for the number of ballots to increase over the number of envelopes collected. So we need to get to the bottom of that simple issue. How many actual envelopes were collected and where did they come from? If they didn't come through the mail like they claimed, then somebody stuffed them illegally. And that's what the public wants us to find out. So it would be a simple, we can have observers from both parties, the press there, lots of cameras, and we count the envelopes. It's not going to take long. We're counting individual envelopes, seeing if they came in the mail or not.
We're not counting anything. An independent auditor is what we've authorized. And Lindsay had some ideas on that.
Yeah.
Independent auditor.
No, the state auditor is what I was.
Okay,
I
so
was
the
talking
state
about the
auditor
state
was who
auditor.
she was looking to pursue. Ms. Papalimo, you had some comment?
Well, I was just going to make a correction because Ralph said Maui, and I was like, no, it's the Big Island.
Yeah, I misspoke. Sorry.
That's okay. I caught you.
So let's ask the state auditor to come in and just count envelopes. That's a quick thing that he could do and sort those into whether or not they came through the mail. And we need to establish, because we're being told we have to do mail-in voting under Act whatever was, we need to establish how these ballots got put into the system. We don't have a record of how they got in.
Okay.
And that I say we ask the auditor to do that and make a motion to have the auditor count the envelopes for Kauai and the Big Island to get started.
Lindsay, did you have something? Was it?
No, I really want to hear what everybody's thinking. I'm happy to make a motion. I'm ready to do it, but I think.
Okay, let's, and anybody,
Okay.
any other commissioner care to offer their perception on this issue?
Yeah, I'm willing to say I would support this, to go in with observers, the auditor with observers, to count the ballots or the envelopes for the Big Island. Start where the difference is so huge. And we do have a letter from the county clerk saying there are no more receipts, that he's turned over everything that he had. So we know that we are in possession of all that the county clerk had. And so that's helpful. And I say, do one island. You want to do one island? Do the Big Island. That's a huge discrepancy. And so I think it's a bigger discrepancy than Kauai. And almost 25% of our votes on the Big Island. And so I would say, let's do it. Let's devise a process and use the Big Island first.
Other comments? Jeffrey?
Yeah, Chair, as you stated, this is fiction. We're trying to create a circus. The comment was, let's get the press there, lots of cameras. So again, the idea is to create a big spectacle and create additional concern by the public about the voting process. Try to convince people that it's illegitimate. This commission should not be in the business of trying to tell voters that elections are illegitimate. We all know at some level that this whole 19,000 vote supposed discrepancy is complete fiction. And
we're going to see that.
It continues to be repeated over and over and over without any evidence whatsoever. It's repeated as fact. It's a sad statement that this commission is going down that rabbit hole to any extent, and we should not be doing it.
Thank you. Dylan, you had something?
No, Chair, I was just going to say quickly that I'm ready for the motion and I support the audit for the state. I thought we had already discussed this and
we have
this into action. So
how to accomplish it.
Ready for the vote.
So Lindsay, you had a motion?
Okay. And just want to say this has nothing to do with creating a spectacle. It's just asking the state auditor to conduct an audit. But I'm not clear, Chair, about what do we want, which island, the whole state. We could say the state and leave it up to the auditor who knows his business to determine if he wants to do it in stages or what.
Let's just do the Big Island.
Even if he was willing to do it. We need an
Right.
auditor willing to count ballots.
I understand, and everything is super timely, and that may not work at all, but
So let's just do the Big Island, and that keeps it simple. And
So Lindsay, your motion.
I'll make a motion.
Lindsay has the floor.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to sort out how, if we should limit it or what. Okay, I guess the Big Island then. So that is, which pig is that then?
We're still on number one and we're still
No,
on.
I know. Oh, okay. All right, I'll just think as I go. I move that the Elections Commission transmit the findings of the 2025 permitted interaction groups and the Commission's October 1st, 2025 audit motion to the state auditor and to ask that he conduct an audit of the 2024 general election as soon as possible. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that was not limited to a specific county. That was for the whole state. And we're going to ask the state auditor, Kondo, to perform this audit. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Apana.
I'm not sure if it was last meeting or the meeting before. I asked the AG, can we go directly to the auditor? And the answer was no. But today we can? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Ching?
So I can't speak to, I'm sorry, this is the question whether or not you can request the auditor directly.
Yes.
So I think initially, because the state auditor is under the legislature, it was determined to be appropriate to submit that request to the legislature. But given Mr. Nakamura's response, if the commission is so inclined, it could make that request to the auditor. It would just be in his discretion how to respond.
And the auditor has that discretion. There other discussion, Mr. Apana?
I'm sorry that I got misinformation the first time around. But
yeah, we got more information.
Let's go.
Okay. Other discussion?
Are we asking him to audit the whole state or just the Big Island right now?
The motion is for the whole state.
Yes, Chair, I have discussion in favor of the motion.
Okay.
Well, hang on, I have a question.
Wait, Ralph.
So I'm confused because we voted for this audit and we went through the legislature. Are we saying we need another motion now to go directly to the auditor and ask?
Yeah, we were having problems finding somebody to audit our election. The auditor is the auditor. So we asked the chair of the House, and she said that we can get somebody to sponsor it in the legislature. But then since then, we found that the auditor, Mr. Kondo, can initiate investigations on their own behalf.
How did we find that out? I'm sorry.
Lindsay.
The letter from Nadine Nakamura, she said, under Hawaii law, the auditor's work is authorized by statute, concurrent resolution, or at the auditor's own discretion.
Oh,
so we can't tell him to do it. We can ask him.
We can request it. So.
Yeah, and then he decides if he has the manpower or if he thinks it's worth it or whatever.
Thank you.
This is why I have a question about your motion. Would we have a better opportunity with him if we asked him to audit the Big Island instead
Perhaps.
of for the whole state? And we would put to rest this, it's not a discrepancy, it is a discrepancy. We would put to rest that.
Okay.
And so maybe if you would like to add to your motion or
I could withdraw it and
redo
put in a new one.
Absolutely.
Let me suggest that we pass this motion, invite the auditor in to discuss with us at our next meeting, and then see if we want to limit it or expand his parameters. Right now, this motion is to audit the entire state, which has already been passed.
I would like to
This one
amend-
applies to the state auditor, Mr. Kondo.
I'd like
Limiting who the auditor is. There may be other auditors. Ralph,
I'd like to amend the motion to just ask for the audit of the Big Island. Then that will speed things up and we can find out if there is a discrepancy or not. And this is the quickest way to find out if there's a discrepancy. So I move to amend the motion to say, we're going to ask the auditor specifically to look at the Big Island to start.
is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Discussion.
I'm
Yes,
fine with that.
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, so there's a saying that once the ballots go through the machine, you put them in the can. And what Mr. Osterkamp wants to do is sit on the can so nobody can look at them.
Wait,
I would
don't
ask,
talk about
not
people,
fair.
talk about facts and
would
things.
ask if it's deceitful to claim that there's 19,000 ballots that came through the mail, but the county has not paid postage for those. So those are little things that we need to find out. Is there a liability for the county or the state or both, or the commission, that we know that 19,000 ballots came?
We don't know. That's why we're auditing.
Okay, we're
You're
being
in favor,
told
you're
that.
in favor of the amendment to limit it to the Big
Let
Island.
me speak, Chair. It's my discussion. We're being told that 19,000 ballots came through the mail and did not have accompanying.
So that
receipt.
applies to the Big Island. Your amendment is to audit the Big Island. Is there
That's
any
what I'm-
reason why not to audit the Big Island?
I'm speaking for it, Chair, and I'd like to finish
You've
my.
already spoken for it, and
No,
you're
I'd like to
bringing up
finish
other
my-
issues
Chair.
besides the audit. Do you
I'd
want
like
to
to
audit the Big Island only? That's the amendment. Is there other discussion on the amendment?
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir?
You're violating Rule 1.14A. A member of an assembly in a parliamentary sense, as mentioned, is a person entitled to full participation to its proceedings. I'm trying to convince the others in my argument, my discussion, and you're cutting me off from discussing why we should vote for this. We are being told that 19,000 ballots came through the mail from the Big Island, but we have no receipts. Now, we have no, if the
So
postage.
that's what the audit's for. That's why we're focusing on the Big Island.
This is my
Are
discussion.
there any other discussion? No, you're being
Sure.
redundant, Ralph. We've already heard it. Is there any other discussion? Is there anybody
You're violating my
against this favor? Focusing the discussion on auditing the Big Island only. We're gonna vote, we've already voted to audit the whole state. This is to limit it to the Big Island.
First.
Is there anybody against that? Anybody wants to talk about against it? In that case, I'll call a roll call on the amendment for the audit to be limited to the Big Island.
Not to be limited, to start with the Big Island.
Ah, okay.
I think you're changing the motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to clarify it.
Yeah, I think the motion as amended is to start with the Big Island. We're not saying we're not going to do the state. We've already
Okay,
voted to do.
so we'll ask the auditor to audit the Big Island initially.
Yes.
And that's the amendment of the motion. Any other discussion on the amendment? Well, personally, I think Kauai's better, but because it's cleaner, but that's just me. I would ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushni,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
The amendment passes.
No.
Now to the main motion is to ask Mr. Kondo, the state auditor, to audit the state to start with the Big Island. Is that how everybody perceives the motion?
Yes.
You guys ready for a vote?
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Yes. Commissioner Andrian,
Andrian, I can't hear you.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushni,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No?
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Is there any other discussion on 4A, the pig for the audit? Now we're at pig 4B, which is recommending mail-in voting be canned. And anything else? Anything else, Dylan, that you want to discuss on your 4B?
Sorry, can you just clarify? I thought we already discussed and made motions on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then we're done with that. We've recommended mail-in voting to the legislature.
Right.
So that one's done. Okay.
No, Chair, let's before we move on.
Okay, what you got?
So the public has said that they want, this says that it's for the island of Maui, but this was kind of done in a broad brush for the whole state. The public has asked that we find out why the island of Maui has no records and the island of Oahu has no records. And there's a lot of speculation circulating, but I recommend that on the next meeting, we put on the agenda to form a PIG specifically to find out why the island of Maui has no records, and a separate PIG to find out why Oahu has no records.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir.
We're hearing multiple unsupported statements. I don't recall the public, quote unquote, asking for anything. I don't recall any actual clear statements that there are no records as these statements are being made. And the problem is that these statements are going to work their way into the records of these meetings. And we're all going to look like fools for agreeing that these things are in fact true statements.
Oh, I believe Commissioner Adrian said he received a letter from the Maui County Clerk that they have no records. So that's not a fallacy.
It doesn't mean that they don't exist. It means.
Well, why would they say they don't have any?
Wait.
If they
Discussion addressing the chair, Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, that's actually public testimony and a paper trail email that was submitted to this entire commission over a year ago, and then repeatedly by Jennifer Hunt. She's one of our constituents here on Maui. And Scott Noggle also confirmed that due to human error, those documentations were not kept. In any case, I support the motion for a PIG to be formed, but also I would love to, even with my fellow Maui commissioner, go visit with the county clerk and just seek out clarification. I think that's allowed under sunshine law if two commissioners go, which is not more than three.
One other can do that.
So, I think that's also an approach me and Commissioner Pana could take either way, but I would support the motion for a PIG to be formed additionally because it shows the full backing of the commission. And I would invite all of our commissioners to please review Jen Hunt's testimony and her email chain. And she has spent hours submitting documentation to us. And at one point it was filed as, it wasn't filed on our agenda as a complaint. It was filed as something to just file away. And that's the issue. Part of the issue here is I don't know if all of our commissioners have truly reviewed that testimony. And if it makes sense, I would even invite Jen Hunt, who's on this call, into this conversation right now, so she could even express that to you here on the call. But that's all I have to say for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So is a motion to consider a PIG for Maui and Oahu chain of custodies?
Was there a second?
I haven't heard a formal motion in the first place. It was recommended by Ralph that we do a Maui and a Oahu PIG for chain of custody documentation.
So this is now item 4D, right? This is
4B. But Ralph's recommending that we form another PIG that would be initiated at the next meeting, similar to item D here. But item D here is the county clerk's chain of custody. So that would be that would be an umbrella over what's suggested in this discussion.
So can I suggest that we take up that motion at item D, since it's basically the
Certainly
same
can.
thing?
I'd be happy to do that. So are we done with B? I'm sorry, Lindsay, go ahead.
My understanding about 4D was that it was about trying to establish procedures for the future, that it's not about looking at what happened at the last election. I thought that it was going to be about best practices. I'm
Let's
just
wait till-
asking that
let's wait-
question. Is that
okay.
true?
Let's wait till we get there.
Oh, I thought you were going there right now. Sorry.
I have a
I was
motion.
asking if we were done with 4B.
No, Chair, I have a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I move that the Elections Commission refer all three PIG reports to the United States Department of Justice and formally request federal investigation into possible mail fraud and related can't say the word, in the handling of ballots envelopes during the 2024 election.
Is there a second?
Second.
So
Yes, I'd like to discuss this.
please.
So this motion is necessary because the Hawaii is a mandatory vote by mail state under Act 36. When the entire election relies on the mail, the integrity of mail tracking becomes the foundation of the system. Yet all three PIG reports found the same failure: inconsistent or missing United States Postal Service records, unexplained increases in envelope counts, and the absence of required chain of custody logs. On Hawaii Island alone, over 19,000 ballots were counted without matching USPS receipts. When mail-in vote is required, these gaps are not minor. They raise the possibility of serious I can't say the word, including mail fraud. This is why we must refer all three PIG reports to the United States Department of Justice for an independent investigation. Thank you.
That was seconded by
Me.
Lindsay. Other discussion?
Chair,
Yep.
is that what you were talking about before?
That was a
Attorney General?
possibility, yes.
Okay.
But we're running out of all other avenues of trying to get audited.
Right.
We could bump it up a notch. Other discussion? Take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
Go.
The motion does not pass.
Okay. Now let's get to 4C.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair?
Mr.
Chair, is
Osterkamp.
it my understanding we're filing 4B?
4B, we're doing a statewide audit asking, wait, yeah, 4B, we're filing that. That's,
Do you need a vote for that?
Yeah.
no, we're done. Unless, only a positive vote. We don't need a negative vote.
I don't understand.
So we have an audit for the state, starting with the Big Island initially from the state auditor Condo.
We have a request in, yes.
Yeah.
That was a motion to request.
Yeah.
He can
Yeah, we-
still come back and say no.
Yeah, we can't require, right?
The Chair, I move to send a letter to the governor to request an audit.
Wait. Wait a second. Was there a motion or was there not a motion about forming a PIG to look into Maui and Honolulu? Was there
Not yet.
Oahu? No. Okay. We just talked about it, but nobody made a motion. Is that correct?
So the
Right, we're
motion
waiting
was
for 4D.
The motion was for the whole state, for the audit.
No, this
PIG.
was about forming a PIG. We were talking about at 4B forming a PIG to look into
Chain of custody.
on Oahu and
Maui.
Maui, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but they didn't go anywhere.
Well,
Did you make
that's,
the motion?
that's what item 4C, 4D is
No, that's a different thing.
satisfying that motion.
No,
You're talking about
4D.
No, that's different.
No, 4D is a SOP motion.
What is it? FLP? What is that?
Standard operating procedures.
Oh, SOP. Okay.
Yeah, it's trying to have the commission do Scott Nago's job, which I'm not a fan of. It's his job to have standard operating procedures for counties and state.
Yeah, and he does.
And he does it. Yeah. Coming.
So we voted down a couple motions. What motion? Did we pass that motion about Maui and Oahu?
Nobody made a motion. We
Okay.
only talked about it.
Okay, Dylan.
Yeah, Chair, real quick. In the near future, are we able to take a recess just for a quick relief break, please?
You know, let's finish item 4C. Good. 4B, I'm sorry, Mr. Sabas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe as part of our discussion on having the auditor involved, that you also mentioned that we include him in our next meeting possibly.
Would like to invite him here to
Yeah,
just have a
I think
discussion
that'd
with
be a
him.
good
of his-
idea to explain to us, you know, what options we have that he sees that's available and the timing. I think the timing is important for us to know too. So can we add that to our next meeting agenda, please?
Yes, we'll invite Mr. Kondo to consider our options.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on item 4B?
Yes, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to form a PIG to investigate why Maui has no chain of custody records.
Second?
Second.
Discussion?
Chair, I just want to clarify, even if I hope this would pass, but even if it doesn't, what I had said earlier, the opportunity for me and Commissioner Pana to seek clarity with the county clerk on our own would be okay, correct?
Yes, that'd be legal unless there's a third commissioner with you.
Right. While I'm supportive of this motion, thank you.
So, but does it involve a PIG or does it, this motion is for a PIG, yeah?
Yes.
Any other discussion? Mr. Sabas?
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this motion, mostly because I think it's premature. I think given what has been offered by our Maui representatives, I think a discussion with the Maui County Clerk's office first, you know, would help us clarify some of these issues. So I'm going to vote against this motion.
Dylan, you're muted.
Yeah, I was waiting to be recognized. I just want to
Yeah, thank you.
clarify, you know, when the public submits testimony to us, and I understand that we have some commissioners that are new, and I do think that this needs to be shared with all of them so that they can review it in full. But for me, when I receive that testimony from Jennifer Hunt and I see the conversation and the paper trail, and then we have the chief election officer, you know, verifying what she claims in that documentation, for me, there's already been the conversation, and so I don't feel like it's premature. Again, I'm in support of the motion because for this to be formed, it shows the full backing of the commission. And I can understand commissioners' reservations who might feel it's premature because they haven't, you know, digested all of this just yet. But I would just encourage you, you know, I've been on our commission since 2022, I think. And this has been something that has been constantly said and constantly looked at. And I'm ready to move forward with it. So again, whether this passes or not, Commissioner Pana, I would love the opportunity to seek clarity with the county clerk alongside of you. Thank you so much.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So I sent a UIPA request asking for all the documentation that complied with HAR 3-177453 to the County of Maui. They sent a reply that they had none. They did not say that they were withholding information. They just said they don't keep the records. On top of that, Jennifer Hunt's testimony, and then on top of that, Scott Nago in his March 17th letter to the commission admitted that Maui had no records. And now we just acknowledged that they had no records in the pig report. We need to find out why they have no records. And that needs to be fixed. Everybody needs to have records. So I hope that we can vote for this pig. It's not premature. The evidence is out there. It's very clear they have no records. We need to find out the why to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Apana.
Chair, I'll be voting against the motion because I feel it's redundancy. We're going to take it up in 4D and I'll be supporting this. And at that point, I would like to tell Dylan that I had an opportunity to talk to the clerk and 3 former county clerks, and they're all willing to meet us. And I was going to let you know after 4D passes. Prior to that would be you'd have
That's
to go
awesome.
through. So just
That's
to let
awesome.
know
Thank you
what's
so
going on.
much.
Thank you. Other discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Please restate the motion.
Yes. The motion to form a pig to investigate why County of Maui has no chain of custody records.
Okay.
Okay. And roll call. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
I'm gonna do yes with reservations, only because we know why they don't have any, because they're not made to have any.
okay. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
So let's see, we're done with B. Now we're on C, Mr. Osterkamp's one. Any comments, criticisms, anything with Mr. Osterkamp's pig report?
I'd like to address that I had requested in the last meeting to have my name removed from the report.
Understood. Thank
And
you.
it has not yet been done, so. Is
Ralph?
that be done?
Yeah, on Mr. Osterkamp's copy, your name will be deleted. And he can resubmit that.
Thank you.
Yes, Ralph.
Just Chair, I have a question for the Deputy Attorney General.
What's the question?
So since more than 19,000 ballots were reported as received through the mail, yet no postage was.
Wait. That's you're getting into details that the AG can rule on laws.
I'm asking a question to the
specific.
AG regarding Mr. Osterkamp.
Don't say 19,000 though, because that's. But go ahead.
Since there were more than 19,000 ballots reported as received through the mail, yet no postage was paid to the federal government.
Point of order.
No
Chair,
USPS.
that is a
Excuse me,
false
Ralph,
statement
Ralph.
and it
exists
mischaracterizes
to
the
document
report.
their delivery.
It mischaracterizes the report. That is a false statement.
This is a point of order, Ralph. He supersedes you.
Mr.
So-
Chair,
So what rule, Jeffrey, what rule am I not following?
I don't know the name of the rule, but we all know he's mischaracterizing the report. We're discussing the report. And I object to attempts to mischaracterize it in the way that he's doing.
Yeah, I'm overruling your, it's all within the rules. Mr. Apana.
you promised us a Lua break after the last vote.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Ralph. I'm sorry. You unmute yourself. Could we unmute Ralph, please? Can somebody unmute Ralph, please? We need to listen to Ralph.
Just take a break.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back.
If I may, Mr. Curtis, for next testimony, I'd like to make sure that I don't break any rules, but I would like to.
Not now. Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, so in the report, it says that there was 19,000 ballots there was extensive discussion about the postal records not being
So
good.
what is your motion here?
It's a question for the AG. So I'm asking.
That's a question in the pigs, not for the AG. We'll move on to.
Chair, I have a question for the AG. I'd like to ask if 19,000
Specifically ask it, don't give us background stuff. What's your question?
If 19,000 ballots was received and postage was not paid, is there exposure for the counties and state? Is there liability under federal law for knowingly not paying postage on 19,000 ballots? Because we have no record.
We'll take a 10-minute break and let the AG respond to that when we return. We'll be back at 5 minutes to 3. 5 minutes to 1. I'm sorry. 12:50. Could you put a 10-minute timer on and we'll take a break?
Yes, we'll put the timer on.
Thank you. Hmm. Hmm. Um, Welcome back. Would ask for a roll call, please.
Yes, sure. Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Opana,
Here.
Commissioner Kishney,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas.
Here.
Okay. Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay.
I'm
still have quorum.
asking the AG for an opinion on a hypothetical. I think we should wait for the Big Island audit.
Chair, I have a motion to make still on this discussion item
Which discussion item are you talking about?
on C.
C, okay, 4C.
I move to ask the Deputy Attorney General that since more than 19,000 ballots were reported as received through the mail, yet no postage was paid to the federal government and no USPS business reply mail receipts exist to document their delivery, does knowingly certify those ballots without paying the required federal postage, expose the counties or the state to liability under federal law. This is a 40% discrepancy. That's my motion to ask the Attorney General this question.
It's based on information that's yet to be confirmed on the Big Island audit.
It's a motion, Chair.
You're using data. Yeah, I know. Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay.
We're just asking him for opinion, right? That's what the
Asking
motion.
your opinion on a hypothetical.
Well, no, based on the report.
We'll get the audit report that'll clarify the 19,000 that you guys keep springing on us.
But that's
There's
why
no
we're on item
19,000
C,
ballot
right?
differential.
Decisions on the pig report. I'm confused.
Yes,
me
Chair,
too.
I'd like to discuss this.
It's a motion on the floor to state the motion again?
I move
To ask the AG. Okay. Go ahead, Al.
Read the motion again.
No, go, just your support of it.
Okay, so in Jeffrey Osterkamp's report, he went into detail about the mail BRM receipts not being accurate. And we're being told that 19,000 ballots came in the mail and we don't have receipts. And that doesn't mean that we didn't receive the ballots through the mail. It just means that we didn't get receipts. That's what his report said. And so I want to know from the Attorney General, is there liability for knowingly not paying postage if we're accepting those ballots as being received through the mail? We haven't paid postage on that. So is there liability for the state or the county? And I'll read the motion again if we're not clear on that. But the question is, we're saying they came through the mail. We haven't paid postage. Is there liability for that? So I vote that I hope that everybody votes to just ask his opinion if that's an issue or not. Thank you.
Other discussion?
Yeah, Chair.
Yep.
At some point, there has to be some sort of accountability for the statements that we make as commissioners. We all know that what Mr. Kushney said is blatantly false. The report did not say that the county did not pay for ballots, did not pay for the envelopes. It says that nowhere in the report.
Other discussion?
There's no second.
There was, I think Dylan seconded it. Other
Someone-
discussion?
I'm sorry. Yes, I seconded it, but I just want to get clarity. We're talking about Commissioner Osterkamp's pig report, correct?
I'll
No.
read the motion again.
Yeah.
Since more than
Ralph will read the
19,000
motion again.
Since more than 19,000 ballots were reported as received through the mail, yet no postage was paid to the federal government and no USPS business reply mail receipts exist to document their delivery, Does knowingly certifying those ballots without paying the required federal postage expose the counties or the state to liability under federal law? It's over a 40% discrepancy. That's my question. I'm just saying, let's just ask this question to the AG and get his answer on this.
Of course, we're liable for unpaid bills. Actually, it's the county of Hawaii. They're the ones that
Are
contracted.
we allowed
with
to just ask
USPS.
him? Can we just ask the deputy AG like now? Or
Mr. Apana,
You know, you're asking me to support a motion if we liable for not paying a bill we never received. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not.
that's what
Did
we're
the
asking
state-
the AG.
Did the government
type
ever
it into
receive a
chat?
bill?
Well,
Did the government ever received a bill that they did not pay?
we're saying that we're
No.
being told that those ballots came through the post office.
Wait.
Can you answer my question
Mr. Apana,
clearly?
you have the floor.
Did the government, maybe state or county, not pay a bill that they have received? Because that's the question you're asking. Are we being the state or the county liable for not paying a bill we never received? Is that the question?
Yes, because we're claiming those envelopes came through the
Yeah.
mail. So we know, we're saying that they were delivered, but we know we didn't get a bill, so we're not paying the bill. Yes.
Thank you, Ralph. Any other discussion? Would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andreon?
Wait.
Wait,
Ms.
Commissioner Papalima
was
had her
muted.
hand raised.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, and I would go even a little bit further. Do we as commissioners with oversight have any fiduciary responsibility for this? I want to make sure we don't. And I get what Commissioner Apana is asking. It's just that we don't know. We don't know if there was a bill and they paid for it. And if they paid for it, then why are there no receipts for them at the county clerk level? And I do know that the Postal Service has permission to go into that account and take that money out. And we don't even know if they did that. So yeah, I'm in support of this. I want to ask the question.
So the motion is to ask the AG liability. Mr. Sabas.
Yeah, Commissioner Andrian had a suggestion earlier. Why don't we just ask the AG right now?
That's what I tried doing.
We have a deputy AG here, don't we?
The question is, are we liable for an unpaid bill? And if it's an unpaid bill, that's clear, we're liable. If we incurred that expense, but we didn't, it would have been the Big Island, and the Big Island audit will generate that.
Well, the motion is to ask the Attorney General. We've got a Deputy Attorney General here.
Okay,
you just
Mr.
ask him?
Ching, are we liable for an unpaid bill that we're not aware of?
Where is he?
I can't make an informed decision or guidance on, based on a hypothetical question, like on the spot. If the commission wants to move to ask for written guidance that be given later, I believe that's the motion that's on the floor, then that can be made and you guys can vote on that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Take a roll call.
Commissioner Andrion?
Aye.
Commissioner Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam? If you
You're
could
muted,
unmute.
Lindsay,
Commissioner
you're muted.
Cam?
Thumbs up or down?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Yeah, I want to know.
Commissioner Sabas?
Abstain.
Chair Curtis?
No.
The motion does not pass.
Okay. Now, moving on to Are we done with 4C, Mr.
No,
Ross?
Chair. I got another motion.
Okay,
Okay, I move to send a letter from the Elections Commission to the USPS Inspector General asking them how many ballots were delivered to the County of Hawaii during the 2024 general election, broken out by how many ballots were returned by voters versus how many simply were undeliverable or returned to sender.
is there a second?
Second.
So the motion was for a letter to the USPS to explain how many ballots were delivered on the Big Island.
Yes,
Is that
Chair, I have
correct?
discussion.
Go ahead.
So we're talking about this discrepancy, and we established in the last meeting that no one has reached out to the post office. I think we should be prudent and send a letter to the Postmaster General and find out what their story is. And is their mail records unreliable? What happened? Let's get the Postal Service story on this. We can't sit here and talk about this and not contact the post office. That's completely irresponsible on our part not to reach out to the post office to find out what's going on. Thank you.
Was there a second?
Mhm.
Lindsay, okay. Lindsay, what do you have to offer, Lindsay?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. And we've been, I guess, stonewalled by the post office up till now. Anyway, it seems like a simple, straightforward, fact-based question that they ought to be able to provide an answer for, and then that would maybe resolve things.
Other discussion? Yes, Mr. Apana.
You're muted.
You're muted. You're still muted.
Sorry.
There you go.
When I first came on the commission, this was the first one of the things you guys talked about in minutia. And I asked Commissioner Cushing, how did you get that number? And you told me I got it from the post office. And I said, okay. So you wanted to have an official record from the post office. So I supported you in asking them the numbers. Now we voted to have an auditor do this, but yet we're going to backdoor the auditor and try to get it ourselves. Is that what we're asking?
No, we're not. We're trying to ask what's happening with the post office, and we're being told we got to do all mail-in voting, and we don't know why can't we contact the post office to find out what's happening with the postal records? It's not a backdoor. This is our main vendor for providing election services. We should be able to talk to him and find out why they don't have invoices or receipts for the ballots delivered. So this is a simple ask. It's not a backdoor. We also want to know if the envelopes are there or not from the auditor. So two things concurrently to get questions answered for the public. Thank you.
I always thought we accepted the auditor so that it would be, they don't belong to any one side or the other, and they just would do an independent audit. And this is a question that they would ask and they would find out, and not so much us. We're trying to take ourselves out of this and just get the facts. I mean, that's what I thought the whole purpose of the audit was, to be neutral.
Well, this is a request for an audit.
Wait, no, wait. One at a time, please.
So I just a little bit
Can I read my motion again?
concerned about what we're trying to do.
Okay. The motion we made for the audit for the Big Island, the auditor can still say no. It's his prerogative. So if he says no, then it'll be a whole nother month for us to have to do this again, to go and ask directly to the post office. No one has done that. The pig report never went directly to the Inspector General post office. The John Hendricks says he doesn't have any more receipts. That's what his letter states. So this is just the commission going directly because we have oversight. And so this is the commission. It's a motion for the commission to just go ask, because in 3 weeks or 4 weeks, they could the auditor can say, no, we're not going to audit. So at least that gives us information that we don't have. And so that's why I support this, even though we are requesting an audit. This would only help. This would only help if the auditor comes or doesn't come, right?
Lindsay?
Yeah, also, if the state auditor does agree, you know, it could be months from now that he gets around to it, and this would be helpful information if we could say, you know, we got this from the post office, and that would just be in the bin of information that he would have to get going. So
Thank
I
you.
support this also.
Somewhere along the line, I got the idea that the county of Hawaii was the contractor with the USPS that had authority to ask for information regarding their account. I don't think the USPS is allowed to offer us information on Lindsay's account or on the Big Island's account. I think the Big Island has to do that. And I think the Big Island clerk would have to do that to supply the auditor the information the auditor needs. I think the Big Island clerk would be that one that has to ask the USPS for those records. I don't think we have commercial standing or any kind of relationship with the USPS that allows us authority to pull information regarding somebody else's account. That's what I got so far. Any other opinion? Ms. Papalimo, yes.
Can we ask Scott that? Because he was the one that said that even he wasn't on the account. Remember? And that's why he couldn't get information.
Yeah.
And I said, well, generally, you always have two on these types of accounts because they're mixed money, federal and state. And so who's the other people that are on there that could have made the request? Because Mr. Hendricks did not make the request, right? And so this is why we are trying to do this. So can Scott answer that question?
So what the chair said was correct. Only the person on the account can ask for that information, and the USPS will not give it out to somebody not on the account. And the County of Hawaii, it's their account, it's their business reply account. So only they could ask that question of the USPS.
And would that be only John Hendricks, or if it's a county account, could the mayor?
I'm not sure how their account is set up, but it's a County of Hawaii account. So the State of Hawaii Office of Elections could not ask because we are not an account. We're not part of that account.
So the audit would generate that information. Ralph, you had something?
Yeah, so how are we running an all mail-in voting system if we can't talk to the post office to find out delivery records? That's preposterous, and the public's watching this saying, how can you guys not talk to the post office? And in Scotty Anderson's letter, his supplemental letter to the legislature, he said we need to have the ballot tracking coordinated with the post office. So somebody's got to be doing this, and I can't believe, as oversight of the elections, we can't send a simple letter to the post office asking for what happened to the mail receipt. So I think we can send a letter. They can reply to it and say no, but I think we should send a letter. We should do something except for sitting on our hands and say we can't. Send a letter and let's just see what they respond. But we need to get some kind of an accountability going here. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sabas.
Yeah, like Mayor Apana said, we've only been on this commission for a couple of months, but you know, this issue has been going back and forth since then for a long time. And I agree, it's nothing, you know, I think I would vote for the motion. It wouldn't hurt to just ask. And they can respond saying, hey, you have no authority to ask us, it's the county, or they can ignore us or whatever, but at least it'll show from our side that this is an issue to this commission and we want a response. And if it happens to be where the state auditor will get more results than we would, then so be it. But I'll support the motion.
Other discussion? Yes, Lindsay.
I have a question about who would author the letter. Can Ralph write the letter?
I think the Office of Elections could write it because it's all we're asking for are some receipts.
No, I think it has to come from the commission. I think Ralph and the chair can put together a letter.
All we're gonna do is ask for what are we gonna ask for, Ralph?
We're gonna ask for the receipts for the mail postage that was delivered for the 2024 election.
Okay, I can do that. If this passes. Would ask for a roll call?
Okay.
Commissioner Andreon,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana,
No.
Commissioner Kushni,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimou,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay. So if you could send me the verbiage to ask for, Ralph, I'll put a letter together and send it to the U.S. Post Office. Who's that? The Attorney General? Not the
Postmaster General.
Inspector General.
Inspector General. Okay.
Yeah, I have one more motion to make on C.
Okay.
Okay, I move that the Elections Commission formally direct the Chief Elections Officer to produce the full ballot tracking logs from Hart InterCivic for all counties for the 2024 general election before the next meeting.
Say that again?
Yeah.
I move that the Elections Commission formally direct the Chief Elections Officer to produce the full ballot tracking logs from Hart InterCivic for all counties during the 24 general election before the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
The ballot tracks records every USPS scan, every transfer, and every acceptance timestamp. And right now, counties have no HAR 3-177453 logs. We are told the USPS doesn't track ballot deliveries, and SVRS numbers don't match physical envelopes. We cannot verify NAGO's numbers without an independent system, and ballot tracks might be that system. So they advertise ballot tracks as being able to track your ballot when it's sent to the voter, when it's in the voter's post office, when it's received by the post office, and when it's counted at the signature verification. So all those steps along the way, ballot tracks has all those records, and this would help us reconcile what's going on. And we have received no records for chain of custody from any counties that comply with the law. And this ballot track records would be a great start. They are contracted with Hart InterCivic. So we would ask Mr. Nago to get with Hart InterCivic to get these records so we can see how many ballots they actually logged going through the mail system.
That was second. Other discussion? Yes, Mr. Opana, you're muted. Timo, you're muted. There you go.
Could I have Mr. Nago on?
Mr. Nago,
Are
what's
you
your
on?
question?
I have no idea what he's asking. Is this something you guys capable of doing?
Yeah, so this is not okay, so we do have a system called Ballot Tracks where voters can sign up to have their ballot tracked. They would get alerts as to when their ballot is being mailed to them and when it, after voting, having it back, sending it back, and when it's received and processed for counting. I'm not sure if we can provide everything for every voter or for just the voters that signed up for ballot tracks. So I don't want to say anything.
Question, if I did not sign up for ballot track, you have no ways of tracking my ballot.
There's
what you're saying? I mean, through this company.
Through this company I'm not sure. I don't believe we do, but I'm not positive.
So even if you got a number, it might not be the full number of people returning their ballots.
Correct. If you use the ballot track system.
Yes, I understand what you're saying now. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other discussion? Ralph?
Yes, we're just simply trying to get information, and for us to figure out ways of why we can't do something, let's figure out ways that we can get information and get accountability to the voters. And this would be a simple method. Let's write a letter and let's get these answers, and let's get formal statements from people. But we got to have some kind of accountability. Ballot Tracks is advertised as a way to track your ballot as it's traveling through the system. They're going to have those records.
Yeah, I think when you sign up for Ballot Tracks, it's not to track your record, it's to be notified. So I believe they track everything, but they only notify the people that sign up.
Exactly.
Other discussion? Call a roll call, please.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No?
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
No.
Motion passes.
So item number 4D is to form a PIG to work with the county clerks regarding chain of custody and daily reports. Is there a
Sure.
motion to form a PIG? Lindsay?
Before we jump into that, we talked originally about a multi-pronged approach to trying to get the audit to happen, and we passed the motion about sending a request to the auditor. But there were a couple of other ideas that that we didn't discuss yet, and I just don't want them to disappear. One was to ask the governor to review all of this, and the other was to find a sponsor in the legislature. I don't know if a motion is required to find a sponsor, because we already voted that we wanted to ask the legislature. Now we learned from Speaker Nakamura that we need to have a sponsor. Anybody want to volunteer to find a sponsor?
What I'd like to suggest is that we ask both Nadine and Ron Kochi if they would, as requested, sponsor a bill to fund an auditor. We could ask them to do it as a friendly request. Not that they're supporting it or anything, but they can put it on the agenda for the ledge. Mr. Sabas, do you have any ideas on that one?
I believe Representative Shimizu, is still on the line, and he's been very actively involved in our discussions. I'd like to hear from him if possible, Mr. Chairman. I would think that he could be a likely one of the sponsors, at least from the House side. But if Representative Shimizu is on, is it okay that we hear from him?
Yes, please, Mr. Representative Shimizu. Will you sponsor us?
Yeah, sure. As I've tracked this issue, it seems like there's a lack of clarity on some of the procedures, and even in meeting with Speaker just this week, asking about the Elections Commission and where do I get questions answered. There is a lack of clarity, but specifically as far as sponsoring a legislation requesting the auditor to engage your motion, I would be happy to do that. Just to clarify, we in the House have a 10 bill limit for this session upcoming. I have been working on bills, and I'm not sure where my limit is, but I would definitely want to make room for supporting the actions and desires of this commission. I would welcome any help or direction on the efficiency of this request. You know, as you may or may not know, and I'm learning as a freshman legislator, there's a lot of politics that goes involved in submitting and introducing a bill and getting it heard and moving it forward. You know, there's a lot of effort that's put into a bill to effectually not only introduce it, but get it passed so that the governor signs it and it becomes you know, law to make it imperative to work upon. So all that being said, yes, I would be happy to participate in this. So thank you for inviting me.
Mr. Sabas.
If I may also add, Representative Shimizu, if you would be willing to also find someone to support it on the Senate side, so we could have a companion bill or resol or whatever it is you are able to come up with.
I would yeah, sure. I will do that.
Okay.
I will try to see if there's a Senate participant.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Senate Chair and Nadine could both co-sponsor a bill, or at least to get it floated, if nothing else. Ralph.
Yes, Mr. Sabas, is that something you could help Garner with, and perhaps get other legislators on board with this? I believe this should be a concurrent thing because this may or may not pass. But if you can get support from other legislators, I think that would be helpful.
I'm open to working with the representative and anyone else. Sure.
Okay. Yes, Lindsay.
Chair, you mentioned again Senate President Kochi, and I mean, of course, that would be great. Would you be able to contact him?
I can send a letter. Yep, I'll send a letter asking him to co-sponsor this with Shimizu.
Okay. But you know, I was so puzzled by what Nadine said, that we don't do this via letter. The legislature does not initiate audits directly by letter or correspondence. That's a quote from her recent letter to us. So how are you supposed to contact them or make a request if not via a letter?
Well, initiating an act and proposing an act is what we're suggesting now rather than a letter. At Mr. Shimizu sponsoring it, and Mr. Sabas, you know better than me.
I think what the speaker has responded to our letter. What she's done is just provide us some guidelines on how it works at the legislature. One of which is to get a sponsor, like we just have, you know, with the Representative Shimizu, or to go directly to the state auditor. So I think she responded, you know, appropriately to our letter, and she laid out some guidelines. Yeah.
Chair, I thought that's what we were asking her and Senate President Kochi. I thought we were asking them, you were asking them, you know, would you pick this up and carry it? And I don't know how you're supposed to do that if you don't send them a letter.
Yeah.
Knock on their door. They want you to walk in their office. They do.
Yeah.
They want it to come from somebody who has clout and pull.
And who they know. Okay. So Mr. Shimizu, and I'll write both Nadine and Ron and see what they have to say to support Mr. Shimizu. And Mr. Shimizu, if you could let me know what's up, I can help coordinate with you.
Well, this is, I have just a lot of points of information here, because this letter was sent back to the commission, yet I've never seen it. I didn't see it sent out.
It's on the website.
It's on the website, but it wasn't sent to us individually. Okay. So I now need to check the website daily to see if there's new stuff. I did not know that. One of the people who has spoken earlier had mentioned a list that she had that we have apparently. And you had mentioned that you folks were working with some legislatures or for some ledge items, and this woman had a list. I'm not familiar with that list. Is that a list that who's working on this list for the legislature?
I don't know. I think she had her political ideas too.
But
I haven't seen anything. I think she had her own list. I think she was a representative of an organization that has their own list of priorities. I haven't seen any list.
Why it's so important that we're able to ask them questions when they testify, because now we're so many people out and we're so far away that we don't know, because she said we, and then you mentioned it was for legislative stuff. So I thought maybe the two of you knew what was on this list.
Yeah, no idea. I think that's her personal agenda.
Okay. It really is important to sometimes be able to question these people immediately, so that we have a clearer idea of what they're talking about. Especially when it pertains to the Elections Commission. It's a question I think I would have liked an answer to at the time.
Yeah. Lindsay, you had something?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you to Representative Shimizu and to Mr. Sabas and to you for going ahead and seeing if we can get some help from the legislature. The other idea was to write a letter or write a report to the governor. I don't know if there's an interest in doing that sort of all, simultaneously.
Yes, I think we should.
Okay.
So,
Well,
is there
I
a
could
motion
make
on
a
the floor?
motion. Okay, I'll make a motion. I move that the Elections Commission transmit a formal report to the governor, including the findings of the permitted action groups, the commission's October 1 audit motion, the chair's letter to the legislature, and Speaker Nakamura's deferral. The report will include a request for an executive branch review of ballot accountability and assistance in securing full compliance with election laws.
Second.
Discussion.
Chair.
Yes, Dylan.
Don't know if I'm in favor of the motion in principle because we need everyone, including our leadership, to have eyes on this. But I'm conflicted because I don't feel like it'd be, what's the word? Fruitful. I don't think it'll be productive. I think we have multiple audits in play and reviews in play that I think will be fruitful. And, if there is, allegedly, if there is a system of voting that's keeping a certain political party at an advantage or what have you, I think the outside approach of having audits that take place on the outside and reviews that take place on the outside is the way to go. So I'd love to hear more discussion from everyone, but as of right now, I don't know that I would vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sabas.
Yeah, I would agree again with Commissioner Andrian, and for lack of a better word, I would use the word premature again. I think, if we can get the audit done, we'll probably have some additional answers to the questions we have before we go upstairs to the governor. So I would vote against the motion.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Yeah, I just don't feel that I will not be voting for that. I just don't feel that that is productive for us right now.
Okay. Other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think I don't think anything will happen from it, but I think it needs to be formally, I think we should formally send the reports to the governor, so he's been notified officially that we have some issues.
Can I clarify, is the motion just to submit this all to the governor or for him to act upon it? Are we just, you're just saying we submit it to the governor's office so he has all of that? Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah, the motion asks them to conduct a review.
No. See. Yeah.
Yeah, see, so if the governor does conduct a review, and again, this is where I want to, we're talking about transparency, right? And having things that are impartial. For me, if we do that and empower the governor to take an audit or, you know, review in his own hands, you know, for me, I don't personally know that I would. All I'm saying is I don't think this is the right time to do something like this. Again, in principle, yes, I would vote for this to be submitted to the governor, but I don't think he needs to act upon it at this time if we as a commission are taking steps for accountability first. I think that happens at this level. My brain's so mushy already, guys, but I hope I communicated what's kind of going on in my head.
There other discussion?
I understand what you're saying, and yeah, I think this is our job to do, not anybody else's job to do. I'm not a fan of asking everybody else to weigh in or to do something until we know what needs to be done. And no offense about working with the legislature, but this commission voted to break the law. And so we are not ones to speak. We already know the law is not being followed in chain of custody, in oversight of the election. We know that. We have too many facts showing that they're not following the law.
Okay, the motion is to send this to the governor.
Right. And so this is what I'm saying. I just don't know. I think we're wasting a lot of air and brain time on something that's not going to make a difference.
Okay. Dylan, you had something?
It just slipped my mind. I'm ready for the vote.
Okay. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrion,
No.
you said no?
You said no.
Okay, thank you.
I said no.
Commissioner Apana,
You're muted, Emo.
How about now?
You're good now.
No.
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
You're muted, Jeff. Jeffrey, you're
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Here, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
Quick. I just wanted to say, you know, it doesn't also mean that the public can't ask their representative and their senator to make sure that this gets into the governor's hands so that he is visible. He does see all this. I mean, we're in a lot of articles, guys. I'm sure he has some noise about this. And I look forward to the time where all leadership is brought into accountability for what's taking place in our elections. That's it.
Thank you. With no objection, we'll move to 4D. Would entertain a motion to form a permitted interaction group to work with the county clerks regarding chain of custody and daily reports.
So moved.
So who did that?
Commissioner Andrion.
Andrion moved, and is there a second?
I'm going to second just for discussion.
Okay, Ms. Papalimo, thank you.
I have some concerns about.
Wait, let's have Dylan start. He made the motion.
Okay, you go, Dylan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Papalimu. And I would always defer to ladies first, but as we move on, I'll just say really quickly, I think we discussed this earlier and we were already all in favor. We were just waiting for this to be brought up as item D. I do want to clarify, you know, and this, unless this needs to be an amendment to the motion, that this does include figuring out, you know, what's taking, part of the investigation would be to look at what's taking place in the past and why those chain of custody documentations weren't followed properly.
So what's that do to your motion? What is your motion? Could you reread the motion, please, as the secretary understood it?
Yes, it's the formation of a permitted interaction group to work with the county clerks regarding chain of custody and daily reports.
So that's kind of open-ended. Is there anything
I'm okay with that.
specifically
I
you want
just
to accomplish?
stating out loud that because of Commissioner Cam's statement earlier, she wanted clarification. She thought it was just looking at how to develop efficiencies moving forward. For me, when I make this statement, I'm saying yes, that, but also what happened here and why wasn't it followed properly?
So two parts of this. One's to perform a PIG, and the other one's why and the limitations and the specific scope of the PIG. You can define the limit and scope the way you're trying to do now, or we could start with a PIG and then define it and populate it. What's the commission's feeling on that one? Ralph?
Yeah, so with chain of custody and what a big discussion is, most people that I talk to, I would say 99.9% of people think the chain of custody begins when the ballots are picked up from drop boxes and from the post office. And there's an exclusive thing on the Office of Elections website that specifically says, how do we know elections officials don't throw away our ballots? And basically it says that we count them daily and we reconcile those numbers daily. So when somebody goes to a drop box and say a van from the county and picks up ballots, what people are concerned about is when they drive off, they're not tailing that van. They want to know how many ballots were in that van when it left. And that gives us the assurance that no ballots were put in or taken out of that van when it got to its next point of destination. So chain of custody in the criminal world is the handling of evidence. So the evidence is the ballots, and the handling of the ballots is the evidence of the election. So we need to define when chain of custody begins with this, because everybody has a little different theory of when it begins. The Office of Elections says it begins when it's signature verified, but there can be up to an 8-day lag before a ballot's signature verified. So we would have no way of knowing if a ballot was added or subtracted, or a whole bunch were, like 19,000. So this is what we need to define as far as what does chain of custody mean and what are those procedures? Thank you.
Discussion. Lindsay?
Yeah, I think we know why there are inconsistencies in how they come about, and it's because the elections officials, both at the county and the state, believe that electronic records are sufficient. And the problem with that is that nobody can see them except them. And and we don't find out anything until we get a summary report after the election. So if an independent body, us or anybody, would be able to verify what the electronic records are, there has to be some kind of paper documentation. And it's easily done, but they have come to believe that it's not necessary because they have access to their records and they think it's just fine. And so they don't bother to keep those paper records, or if they do, they don't share them with anybody, whether those records are receipts or daily counts or whatever they are. There's nothing for us to see. And we know that that's why things don't add up. And so in order for us to do our duty and review the operations, we have to ask the county clerks to keep paper records that they will share with us. And it's not getting in the way of anybody's privacy or anything like that. It's just daily counts of things and receipts for envelopes. We need that granular data to verify the published election reports. So I'm hoping that that would be a part of what this PIG would do.
No. Yeah, so basically what we're saying is the number of ballots that were collected minus the number of ballots that did not pass signature verification equals the number of ballots that are transferred to the state counting center. And from there, envelopes can be still removed, or ballots can be removed if there is no ballots in the envelope can be removed from circulation. If there are more than one ballot, that can be removed. And if it's the wrong ballot, it can be removed. So we need accounting for all of those things, including the transfer of the ballots from the county to the state. And all of those added up, basically we're giving a statement at the end of the election saying, here's the results. We need the balance sheet. How many in, how many out should equal the statement. And that's what we're asking for. All the stages of ballot handling, we need to have documentation. Otherwise, we can't do mail-in voting because it's too hard. And if we can't follow these laws, we need to make sure these laws are in place and followed. The laws are in place, they're not being followed.
And see, this is why I have a problem with this PIG. The law is already there. The Office of Elections is not following the law. And now we're going to go in and we're going to rewrite the SOP on how to do this. We're going to do the forms so that everybody throughout the state is doing the same form. That's not our job. That's the CEO's job. And now we're going to do his job. Then why do we need him? And if he's not already doing that, and there aren't forms, and he's not making sure that they're doing this, then why is he there? This is where I get frustrated. See? And I love everybody wants to go do this work for the PIG, but we already know the laws are being broken. We already know there aren't forms. We already know that he does not require consistency. He said that. He said, I allow the counties to do their own thing, which is why we have this problem. And so I don't want to do his job. I'm not getting paid to do his job. I'm a volunteer. Yeah. And then there's no accountability. We are not holding them accountable for following the law and doing the job you're being paid for. Okay. And so this is where I'm telling you, this is where 90% of the frustration comes from your voters, is because they know the law is being broken. They know there's no verification. They know there's no paper trail. They know they can't see anything. And that's the frustration. That's where the transparency has disappeared. Yeah. And this all comes, and this is why when we say, or when I vote for paper voting, it's because of the difference between universal ballots and absentee ballots. Yeah. Absentee ballots are verified. You have to request them. You have to show who you are. And universal aren't. It just goes out to everybody on the list, right? And we don't even get to see the list. We don't, because it's all automated, right? It's all in a computer that we have no access to, like accounts that we have no access to oversee, but yet we're given oversight. So, and I don't know how many requests we have made of our CEO, and he was very clear in a legislative forum that everything we do and say to him is a request that he does not have to follow. And we've already done this before. This happened during the Eric route, right? When the commission voted against Eric and he still went to the legislature and got funding for it. And this is what worries me when somebody says that this isn't stuff that they're working with the legislature, and I have no exposure to it. I have not been, nothing has been shared with commissioners about that, right? So this is my about this pig. I don't know what it's going to solve. I don't know what it's going to see that we haven't already seen. And it's frustrating.
Thank you. Forming the pig, are we going to form this open-ended pig, or we could form the pig and then define the limits and the purpose of it, or we should probably do that before we establish the pig, if we're going to establish the pig. What's the purpose of the pig? What kind of outcomes do you looking for? And what do you want to do with it?
Chain of custody at all points of ballot handling and transportation.
Of ballot handling, okay.
And transportation.
So, we're discussing membership of the pig as well. I would like to have Jennifer Hunt be a part of that pig, if possible, if she's willing.
They do that.
I believe so, because last time we were forming pigs, the council was that we could have people outside of the commission be a part of the permitted interaction group.
Correct. That is true.
And Commissioner Kahiolani, if it would help make a decision for you, you know, I hear what you're saying, and I would hate to waste time in a permitted interaction group and produce no fruitful results, but maybe you're the best person to be a part of a group like that so that there is pointed results at the end. And I understand you were not exactly in the loop with your last pig, and this might be a great opportunity for you to put energy into a pig that will actually yield some results. I think
that is not nice.
Sorry. In any case, I don't know what we're doing here. If we need to define it, for me, it's looking at chain of custody documentation, making sure that's implemented, holding our chief election officer accountable to what the law states, and that he should be prescribing those forms, and having that from every one of our county clerks.
And do we have forms? Are those forms already there and we're just not using them, or?
Right. So it's not just looking at, you know, how we advise the chief election officer as far as moving forward, and maybe it is prescribing a form that he should be using, but also looking at, you know, this past election and going, why were the counties not producing the documentation, keeping the logs like they should have? Why did that take place?
Right. Because they are also beholden to the law for elections. So.
Yes, Lindsay.
For me, this is, you know, we've done a lot of, I'll just finish up. To me, we've done a lot of investigation, and I know in the name it's a permitted interaction group. I'm approaching this more as also accountability and finding solutions forward. And so I'll still be in favor of forming this pig.
Other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So Scotty Anderson summed up really succinctly what we need to form this pig on. And he wrote a letter and he said, we need to have two things. One, verifiable chain of custody of ballots at every stage of transportation and handling, and ensure ballot tracking is in place for the 2022 election in coordination with the United States Postal Service. So this letter was written February 10th, 2021, and that captures what needs to be done. It still hasn't been done. But this is very succinct and would be a good mission for this group to get in place.
Would be a good direction for the pig. Okay.
Yes.
Other discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph, or I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
That may be the first time anybody's confused the two of us.
It won't happen again. Well, I don't know.
I would suggest that if there were a pig of this sort, that Commissioners Pana and Sabas would be the best people to be on it, given their experience and I think demonstrate ability to get things done. I apologize to both of them for volunteering. I do think that they would be particularly effective in roles of that sort if there were such a pig.
Back to the pig. You guys want a pig to work with the county relating to chain of custody and daily reports?
Yes, Chair. So could we add in the language of Scotty Anderson's letter?
We could use that letter to advise the direction of the pig if it's formed. Yes.
Okay.
Ready for the vote?
Yes, Mr. Sabas. You're muted.
Okay. You know, what led to this point in farming a pig was, I think, my comments that, you know, I wanted to familiarize myself more with what's going on at the county levels and at all levels, because being new, you know, I'm not aware of all the things that's happening, what has happened in the past, and what needs to be done going forward so that, you know, we do it right. And so, you know, my intentions haven't changed. I still think that, you know, this is a small town and we need to build relationships. And right now, you know, this commission is so far removed from the locals, the local counties, I think. And I think what Mayor Pana has done already, you know, in talking story with his people on Maui, is the kinds of bridges we need to form on all the islands and all the counties. And so, you know, my motivation is to build those kinds of relationships so that we understand better, you know, how it works and what we can do to make it better. And you know, to appease, you know, much of the mistrust that's out there by the public. They too don't understand what's going on, and you know, and we need to do a better job of keeping them informed. But it starts with us, you know, getting out there, getting out in the field, and knowing how it works. Yeah, I had the good fortune of visiting the state elections office a few weeks ago, and Scott Nago was very gracious in sharing with me, you know, what his functions are and introducing me to some of his staff. But it's that kind of experience I think we all need, you know, to make it, you know, a place where, you know, we all know that this is what we're here for and we want to make it work well. So, you know, I'm willing to serve on this pig, and I welcome, you know, the suggestion that someone outside of this commission also be a part of it. I think the more eyes and the more, you know, informed, you know, contributions we have will only help us. So, yeah, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Other discussion.
Yeah, Chair, one other suggestion. Perhaps if we're looking at somebody from outside the commission, we could ask Junior Nakoa to be a part of it. I don't know if he's online right now, but he also strikes me as somebody who has a fair amount of knowledge and may be able to ask some probing questions.
Other discussion. Ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrew, oh, sorry, Commissioner Cam, you had a question or
I'm
discussion?
sorry. Lindsay, you're muted.
I was wondering if Mr. Apana had anything to say. Seems like your name was floated. Are you willing?
Yeah, of course. I started laying the groundwork a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it limited to 3, Chair? 3 people
commissioners.
altogether? Oh,
3 commissioners, I think.
So Jen could be.
We can have up to 4 commissioners, but we can't have a quorum. So that way we can have four commissioners. I would suggest maybe 2 commissioners and then this Miss Hunt, if Mr. Apana and Mr. Sabas would accommodate her.
Wait, are we doing one for each island or just the county
No,
of
no.
Maui?
This is
No,
the whole state. Of
The
talking to,
whole state.
working with the 4 clerks.
Then how do we get to these 4 counties?
A Zoom call.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Sabas?
Yeah, and I would like to also ask, Scott, I think it's critical because he knows who these people are in the different counties, I'd like to know, what role he could play, and I'm hoping that he could be, very critical in arranging these discussions with the different county clerks. Me personally, I'd like to get out there physically and meet them personally if I could.
Mm-hmm. Dylan, you had something? You're muted.
Yeah, I was going to save this for when we're actually, I know we're voting just to form the PIG, and then we're going to define members and scope. But just to clarify for everyone, it doesn't mean that the PIG can't consult with people outside of the PIG.
Oh, that's right.
It's just we can't exchange notes with them. They cannot be involved with the investigation. But if we had someone from the outside like Jen, who's specifically assigned to the PIG, she could be in the know of what we have been finding, be a part of the discussion, things like that. So I'm just saying this because it sounds like we're naming more than the 4 members, and we can form a PIG and still, consult with a Scotty or consult with a Jen or consult with a whoever, depending on how that PIG is actually formed.
Yeah, that's for the purpose of gathering information. Yes.
Right.
Other discussion, Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So how do we include this letter into the direction, Scotty Anderson's letter?
We referred to it. If we form the PIG, we'll refer that letter to the PIG, which you've already read. And then almost all of us agree, consistent with your suggestion.
Okay, thanks.
Other discussion? As for a roll call to form the PIG,
Yes, Chair.
to work with the county clerks regarding chain of custody and daily reports.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Sabas,
Aye.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay. Again, I would ask Mr. Apana and Mr. Sabas and Jen Hunt
And Dylan.
be members of this PIG. We got Maui represented already. Dylan, did you want to be on? You wanted to be on that, Dylan?
I think it might make sense because I know Commissioner Apana and I already have plans to visit with the county clerk here together.
Okay, then Mr.
So it
Andrian.
might be cleaner if I'm a part of the PIG to avoid any kind of,
Yeah, okay.
I agree with you.
Okay, Apana, Andrian, and Sabas. And if you wanted to invite Jen Hunt to participate, you're welcome to.
She's on the call right now.
Yes.
Maybe we could get an affirmative answer from her, if that's okay.
Well, it's up to the PIG. If 2 out of 3, if you guys all want her, maybe, but you might want to read her letter to make sure you want her. So PIG's formed and got Apana, Sabas, and Andrian on it. And at your invitation, if the 3 members of the commission want to invite Jen Hunt to be a member also, I would not oppose it and would think the input would be valuable to the PIG.
Thank you, Chair. I agree.
Okay. We can go on to item 5.
Chair, I have another motion, please.
Regarding 4D.
Yes.
What's your motion?
I move to remove Scott Nago.
He's not a member of the PIG.
No, I'm saying on this motion that everybody's frustrated that Scott Nago hasn't done his job. and I'm making a motion to relieve him of his duties. So I
That's
move-
not a part of the agenda. We can put it on next month's agenda, but that's a
It is a-
major item that we will not add to this agenda.
we don't need a motion. We don't need it to be agendized. It's a motion on the
We
agenda.
certainly do. It's a major act that we can discuss at the next meeting, but we won't discuss at this meeting.
Scott
It's a major
Nago said
change.
it will
It's a
employee.
major change of the agenda that we're not going there. We can do it at the next meeting.
Would you
and
put
ask
that on
them
the
to stop.
next agenda? So I'd like this for the minutes to put this on the agenda for next meeting to discuss this, because as Kahialani Papalima just mentioned, this letter that Scotty Anderson sent out was in 2021 and nothing has happened.
We'll let the pig bring that back to us. That's not part of the agenda today. The agenda today is item 5.
The agenda today was to look at the pig reports and and the pig reports are stating that the law is not being followed and that these things are occurring under his management. It's very much part of this agenda. The pig findings, all 3 of them, including Peter Young's, have held that the CEO, our chief elections officer, has not done his job.
Then we'll discuss it at the next meeting.
Why would we discuss
Right now, we're on item 5.
when
There's a
it is
suit filed in
on-
U.S. District Court, District of Hawaii. Berniger
Scott Nago
versus
is an
Nago.
actual employee. We can do
This
this anytime.
point of
Actually, it's the agenda. We cannot add major items to the
We're not
agenda.
adding to
We
the-
have to give a 6
we are
day
making
notice.
a motion.
No, you're overruled. We're
Based-
on item 5 on the agenda. We're not adding that agenda item today.
Appeal the
I'm going to challenge the ruling of the chair, which requires a vote.
I second. Appeal the ruling of the chair.
That requires a vote.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, Chair.
It may be according to Robert's Rules of Order, but not according to the laws or the Sunshine Law,
laws-
which I'm trying to comply to. We can't add major items to the agenda
We're not
without
adding
public notice.
to it.
We're not doing that. Item 5
Making a motion.
Yes.
Dylan wants to be recognized.
on item 5. Item 5, do you have something on item 5, Dylan?
No, this is on item 4B.
Sorry, we're done with that. And Scott Nago's question is not on the agenda today. We can bring it up next agenda.
It's in every single
Because
page.
it's a major item. We won't do that according to Sunshine Law. Right now, item 5. We have a suit filed against us that the Attorney General asked that we go into executive session to discuss. I need 6 members to go into executive session.
Hi, Chair.
to
Sorry,
discuss
before.
this.
Hi.
Yes,
Chair,
Dylan.
can you hear me? Chair, this is Jordan.
Jordan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, so first, because we're moving on to a different agenda item, I just wanted to check to see if there's public comment. Because it's an agenda item, so we would need to solicit public comment on the matter.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open item 5 to public
Can I say something
testimony.
real quick?
I have a question before we
Testimony.
start.
Sorry, Ralph, you already wasted your time. We'll take testimony now on item 5.
Can I say something real quick before we go to public testimony, Chair?
If you can be quicker than Ralph. Ralph, you be quick. What you got?
Well, I would like to know who asserted attorney-client privilege on this. We haven't voted to assert attorney-client privilege, and this
That's right. And we were
discussion was
asking to get into executive session to
No,
discuss.
it's not an executive session question. It's who asserted attorney-client privilege. If the commission didn't vote to assert it, who did? And who authorized this to be shared with the Office of Elections? This was shared out to the Office of Elections. So who are we protecting? We're protecting the Attorney General from the public because the Attorney General doesn't want the public to know what he's telling the commission. That's all this is about.
Thank you. Dylan.
I was just simply going to say that I would be opposed to the executive session. I feel like this needs to be shared in public, especially because I read the opinion. I don't think there's anything in there that the public shouldn't know.
So, okay, just to clarify, what's on the agenda today, I believe, is the lawsuit that Mr. Bernegger has taken is filed against, amongst other things, the chair of the commission. I put it on the agenda because I wanted the commission to be aware that since the last meeting, Mr. Bernegger has filed a lawsuit against, amongst other parties, the chair of the commission. He's also named Scott Nago, and the various counties. All of this is relating to his complaint that was filed with this commission. I wanted to make the commission aware of this lawsuit. If they have questions, we can go into executive session. But that was the extent of what I wanted to share with the commission at this time. And that is our office is preparing a response to this complaint. Again, if there's questions about it, we can go into executive session, but I would just note that any discussion on this would, have to do with ongoing active litigation that shouldn't be conducted in an open forum and is subject to attorney-client privilege. So that's
So who asserted the privilege?
There's no privilege being asserted at this point, and for purposes of this meeting, this agenda item is being brought to bring the commission's attention to this suit. If there's questions, then again about the suit, we can move to go into executive session to discuss that. And the basis to go into the executive session is attorney-client privilege.
Who asserted the privilege?
I'm not sure I understand your question. As I said, there's no attorney-client privilege being asserted at this point. Again, the point of this being placed on the agenda is to bring this to the commission's attention. That's what is happening. If
So in other words, we don't have
discuss,
questions. We don't have to go into executive
exactly.
session.
Yes. So
it
if
does
you guys
not
want to,
commissioners, it only names the chair.
that is correct.
Oh, then I got no.
And is the chair in his official capacity as chair of the Elections Commission is one of the parties. Again, and I'll just advise again, that's all I'll state for purposes of our open session. Because this is placed on the agenda, it is subject to public comment. So at this point, it might be appropriate to solicit that.
Okay, let's do public comment. First,
I have a question before you go to public comment.
Sorry, afterwards. Public comment.
The first testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Keone Payton.
Aloha, and thank you guys for hearing me today. I'm Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii, and I'm extremely concerned because in this meeting, I saw violations of the law based on Chair Curtis's behavior, silencing people based on their viewpoint and on non-content neutral restrictions. When I had a question about those rules before I spoke, the chair, of course, did not want to answer that. And I'm curious now if there's a rule that can be cited which justifies bypassing the First Amendment of the US Constitution. Because when people come here to redress grievances, they have a right to criticize their publicly elected officials and the employees that they hire. That is not a personal disparagement rule that can be enforced on the public without a compelling government interest that would allow for that restriction to take place. So I object to this. I want to bring up the conflicts of interest that attend the people in this commission who are working to oppose transparency. I think it's entirely appropriate to criticize not only Chair Curtis, but all of the people who are playing these ridiculous games. The public does see it. I will be running candidates against every member of the Hawaii legislature and every elected politician that wants to maintain this. And I invite anybody who is dissatisfied with this. We have easy ballot access. We have the ability to field candidates. And this is a single issue that I think is really important. And so if you want to find out another way to voice some dissatisfaction with this, I think it's important to note that most of the politicians who are elected may have benefited from this. And while I don't imagine that everyone in government is completely compromised, it is completely reasonable to think that a conflict of interest would exist. Like sending this to the governor's office is absurd. That would be one of the races that would be most important to rig and most likely to be affected. It's ridiculous to ask the number one suspects of the crime, like Scott Nago, to be the ones guarding the hen house. This suit is something that you guys should take seriously. It's a failure for you to hold the chair accountable. The attorney generals are also needing to be held accountable. You guys can overrule the chair. Someone else can take the vote. The Sunshine Law does not allow the chair to completely overrule the entire committee at all at any juncture. And they're going to try to play head games with you. But I think it's really important, and I really appreciate the commissioners with the courage to stand up to this. I know it's ridiculous, but hang in there. We will remove the politicians who are enabling this fraud. We're going to work hard to do it. I will work with any legislator. I will work with any representative. And let's get it done. There's something that I think every Hawaiian will agree on, and it's just basic decency. Don't lie to the people. Don't cheat our elections. Don't cover up the evidence. There are ballots missing from Big Island, or rather unaccounted for. And calling that 19,000 number something you can't address, something that you can't talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Commissioners from talking to people while you argue with them, Mr. Chair. It really is.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, me again. Okay, so yeah, and I wanted to also address, because I heard Osterkamp just say he wanted to appoint Apana and Sabas again, which would not give us a real pig. It's not going to happen. You have two people that always vote no, therefore they are biased already. Also, Sabas, man. Your roles in these
this agenda item's the suit, the district court.
You're gonna this is my time. You're gonna let me speak.
On the agenda item.
Okay, so on the agenda item on page 17 and 23, you changed the minutes of my testimony. You guys are interpreting my testimony and rewriting. I want it put back verbatim for what I said. Not I'm a conspiracy theorist, none of that stuff. Put it back verbatim what I said. Sabas, you have legal and ethical responsibilities.
Wait. He's not on the agenda.
But
This
it's
agenda
ethical
item's a
responsibility.
district court.
He's connected to Carl Smith and Ball, which Carl Smith and Ball, he's going to prioritize things that benefit him and his company. So we think he should recuse himself or just step down from this election commission. Like he said, he's not getting paid. We also know he's a lobbyist. So what he does is he organizes these things,
this
but
is
there's something
disparaging
in
an individual.
It's
You're
not
talking about
disparaging.
the issue.
No, it's not. It's factual. And
This
I'm
is an
talking about the
agenda
issue.
item.
And this is my minutes. I'm claiming my minutes. You
On
need
the
to respect
agenda,
my minutes.
you're allowed to
This is part
talk.
of the
You're
agenda.
allowed to testify
This is part of the
on the
agenda.
agenda
You're not
item.
allowed to talk while I'm talking.
You're allowed to talk
Pipe
if you talk
down.
about the
Pipe
agenda
down.
item.
Pipe down. Stay in your place. You work for me.
If you talk to
All
the
right?
agenda item, you can continue.
This is the
Otherwise,
agenda
I'm going to
item.
mute you.
This is the agenda item. So language that you don't like, you don't get to mute language just because you don't like it. This is not about feelings. This is about facts. All right? Chair Curtis, stay in your lane. All
I
right?
am. This is
Stay
the
in your
agenda
lane.
item that we're
This is the
discussing
agenda.
right now. You
Why
can
do you guys
discuss it.
change? You guys
or
are
you can
changing my
sign off.
testimony. You guys are changing my testimony. And that's a violation of HRS 11.7.5. And I want that on record.
You're off topic.
Change it back. No, change it. I'm on topic. I just read it. You guys
The
are
Suit
completely
filed in U.S.
it's
District Court.
completely restructuring what I'm saying. And it's
You're
based
not
on
talking
your
about
guys'
the agenda.
opinion of me.
I'm going to
It's based
mute
on
you
your
right
opinion.
now.
It's-
Sorry.
No, this is my
The
time.
agenda is, you're limited to the agenda. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Junia Nakoa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm looking at the agenda item 5, and I would love to read this. This is very exciting because we need some attention on Hawaii. There's a lot of problems here with our elections, and the problem does stem from Mr. Nago. Nothing against him personally, but you know, we need to move on and pick somebody else who's going to be following the law. And I'm glad that someone's bringing that to the attention of the district court. So is there any way that we can get a copy of this suit? I'd like to read it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a link to it. Next.
The next testifier is Junia Nakoa, followed by Peter Bernegger.
Hi, Junior. You're muted. There you
Yes,
go.
you gave me.
Yeah.
Oh, good, making sure. Okay, first thing first, yeah. Kind of confusing, yeah. I heard my name mentioned earlier by Osterkamp and about me being on the TIG. I will definitely want to be on the pig. Okay? Letting you guys know right now. That way I can come over there and make sure it's done, down to the where the community can feel safe, can feel comfort. Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm not red, blue, or whatever, okay? I just want the straight up facts, truth to come out. So yes, I will definitely want to be on this pig. Okay? Next one is to talk about this agenda item, yeah? The with the Nago, yeah, with Mr. Nago. Yes, definitely. Hey, we want this guy out. Okay, the community wants him out. And you guys not listening to us. You guys, so this commission, supposed to be helping us, the people of Hawaii, to go ahead and protect our election. But right now, it seems like certain commissioners on this mother is trying to protect the Scott Nago. Okay? So all I'm saying is, if you guys look into the job, yeah, you guys, the commission, because he seems like, this guy, this is what I'm fighting for, this guy. But if you guys look and get together, get your guys act together, I gonna do something. As a community member, as a kind, I gonna file for a petition. I gonna get off my okole and do them the right way. Cause it seems like you guys are clowns. You guys going back and forth. You guys don't know what you guys doing. Now we're gonna come back to the next commission and we're gonna talk about the same thing all over again and wasting our time. Yeah, and wasting our time, wasting our valuable time, because the elections is right around the corner, guys. The election is right around the corner. So the games you guys are playing is like you guys are playing now is just affecting our lives. Okay, and our future, this guy's future right here. Okay, you guys are affecting these guys right here. And I get and I am more organized and mobilizer. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now, okay, I will organize and mobilize the community of Maui. Because we're going to walk into our elections office. We're not going to wait for you guys, because you guys don't know what the heck you guys doing, seems like. So me and the community going to walk in that office. We're going to talk to our two elections, highly paid county clerks, overpaid. Okay, they get paid lawyer fees right now. Go check their pay. Okay, mahalo, because you guys going to hear from me. I will be filing a petition. Yes, sir.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Peter Bernegger, followed by iPhone.
Mr. Bernegger.
Either lawsuit.
Yes. Hello, Commission. Last time I testified that I'd be bringing lawsuits to help straighten out the elections here for the people of Hawaii. Since then, I have filed a federal lawsuit in U.S. District Court in your state and against 6 defendants. That includes this commission, the state of Hawaii Office of Elections, and then the 4 county clerks in their official capacities. I have also made, as I testified to, 2 criminal referrals to 2 separate federal agencies. And those investigations, to my knowledge, are opened and ongoing, I should say. I want to point out that I don't think the commission is aware of is that I have put a litigation hold on the U.S. Postal Service records for all of the election mailings of November 5th, 2024 federal election. And what the U.S. Postal Service keeps is what they call a red binder. The red binder they must keep for 3 years at least, and it contains all the political mailings. Now, it also contains the election absentee mail mailings, postage, recordings, logs recording how many came in per day to which post office, how many went out and to where. That's all there. And they report that data from what they call the red binder up to the National U.S. Postal Service over by Washington, D.C. I can tell you right now, those numbers don't match. So we're going to find out what the truth is, and I'll bring you more lawsuits. And I can tell you why Claire McAdams resigned. Yesterday, I filed a second lawsuit out in Hawaii. The defendants are going to be served shortly, if a couple of them haven't already been served today. And you're going to find out what that lawsuit is about, the second lawsuit. I will be bringing, I believe it looks like, more lawsuits because Mr. Scott Nago is not following state election law. Of course, we already know he's not following federal law. And I'll be bringing more lawsuits. A big problem you're going to have, this is going to get into your professional licenses. And I don't mean that as a threat. I'm just stating, I mean, you can't be, committing election fraud and just papering over it. This is going to go after your real estate license, Claire's, McAdams, auditing license, law licenses. This is where this is going. So I encourage you, please stop the election fraud, come out with what happened, and fix it so you have honest elections for the citizens of Hawaii and
Thank you, Mr. Berniger. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is iPhone, followed by iPhone.
Hi there. I strongly just feel like I shouldn't be doing the Attorney General's job just because I am a pre-law student. But I do want to go over the fact that the chair cannot block names just because the board doesn't like criticism. Under the Hawaii Sunshine Law, the public has the right to comment on any agenda items, including misconduct, project issues, decisions made by specific commissioners and contractors, actions taken by officials in their official capacity. So it is allowed to say names like public officials, commissioners, companies under review, developers involved in projects, and anyone acting as an official role-based capacity. Blocking names in these situations is absolutely inappropriate and is violating the Sunshine Law. So once again, Commissioner Curtis, I do strongly encourage, just print out the Sunshine Law, put it by your toilet, read it while you're shitting. It will teach you a lot, and it will help you maybe get out of this mess that, obviously I feel like you're blocking certain things to keep your position, and that's fine. And also Osterkamp is saying no to everything. There's just a follow-up line of, same characteristics, saying no, saying no, saying no, saying no. Why are they even involved in any of the pig report? And also, why is Scott Nago hasn't quit yet? It is across the nation. I went to go visit my family in
addressing
the
the
East
agenda
Coast.
item?
Yes, I am. Are you going to continue interrupting me? Because are you going to come up with the time that you keep stealing from people? Because this is the reason why I'm actually talking about this. Because you violating the Sunshine Law is not in any earth capacity okay. And you know what? I'm done. You can have my 1 minute and 20 seconds to, argue by yourself.
Thank you.
The next testifier is iPhone, followed by Jennifer Cobb-One.
You're muted. What is that? *9 to unmute?
Hello? Can you
Hello.
hear me?
I
Hi.
can hear somebody. Yep, there you go.
Yes. Yeah, important things brought up by the last statement and from Austin from the Libertarian Party. And this is something I brought up at the previous meeting, which unfortunately I need to hammer home again at this meeting, is that if everybody, especially you, Mr. Curtis, would understand what the Supreme Court found as constitutionally protected speech, 1964 case is Sullivan versus New York Times. Please read that and figure out that you are stepping on people's constitutionally protected speech. When you interrupt, when you tell them they can't say this or can't bring up that or can't talk about this or name this person or whatever, you don't have that right. You're treading on very, very thin ice because you can be cited with you know, abusing somebody's free speech rights. That's a civil right. And that's not just in your capacity as the board or whatever, but you personally, your personal finances, your personal situation. You can be drawn up, maybe somebody will take up that charge because it seems to keep happening. And maybe you just need to be, sued for that. Maybe that's what needs to happen for the point to get across, to get through, is you don't have the right to say what people can say and cannot say. It doesn't have to be popular. It doesn't have to be whatever. And then for Mr. Osterkamp, okay, here's my issue is if everything is on the up and up, then why is the whole community, nobody trusts the elections? How come? How come? And if everything is on the up and up, prove it. You got the receipts, you got the goods to prove it. Why are you, trying to let's just smooth over it with concrete? Let's not dig. No, let's not look. Okay, you put your money where your mouth is. Prove it. Prove it everything's on the up and up. Prove that there's no 19,000. Prove it. Prove it by voting yes. Voting yes. Let's look into it. Yes. Let's raise that question. Yes. Let's form this particular pig or whatever.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Coblon, followed by Susan Strom.
Oh, funny.
Jennifer.
Hi. Hi, this is Jennifer. I was testifying when Scotty Anderson was in charge. That was a name, a blast from the past. So I'm here again, testifying on agenda item regarding Scott Nagle and the district court case. I was wondering, since this is an agenda item, if there could be a motion raised by the committee to remove him from his position, because it is about him. The pig is a direct reflection and reporting of his job evaluation and his documentation that shows that he's not doing his job properly and he should be removed. And I'm just wondering what is stopping the committee from getting a new person to put in charge. It's been years, and I'm sure there are a lot of qualified people out there that can do a better job than Scott Nagle has been doing. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Tara Rojas.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. In response to this lawsuit, and thank you to Mr. Renegger for his testimony. We appreciate you coming on and speaking to us and giving us some clarity. I also support strongly that Scott Nagle be removed from this commission. This is the day and the time to do it. We're discussing this lawsuit. How much more embarrassment do you want to struggle through before there's any action taken? This delayed action is just, it's a black eye to the committee itself to shove this under the carpet and keep pushing it back. What is the purpose to that? I very much in support of him being, removed from the commission. This is gross mismanagement due to inconsistent duties, completion of duties, things that we've discussed that, it just runs on and it's ridiculous. I also support that the lawsuit be public, the discussion of the lawsuit be public and transparent. I think people deserve transparency. I think we've done enough of this circular runaround. I also previously expressed concerns regarding vetting certain commissioners, and Chair Curtis continues to censor and mute us when we say things that he doesn't want the direction to go in. And all we're doing is demanding a full accountability and transparency, and a free discussion should ensue. Why would we want the state to audit itself when we don't even trust the state? Look at the circles we're running in for months, even years. What we're seeing here in real time is cronyism and protecting each other and voting status quo rather than bending to the will of the people. And result, our own best opportunity would be to remove both Scott Nago and Chair Curtis and vet any existing and future appointed commissioners who may pose risk as conflict of interest, especially when it comes to the sanctity of our votes. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Michelle S.
Tara Rojas.
Aloha. Speak up, please.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Tara Rojas.
Yes.
Okay. Submitting this testimony for the record. Again, as we keep requesting during each meeting regarding transparency, public trust. And we're all watching for the past, I don't know how many years already, because concerns have been raised. As you heard, the petitioner of the case now in district court, you know, the public has a right to full transparency from the election commission, and we know who we're receiving it from and who is blocking transparency. When we, the community and commissioners, engage in discussion about election integrity, administrative decisions, or just the basic functioning of this commission, you should not be stifling these discussions. Transparency is not optional, it's required by HRS Chapter 92, the Sunshine Law, which you use to quote to silence us. And again, it exists to prevent exactly the kind of confusion and silencing that has occurred in previous meetings and in this meeting again. So when we, the testifiers, the public and commissioners, attempt to speak, specifically, we were still on 4 when you decided to change it to number 5, regarding the chief elections officer, you cut off the commissioners, even though the CEO is explicitly, as they stated, indicted or included in the pigs listed on your agenda today. We, the public, deserve a commission where commissioners are allowed, not prevented, from discussing matters that directly fall under your all oversight responsibilities. So what we expect the public of you, the commission, is to acknowledge the concerns raised, not avoid them, allow commissioners and public to speak freely without interruptions when issues involve the CEO or election administration, clarify and record how public concerns and litigation impact the scope and responsibilities of the pigs. We should be actually still on item number 4. And then affirm that no commissioner or public member will be silenced. We need transparency and public trust. There's so much more I can say. No, there's only like 18 seconds left. But basically, the responsibility is to the people of Hawaii, and transparency is a foundation of public trust. Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle S., followed by Wallen Christian.
Yes, thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak again. In regards to item number 5, the suit filed in district court against Scott Nago, I also agree that this needs to be public, that it not be I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. I'm sorry, but that all the information needs to be out there for all of us to be able to know what the suit is about, what is going on with the suit. The fact that we have our Scott Nago's position and he is in court fighting a suit like this, that to me is reason enough to have the board make a motion to dismiss him, and find somebody new. We've been asking for this for a long time, and he's not doing his job. It's apparent he's not doing his job, and it's time to move on with somebody else. I support a lot of the other people that have just testified, and I'll just leave it at that. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian. And followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Wallen, you're muted. There you go. Now you're muted. Still muted.
Sorry, can you hear
There
me
you
now?
go. That's okay. I got you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Wallen Christian again. We've been going around this mountain forever. And really, I think what the people needs to see is the people need to see that the commission is actually working to fight for them. Scott Nagle has failed to do his job. And if you go to any other job, they will automatically either put you back in retraining or they will remove you, because it is not for the benefit of the company that he remains there. So he is there as the state elections CEO, and it is not beneficial for the people of Hawaii that he remains there. I understand that you guys are flustered, I guess, as to why he should be removed. Well, the evidence is very clear. You have a court case against him. The unfortunate part right now is that we have 8 commissioners that we are depending on for the benefit of the people. And we keep going back and forth on 4 and 4, 4 and 4, 4 and 4. So nothing gets done. And that's really unfortunate, because the 4 who keeps going against the people are not realizing, or do realize, and they don't care, that they're going to do whatever they want, because they also are not being held accountable. So Scott Nagle's not being held accountable, and the commission members are not being held accountable. And that's what needs to change. I will say this: how we get this resolved, remove the problem, find the root of it, and make a solution. And if he's found innocent, which we all know that's not the case, then he can go back to the job. But he's not going to be found innocent, because it is obviously evident with all the facts in place that he has not fulfilled his position as CEO of elections. We need to get this straight now. We can't have him doing the 2026 elections. This is the time where the people are really standing up against the corruption of the government. And I'm asking you guys to remove him. And I thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha, Chair. Jamie Detweiler,
Aloha.
testifying again. As I said earlier, I do what I do because I care about Hawaii's future and the future generations, like my mo'opuna right here. So, as I strongly recommended earlier, the way we get to accountability and integrity in elections is to look for another chief of elections. That's the way we do it. And, I welcome Mr. Benninger's lawsuits, anything that will achieve the goal of accountability and integrity in elections. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is La'akea, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Mahalo. So if you guys do go or plan to go into executive session on this lawsuit, usually the conversation of the attorneys defend the power of the jurisdiction of the commission and the state of our elections. I'm here to remind you that the foundation of that claimed jurisdiction has never been lawfully resolved, especially in the light of no treaty, as well as Section 19 of the Hawaii Admissions Act. So please review, and I request an investigation or a PIG on those items as well. We have to remember that under the Public Law 103-150, the Hawaiian Kingdom was illegally overthrown in 1893, based off of the participant of U.S. agents and the U.S. involvement. We have to remember the Kanaka Maoli people have never relinquished their claim to their sovereignty and their national lands, and there is still today no ratified treaty of annexation. So in this investigation, I want to make known that those items under the Admissions Act, Section 19, expressly states that nothing in this act confers to U.S. nationality, takes nationality away, or restores the nationality. In these words, Congress knew that statehood did not by itself lawfully change the nationality status of its people in this country. The nationality is still handled by others by statutes, not by treaties. So because there is no treaty, there are still unlawful and illegal acts that still be committed, that's still being committed today, which is called war crimes. Despite the state and the commission as they presume jurisdiction, this item still needs to be questioned and still needs to be investigated, because everyone on the commission is still liable and still valuable for these criminal acts. Please provide evidence of your jurisdiction and authority to hold such votes in the country that the U.S. already proclaimed they illegally helped with the illegal actions that a corporation itself has done. Please review those items that is there publicly for you to read and view, because you guys all are committing these illegal acts clearly under your own choices, because it is already prescribed in case law of these truths. I yield my time under the protection without prejudice, knowing that our country still exists as well as our treaty.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson.
Afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I think it's pretty relevant that the job isn't being done, and the employer, you are the committee that employs Scott Nago. That job hasn't been done and isn't being done, and you've been doing this for years now. That as an employer, you should find somebody new. I would be in favor of finding a new chief of elections officer. It is just kind of past his time, it seems, and maybe he needs to go find work elsewhere. People are obviously not happy, and you have the power to do that in this meeting, and it's been called for on several of the picks that his job is not being done appropriately. So he's the one that has the power to do these things. You are the ones that enforce and keep him accountable. So employer, employ you to please hold him accountable and to please find a better replacement for him. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
So that's for item 5. Now we're on item 6, communications and correspondence. I would entertain testimony on item 6.
Chair, we haven't discussed this item yet with the commissioners.
Also, did we give Ms. Mason an opportunity to testify? I see her hand raised.
I didn't see that. Oh, Janet Mason. Okay, we'll give you a last one on item 5.
Okay. The next testifier is Janet Mason.
Chair, I'd actually thought you were finished with item 5. I want to testify on item 6.
That's what I thought too, so we'll go to item 6.
Chair.
I'm sorry, wait, Miss Mason. You guys weren't done on item 5. What do you want to do with item 5?
I have some questions, Chair.
Okay.
So there's
if there are technical legal questions, I would insist that we go into executive session.
I got some statements. So basically with this lawsuit, Scott Nago is supposed to have a HIVA compliant plan. I looked it up, and the last plan I think was 2004. And in that plan, he listed himself as deficient in a number of areas, and administering the HAVA complaint as one of those. So as our oversight duties as the Elections Commission, I would like to know what Scott Nago has done. Do we have a compliant HAVA plan? And how is that being administered in this HAVA case? And like the public says, none of this is our elections. None of this should be behind closed doors. I read the opinion. The opinion was shared with the Office of Elections, and we're oversight. And we're told that that's private information. So why was it shared with the Office of Elections? That's completely, it's out of bounds there. So if this is going to be attorney-client privilege, I would think that the commission would make a motion and take a vote. So if you want to do that, to take a vote, otherwise this becomes public. And so we have to either assert attorney-client privilege or it becomes public. So I would recommend for the commission to take a vote, because the attorney can't just assert that this is all private. This is our elections. All of this should be public. So I would ask Mr. Nago, is he on the call? Do we have a compliant HAVA complaint system, the HAVA plan?
That's not something we can discuss. These legal issues behind closed doors regarding
legal issue.
AG. You guys decided not to go into executive session, so we don't normally discuss legal issues that are pending.
How is this a legal issue? I'm asking.
It's a court case.
Has a compliant HAVA plan. How is that? How can the public not be in the loop on this? That's a simple question, yes or no?
This is a court case that will be decided in court, similar to the chain of custody that the Supreme Court ruled against. If anybody wants to go into executive session and have the attorney share with us their opinions, we can do that. Otherwise, you can state your opinions on this, and then we'll go to item 6.
I move to assert attorney-client privilege or not. So I make a motion to have the commission vote on asserting attorney-client privilege. Do I have a second?
I would ask, okay, it's been moved and seconded. I would ask that these legal opinions be private and be executive session. Otherwise, the legal discussions would be inappropriate in public.
There's
But
nothing
what was your motion
appropriate about election law.
What was your motion, Ralph? This
To
is a court
assert
case.
attorney-client privilege.
What are you aiming at? Do you want the attorney to have privilege with us that won't be eligible for public discussion, or?
Well,
if
we need
it's
to
attorney-
assert, so you guys can take a vote publicly. I'm against asserting attorney-client privilege. I think all this should be public information. So let's take a vote and let's assert it or not. So let's do it in front of the public.
It's not for us. We're not attorneys. The attorney.
No, it is.
The attorney said that he's not asserting any attorney-client privileges.
So who
He's
asserted
sharing
it?
with us the information that the court case exists.
So who asserted the privilege? Why isn't this public information?
Nobody has. It is public information. It's filed in the courts.
Okay, so we can share his opinion.
Well, his opinion is for us, and it's client privileged.
Who asserted that? We need to vote to assert that.
We don't need a vote to assert that.
Yes,
we're
we
going
do.
to we're going to item 6. That
Chair,
court
does
case
the-
will evolve
Point
on
of
its
order,
own.
Chair. Point of order. Does
Okay,
the
you
does the
have a motion
commission
on the
vote by
floor
majority vote?
to exert. What are you going to do? You're going to assert client attorney privilege with Mr. Cheng on this issue?
Yes. If we're gonna keep it from the public, we need to assert attorney-client.
We're not keeping anything from the public other than
Yes, yes,
we're
you
not
are.
airing the attorney's opinion to the public to our detriment.
So you shared it
Okay,
with the
so
Office of
go ahead.
Elections,
But it's
who
been
were
a motion to
overseeing.
assert client attorney privilege. It's been moved and seconded.
Can we have a discussion, or can I say
We're
something?
trying to, but I don't see the relevance. I don't see the potential, but go ahead.
No, I can appreciate that this is, I'm still confused, by the way, but what I think I understand is this is active litigation. And so with an active litigation, you shouldn't discuss that, right? Or whatever.
That's right.
But what I think Commissioner Cushney is after is the fact that a legal opinion was shared with the Office of Elections and then forwarded to us as a commission, and thereby somebody's asserting attorney-client privilege. But in actuality, the Office of Elections should have been left out of that. That should have been just sent directly to us.
I don't think an opinion was part of this. I think that we were notified that there's a court case.
No,
Period.
I got the opinion in my email. And so that's what Commissioner Cushney's after now, is the fact that that was all muddied. The public should be aware of what that opinion is, because it was also already shared with the Office of Elections and then forwarded to us as the client, but we're not asserting attorney-client privilege. I think that's what I understand correctly. So I would vote against the motion, or whatever we're doing. I would say, no, I don't want to assert attorney-client privilege. Let the public know. Kind of confused on what's happening, but I think that's what I understand.
Lindsay?
If anyone else can clarify for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I was puzzled by that as well. We got this November 26th opinion from Jordan Ching, and at the top of every page in bold letters underlined, it says attorney-client privileged information do not distribute. But we're the client, right? We, the commission, we are the client. Did we assert privilege? And if we did, then why was it shared with the Office of Election if it's our privileged communication? So,
Chair, would you like me to address these?
Yes, please.
yeah,
Okay.
please.
So
Mr. Ching.
this is my understanding. I believe this is not, we're talking about two different things, because I think the agenda is about the active litigation. I think what Commissioner Cushney and Commissioner Cam are asking about is the advice letter. That was in relation to the request for opinion that this commission voted to approve at the last meeting. So I issued it. I issued it using the administrative staff of the Office of Elections, because by law, the Office of Elections is the staff that supports the commission. And I only noted in the memo, because it includes attorney-client privilege information, that it is as such attorney-client privilege information. So that's the extent of what I understand is being asked right now.
So our
Mr.
vote
Apana.
was based on
Mr. Apana, you have your hand raised?
No, I don't, not
Oh,
yet.
sorry, Ralph.
Yes, so our vote was to get your opinion public, and you asserted attorney-client privilege. You can't do that. You shared your opinion with the Office of Elections. You can't do that if you're asserting client privilege. I'm saying this should be your opinion. It should be shared with the public. And the motion on the floor was not to give you private opinion. We want this opinion out for the public to understand what it is the Attorney General's office is, what your position is on this. And we feel that you are running defense for Scott Nago versus representing the Elections Commission, who has oversight of Scott Nago. You're rounding up the wagons and defending him. And so we want the public to see your opinion. We have not asserted attorney-client privilege, and this vote is to assert it or not, and to release this to the public. If we vote no, it gets released. If we vote yes, it stays private.
Chair, can I talk?
Yes, please.
So it's not appropriate to have a vote on this. If it's privileged, any member of the commission who wants it to remain privileged is entitled to have it remain privileged. The other members of the commission cannot overcome that by choosing to release something that is privileged against that member's consent. So we would need to have this be unanimous, and it would need to be an informed decision in order to decide not to have this remain privileged.
Dylan?
Sorry, I'm just trying to work through all the information and the noise here, but from what I'm gathering is, right, the Deputy Attorney General gave us the opinion. He stated that there is potentially attorney-client privilege information in the opinion. And now where we're at is saying as a commission, do we want to assert that privilege or not? Because if we vote no to not assert privilege, then the public can see the opinion as well. And then I'd like clarity. Where is it specified that the attorney-client privilege has to be a unanimous vote, or is it a super vote, or whatever? That's where I'm at. I've tried to make sense of all this.
The law says the Elections Commission
Ralph,
shall
go
vote
ahead.
by majority vote of its membership. That's all we're asking. Let's get a majority to hold it private or not. And it's a very simple vote.
No, you don't understand the basics, Ralph. It's not the way it works.
I do.
This
D,
is
the
about-
Elections
no,
Commission shall
No,
act.
no, no,
Ralph.
this is about attorney-client privilege.
Jeffrey has the floor.
An attorney, each person on this commission has the right to maintain that privilege if that person desires. Other people cannot vote to release that person's privilege. And that's what you're suggesting here. Perhaps the Deputy Attorney General can explain it better than I can, but we cannot vote to do something that a member objects to.
Yes, we can. It says right here, the Elections Commission shall vote by majority vote. Shall
Ralph,
act.
you're not listening, Ralph.
We just did a
Wait,
whole bunch of
wait,
votes
wait,
that was
wait,
against
wait.
the
Mr.
people
Ching,
who were against it.
Can I ask Mr. Ching to clarify anything?
Okay, so what I have here is that, again, this was a memo prepared by myself out of the direction of the office regarding attorney-client advice that the commission solicited. That as indicated in my letter, it included attorney-client privilege information, and I advised not to distribute.
But you shared it with the Office of Elections.
The Office of Elections, by law, is the administrative support staff of the commission, and they regularly,
Ralph,
again,
listen.
they regularly distribute information to the commission as possible. I don't have access to all of your personal information. I didn't forward this to any other individual other than the person, the Elections Commission staff that handles this. And again, it's up to the board on whether or not, I'll say this, that like any privilege, the client has that decision, and that would be put up to vote. And if there's a majority to waive that privilege because the privilege applies to the commission as a whole, as a body, then that would be the commission's decision. But with that said, I would advise against it because it includes information that is relevant, again, to ongoing litigation that would serve against the interests of the state and should not be shared.
Thank you. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So this is our elections. There should be nothing hidden from the public. We don't take a negative vote. We assert the privilege or not. So let's vote and to assert the privilege and move on. So if we vote no, then the privilege is not asserted and we can share that with the public. There's
Mr.
nothing.
Sabas.
Why are we hiding this from the public?
Mr. Sabas.
With Dylan, I'm totally confused. Are we still talking about the federal lawsuit
Yes.
and whether we should meet in executive session to discuss that issue with the Deputy Attorney General? Is that what we're talking about?
No, we voted against the executive session to where we can't discuss in public an existing court case or attorney-client privileges. The motion on the floor is to assert the attorney-client privilege, continuing the confidentiality of his opinion. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we assert the attorney-client privilege that we assumed when we asked the DG for an opinion, he gives an opinion, it's under attorney-client privilege. So the motion is to assert attorney-client privilege and keep the opinion private. Is that what the motion is?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll vote against that motion because I would prefer that we meet to discuss with confidentiality what this lawsuit is about with the Attorney General. That would be my position.
In executive session
In
without
executive
public.
session, right?
So
Right.
this motion, approving this motion asserts that client attorney privilege and privacy. We can still discuss it in executive session when this body decides to do that. We decided not to go into executive session. So now the motion is to maintain the attorney-client privilege that we had asked last meeting of the Attorney General to give an opinion. He gave an opinion as requested by us. And we're just asserting that he's our attorney.
Yeah.
Ralph, did you have something else? You had your hand up.
No, that's it.
Okay, I call for a roll call.
Can I just get a couple more? I'm not sure if I'm ready for the
Sorry,
vote.
Mr.
Can I just
Apana,
get a
wait, let's
couple-
have Mr. Apana first.
I just want to know, I thought I knew what you guys were saying. What does the yes vote mean?
It
Keep it
asserts the
secret.
attorney-client privilege on the opinion letter regarding the court case.
It means keep it secret.
That means keep it private according to attorney-client privilege.
That means we would go into executive session if need be.
No,
If need be.
no.
If we decide it later, we can. But right now, this opinion's still private if this motion passes.
And if we vote no, what does that mean?
Then
Sure.
the opinion is eligible for publishing unless any one of us wants to assert our client attorney privilege and prevent that. Is that correct, Jordan?
No.
No,
Okay.
the commission is on as a client in whole. When we vote in whole, if it passes, there is attorney-client privilege. If it does not pass, there is no attorney-client privilege. So stating on there, attorney-client privilege, the Attorney General's office gave it attorney-client privilege, but we are the customer and we did not give it attorney-client privilege. I'm sure they want us to. And that's why we need to take a vote on it. But it's as a whole. It's not individual. One person cannot say, oh, I don't want that. I want my attorney-client privilege. And then it's not, because the commission is the client, not individuals.
Thank you. Dylan?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to peel back the layers to fully understand everything. But I think even where the frustration is that if we're the client and there's attorney-client privilege being asserted, it was broken the minute that it was shared with the Office of Elections, right?
Correct.
Because we oversee the Office of Elections. So it's kind of
Correct.
like, you're giving the disciplinarian, you're feeding the person that we're oversight over the opinion of what we should have confident eyes over, just us having oversight over. I think that's, I've sat on other boards and commissions too, and I'm recollecting that the council would actually send it directly to, in the BCC, us versus the whole Office of Elections. I don't know if Raymond read through it or if Raymond, if the whole Office of Elections has access to it or not. But that's the point, is that the attorney-client privilege was already broken because it wasn't shared with us, the client, confidentially. So I think that's why we're at where we're at. My brain is super mushy. I think I'm against asserting the attorney-client privilege because it's already been broken. And so we should bring in the public into the fold of this. I think that's where I'm at. I'm open to hearing more discussion, but that's where I'm at with this. Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna recollect history from where I came from as being the mayor of the county. If one of my employees got caught in a lawsuit, the attorneys would talk with that person and their supervisor what happened, and then they'll report back to me, and then we decide to go to the council and said, this is an ongoing lawsuit. Somebody's suing one of our county employees. This is what's going on. Attorney-client privilege. The employee knows, the director knows, the supervisor knows, I know, and now the council knows. But we are all of the same system, the county. I think it's still intact, and we have gone into executive session because it's a potential lawsuits, or it was personality or people's I don't know, character, whatever, that we don't want to
Personnel,
slight.
yeah.
So we went into executive privilege, but the attorney would tell us in executive privilege, this question is not allowed in executive session because it's a general question. You need to take that outside. Or the attorney or our county attorney would say, we are crossing the point where we should enter executive session because we have an ongoing lawsuit. It diminishes our, I guess, position or maneuvering or settlement or whatever it may be. And we would take their advice. But to say everything should be in public from the get going without knowing everything, I think it's kind of, I don't know, premature. That we should at least know what the scope is. And I just want to say this particular attorney that came, or whoever he was, he said he got one of our commissioners to quit because he bullied her. And then he mentioned a few more people that they're next in line. I think we need to know what our attorney will tell us what to expect, and then we can move from there instead of just saying, we want the whole public to know before we really know what's going on. I mean, that's my opinion. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I have two questions, please.
Yes.
The request we made to the Attorney General, was that before or after the lawsuit was filed? Because I think we made the request when it was just a complaint, if I'm correct. There was a complaint.
That is correct. That is correct.
That is correct. There was a complaint. We requested your insight into that. And then a lawsuit was filed prior to you answering us, correct? And so once the lawsuit was filed, then you decided that that was to be attorney-client privileged? Because see, what I'm...
So that's, I can try to short circuit all of this. So the timeline was the complaint was filed. I think that at the last meeting you had voted to have our office prepare an opinion on the complaint.
Correct.
If the complaint had merit.
Yes. And then after that point, I believe that was the November 5th meeting, a lawsuit was filed, I believe on November 13th. And then that happened before I issued my opinion, which included attorney-client privilege information, and I indicated as such. And that's where we're at today. And I believe what is being contemplated is whether or not this commission wants to assert attorney-client privilege in relation to the advice given in that opinion. And like I said, if the commission wants to vote on that, that's their prerogative. I would just note, I would heavily recommend it against it, because it's relevant to active litigation that is against that names the state and also the commission, or I should say, the chair in his official capacity.
Yeah,
to share any of that information would go against those interests. So
let me
heavily recommend against it. But it's
I'm
up
going to save you. I'm going to save you on this.
Wait,
Let me help save you.
Wait. Mr. Ching, you're advising against voting in favor.
I'm advising against waiving attorney-client privilege related to any opinion that our office issued.
Okay.
We're voting to assert it.
Thank you.
Hang on. I am going to save you on this. I am. Number one, during your delay, the suit was established. The suit is not against the commission. The suit is against Scott Nago and Curtis in his capacity as the chair. But the commissioners are not named in that. Am I correct?
Again, we're getting kind of close to discussing the particulars, but that is public information that the chair of the commission was the only one named in.
Right. So this lawsuit is not against the commission. It's against the chair and Scott Nagle. So the commission has no right to get involved in attorney-client privilege because the client is not us. The clients are Scott Nagle and Mike Curtis.
I think
Yeah,
any other discussion relating to this, I would again recommend that we go into executive session to the point that we start discussing the particulars of this lawsuit.
Well, I have a really hard time sitting on this commission and voting to break the law. I really do. This is not my case. I am not named. I have no place in asserting privilege. Period. Any attorney will tell you that. I'm not named. So I am gonna not vote on this. I'm not even gonna participate in this. This is Mr. Curtis and Mr. Nagle. It is up to them to determine whether they want this case to be public, and they are the ones that need to assert privilege.
Ralph, you had something?
Yes, Chair. So this brings the question on representation. So the Attorney General can't have dual representation, that the representation of one client adversely affects the other client.
Exactly.
So we should have separate counsel assigned to the commission. And if Deputy Attorney General Ching wants to represent you, then that's perfectly fine. But he can't do this and then withhold information from us or tell us that we are asserting attorney-client privilege or not. The commission acts by majority vote. So it seems like there's a conflict of the attorney's representation, and he's got dual representation. He can't represent Scott Nagle either. And right now he's having private communications with you, Chair. You're having private communications with Raymond and Scott Nagle. We have the emails where you're redacting that. You guys are colluding, and I'm saying that you're blocking our oversight duties. We know that the HAVA plan for the state of Hawaii is not compliant. Okay, we asked the opinion of the Deputy Attorney General before he was listed as as counsel for you individually, Chair. So there's a clear conflict of interest on the part of the Attorney General. And this is what I'm trying to get to the root of. So we need to either vote as a commission to assert or not assert attorney-client privilege, and we need to vote. We need to have separate representation. And he's welcome to represent you, but he can't represent the commission at the same time, because we know the HAVA plan is not compliant. So,
Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. Something Ralph, Commissioner Cushing just said, I think is key in that the root of this is actually the multiplicity of representation by the Deputy Attorney General. I think there is conflict there. But besides that, I want to say, I'm changing my vote here, and I want to explain to the public why and to the commissioners why. I will vote in favor of asserting attorney-client privilege. And this is why. With any legal case, I don't want to be responsible, right? If this legal case, if the result of it is holding leadership accountable, holding the people are different, whatever, accountable, those people that are named in the suit accountable, I want to see that brought to fruition. And I don't want the actions taken by this commission to prematurely expose whatever, I don't know, all that legal mumbo jumbo, but I'm not going to be responsible for jeopardizing the result of this is probably one of our most, Mr. Brinegar has put a lot of work and effort into it. And I don't want to subtract from that by, as we all have said, potentially opening us up to, gosh, my brain is so mushy, but do you get it? That's what I want to communicate. I will be voting in favor. I would actually think going into executive session to discuss and then bringing out of that things that we can share with the public, whatever the public can know. Okay, so everyone out there, I'm not against transparency. I'm not against all that. I'm trying to make sure that we can see something that seems to have good wings on it all the way through. Thanks.
Ready for a roll call?
No, Chair, I got one more thing. So we need to, either assert attorney-client privilege, we need to get independent counsel. The counsel, his representation of the commission is in direct conflict with his representation of you. We want to make sure the election laws are enforced and that we're complying with the law. He's defending you and Scott Nago against possibly breaking the law or the HAVA plan. So I want to have our own representation and not be lumped in with the rest of this lawsuit.
Just quickly to that, I'll just note that I'm the deputy assigned to represent Chair Curtis in his official capacity. I'm not representing the Office of Elections in this litigation.
How about the Elections Commission? Who's
To the extent that I'll say this too, or maybe I won't, because I think, again, we're getting close to discussing, the merits of this complaint in an open forum.
So explain the representation of the commission.
I represent the commission. I am the Deputy Attorney General assigned to represent the commission. Chair Curtis is part of that representation, and I am representing those interests in this, and, as part of the Sunshine meetings and also part of these litigation.
Mr. Sabas, you had some questions?
So Jordan, again, just to help me be less confused, your recommendation is that we vote this motion down?
Yes, my recommendation is to not waive attorney-client privilege in relation to any of these matters.
So vote this motion down.
However it's characterized. I don't know how it's going to be characterized yet, but I'm recommending that we do not waive attorney-client privilege.
So what's the motion again?
We're voting to assert it. It's never been asserted.
Okay.
No, yes, that's not correct. The privilege exists. It doesn't need to be asserted. It exists as a matter of law.
That is correct.
So vote the motion down is your recommendation.
That is correct.
So
Thank
it was
you.
already
That's all.
broken when you shared it with
Thank you.
No, it's the client's. The client owns the privilege.
Right. We didn't
Please,
vote on it.
please,
And so
please,
the
please,
client would need to
please
release-
address the chair. Mr. Cushing.
Chair, the client would need to release it. It doesn't work the way that it is being explained.
Okay. Ralph.
Yeah, so the client is the Elections Commission. The commission votes by majority vote, and we have to assert attorney-client privilege. You've already shared this opinion with the people that we're overseeing. You tipped our hand to them already. It's already been broken. So all we're shielding is the public right now from what the Deputy Attorney General has his opinion. And the only reason for that is to protect the Deputy Attorney General. He's not acting on behalf of the public. I want to show the public that the commission is acting on their behalf, and we're not doing that.
Any other discussion on the motion? Yes,
Chair?
Mr. Apano.
Just to be clear, based on the motion, a yes vote means to retain attorney-client privilege. That's what a yes vote means.
Yes.
I think it's to obtain.
To retain.
Assert it.
Yes.
No,
keep it.
they said we already got it. And a no vote means laundry in public,
Yes.
basically.
Yep.
I just want to be clear what we're voting on
Yes, that's
and,
correct.
and how it's worded.
Mr. Sabas.
Wait, again, I'm getting confused again. So Jordan, you still recommend that we vote this down, given what Mayor Apana has just commented on?
I'm not, I wasn't voting, I wasn't recommending to say yes or no. I was just saying, based on how Commissioner Apana characterized the motion, I would recommend that you vote yes to maintain attorney-client privilege relating to these matters.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Will not participate.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Abstain.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes,
The motion passes.
thank you.
So that means what?
That means that we don't release the opinion of the Attorney General on this suit. How about
That
number
is-
6, communications and correspondence? I'd like to take testimony on this and the other item, formal complaints. EC 2511, 2512. So number 6 and number 7 are the items that I would open to. Yes, Lindsay,
Oh,
you're raising your hand?
yes, I was. I got confused when you said number 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6 and 7. Item 6
okay.
and 7, we just finished item 5.
Right. So for number 6,
Yes,
there's all these things from the Office of
information practices, yeah.
asking you to explain whatever,
Right.
like 4 or 5 different things there.
Yep.
So do we get to see your responses?
Well, I'll share mine when and if I make them. But right now, I'd like to open 6 and 7 to public discussion,
Oh,
public
sorry.
testimony.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Chair, real
Dylan, what'd
quick,
you have?
in the near future, can we also take another recess, quick one?
Let's do it right now. Let's take 10 minutes. Can you run 10 minutes on the timer?
Thanks.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
They do this.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Impeachment matter.
Three, two, one. Back in session. Could we have another roll call, please? Make sure we still have a quorum here.
Yes, Chair. Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Excel and Whit, my new library.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
You're muted, Jeffrey.
Here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Papalimou,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, so I have quorum.
So going back to public testimony for number 6 and number 7 on the agenda, communications and formal complaints.
Okay. The first testifier is Janet Mason, followed by Austin Martin.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Item 6 included a letter from Speaker Nakamura describing the procedures for initiating audits of state operations. The League supports regular periodic management audits of the Office of Elections by the state auditor. And we're glad to see that it sounds like you may be pursuing this. However, we're already on record as opposing reliance on the U.S. postal records for any type of audit. It's very troubling to us that you continue to pursue this line of inquiry. In contrast to both your permitted interaction groups and the idea of having a state audit, this really isn't based on the work of the commission. It's a private study. It's different. And when I say that, I'm referring to the fact that it was really Commissioner Kushney alone who assembled the data for the study. And I know this because in August, he contacted me, to my surprise, and asked me to review the information he had and give him my reaction to it, which I did. And when I took, it was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into compiling the information. There was a long spreadsheet, several pages long. It was all calculated correctly. But I told him that the total was not correct because I thought it understated the ballot count in Kauai County. We still haven't learned very much about the data that we received from the U.S. Post Office. But we have learned that it's not election data. No state employees were involved in that post office operation. No election observers were present to document how the records were compiled. And I'm not sure that it was contemporaneous in dates with the election cycle. So I'm hoping that you will completely disregard use of the post office data in the work that you do going forward. You have no authority over the work of the U.S. Post Office. And so I don't see where that is going. I think the auditor will be able to do an audit based on the procedures used by the Office of Elections to count the ballots.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mason.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Tara Rojas.
Aloha, and thank you for having me once again. I am Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. I was an election observer in 2022, and I have filed several complaints, which to my knowledge have been ignored by this commission and not acknowledged despite me trying several different methods to bring that to y'all's attention. I appreciate Ms. Detweiler for bringing her complaint and Mr. Cushney, and I want to offer a mahalo to them. I think the issues that they raise are clearly substantial. And I think that the overwhelming evidence of the community having the same opinion is pretty clear. This commission can clearly tell where the ground is. I'm not a Republican. I'm not on Team Trump. I'm a libertarian. I'm here because we're being defrauded. And it's pretty clear to anyone who cares about it. If you follow any of the details going on, you know that this is we've got the smoking gun already. And these guys are basically, it's a clown show where Mr. Curtis sits here and obstructs the ability of this commission to hold anyone accountable by simply misinterpreting and playing lawyer games with Mr. Osterkamp and others and the Attorney General as a necessary party. And they're running a interference operation right now. It is not in the interests of the state to conceal crimes against the state if the state is we the people. If the people are what decide who is in charge of the state, right, then the state doesn't get to organize itself as a political entity against the people and try to work against our interests. And that's exactly what's happening because there is definitely conflicts of interest. I pointed that out in my own lawsuit. And the corruption on this goes really deep. Unfortunately, most of our government is in some way affected by this. There are people in their networks and in their office places that they have to live with who are connected to the results of this, even if they're not directly involved in it. So in for a penny, in for a pound. And that's the problem with organized crime and racketeering when it enters your local government. Holding them accountable is hard. We don't like that kind of conflict. We don't want to be in tension with our leaders. We want them to care about what's going on with us. And it's pretty clear that these people do not care. It is pretty clear that they are serving some really corrupt interests that need to be stopped. And I just want to see these complaints acted on. I want to see some sunlight. You know, it's extremely frustrating for the people of Hawaii to have to endure this clown show. And I don't understand what the barrier is for this committee to simply vote Mr. Curtis out of his chair. I'm frustrated by the attorney generals and suspicious of their legal interpretations, which so often are against the plain sense of the law and in favor of blatant criminal activity. And
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
clear language magic is all it takes to sell the fraud with plausible deniability. We see.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Laura Nakanilua.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. How disturbing is that? Just as I mentioned in the beginning regarding the minutes, that the testifier just said he has filed complaints, yet they have been ignored. So my comment for these two agenda items are that, as you heard, complaints were ignored, unacknowledged, or never acted upon. Not in this meeting we heard it in many previous meetings when we started showing up. So this is not a small administrative issue. This is a failure of process. Again, a breach of public trust and a direct violation of the Commission's responsibilities under Hawaii law. We see those commissioners who hear us and speak on behalf of us, and we see those who don't. So these complaints in these two items have specific concerns and is grounded again in these materials. The problem is that the public has done their part. The problem is the commission, not all commissioners, majority, not majority, the ones, just the problem is the commission has not. And we see the reasoning why, the unequal votes. So formal complaints cannot simply be received and placed in a packet. They must be investigated, reviewed, and acted upon, especially when they involve election administration, commissioner conduct, sunshine law violations, failures by the chief election officer, or significant continuous concerns raised in public testimony. And today is no exception. revealing the disturbing pattern that complaints are submitted, correspondence is provided, we raise issues, commissioners raise issues, yet nothing happens. The commission cannot selectively receive complaints but fail to respond to them. And we all watched, as the Deputy Attorney General attempted to, shield from their perspective internal decision-making through attorney-client privilege while simultaneously representing the CEO and the chair, a conflict noted, openly by commissioners and the public. So that makes it even more essential that complaints from the public be handled transparently, independently, and without obstruction. Therefore, for the record, I request the commission take the following actions. Formally acknowledge each complaint under agenda item 7, and state publicly the nature of each issue raised. Provide a clear public timeline for how each complaint will be reviewed and responded to. Affirm that no complaint will be dismissed or buried due to conflicts of interest involving the AG, the chair, or the CEO. Require that any complaint alleging misconduct, mismanagement, or sunshine law violations be handled in public, not behind closed doors. Commit to transparent follow-up communication, ensuring that no member of the public is ignored again, and that commissioners are allowed to ask questions of the testifiers, and guarantee commissioners' right to speak on these items without interruption, especially those who have been advocating for transparency today. So just time is up. So commission, do your job. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Laura Nakane Lua, followed by iPhone.
Thank you. Aloha, commissioners.
Aloha.
First, thank you again for aloha. Again, thank you again for all the work that you're doing. I do want to point out that two years ago or so, we worked as a Republican party here in Hawaii with some attorneys who did identify for us at the time that the role of the the Attorney General's office, I should say, is not to act on behalf of Scott Nago or even an individual on the commission, but rather to act as representative of the Elections Commission itself, the body. I believe that that is solid, a solid understanding of the law. This came from a firm that is a civil rights firm, as well as very active in election litigation. In fact, one of their attorneys is leading the lawsuit on behalf of the RNC here in Hawaii against the state of Hawaii for failing to submit or turn over voter roll records. So they do know what they're talking about, and I think it's something that I probably will try to pursue to understand exactly the appropriate role for the AG's office and whether or not that office is being used appropriately when dealing with the commission, because it feels to me, and this is what we were overtly told a couple of years ago, that it is not their role to defend the chief elections officer, but rather it is their role to work on behalf of the commission itself as a body, and act accordingly in that manner, and not just sort of kind of defend and stick up for Scott Nago. I just wanted to state that for the record, and I hope that next meeting or in the interim, I'll be able to find out more information and supply it to the commission. That's all.
Thank you.
The next testifier is iPhone, followed by Junya Nakoa.
Alrighty, mine is pretty much just kind of, it's becoming redundant because it's the same issues over and over again. But I do believe that the Commissioner Curtis and Scott Nago should step down from their positions while the civil rights lawsuit against them is pending. Public trust is beyond compromised, and when officials are facing serious legal challenges remaining in leadership roles, additionally, the Attorney General should not be involved in defending or participating in these lawsuits, as it is a clear conflict of interest, and these matters require independent review. They should be both going into their own pockets and defending themselves. If you're going to really stand up by your actions in this commission and in your role, you should really be paying out for your mistakes out of your own pockets, not using the Attorney General. And I just see this Attorney General on this call, but yet he does not interrupt when the Sunshine Law is being pretty much just walked all over by Curtis. Like, he just sits there and just twiddles his thumbs. Like, what are you getting paid for? So with that, I'll just rest it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Junior Nakoa.
Welcome back, Junior.
Yes, okay. But you guys can hear me? Yeah, shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. You know what is funny right now, bro? It's finished one circus right now. I think we need one, us, the public, we need a commission for the elections commission right now. It's funny, bro. Funny, but not funny. Okay, because there's a lot of things that is wrong in this whole thing. But you guys are grumbling against each other, commissioners against commissioners, commissioners against commissioners. So it's almost a kind, and then like the Wahini just said right before me, yeah, this I know for a fact. Yeah. The Attorney General, first thing is first, the Attorney General, get off your cole and start helping control this meeting. Okay? Start guiding these guys who gotta keep on asking questions. Is this legal or is this right? Is it that? I think that's what you gotta stay there and sit down and do it all day long. Yeah. You see, you're there for protect them, the commission. Yeah, that I know. So, like the Wahini said before this, Nago gotta go get his own attorney. Curtis, you gotta go get your own brother. Okay. The commission is represented by this Deputy Attorney General. So they clear the smoke, guys. Woohoo! Clear the smoke, guys. So simple. You guys gotta, I mean, I say in these meetings all day, all week, all for the past 20 years. Okay? Aparna, you see me, you heard me talk planning before. Yeah, I don't stop. I still do them. Okay? And it's just frustrating that the people on this commission is put on there to watch the elections. Make sure no more jam up. Make sure it's done right. Make sure it's porno. Okay? And like I said earlier, just do them. Just stop pointing fingers at each other. Okay? If Ralph make Curtis shut up, well, let Curtis go do his stuff. If Curtis the guy Ralph shut up, then go do what he gotta do. Go do what you guys gotta do. Go investigate the Big Island 19,000 thing. Maybe that, and if you guys find out that Ralph is wrong, good, he shut up then. Yeah? Cause this is getting crazy frustrated. I mean, I thought you guys was ready for rock and roll and do something and hold these politicians accountable. That is what this commission is here for. We need politicians in office. And that's what you guys are there to make sure us guys, the people, get politicians. Yeah, guys, so come on, man. Take off the gloves, work together, and make it the right way for the people. Shoot! Sorry, I went over a couple of seconds.
Thank you, Junior.
Yeah, peace.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik.
Hello, thank you for your time to let me testify again. First, I want to say I support everything that Tara Rojas and Junior just said, as well as a couple other people that testified before me. In regards to these formal complaints, I do believe that the board or the commission needs to address them and make action on them. I feel that a lot of the complaints that are coming in basically just get, okay, we received it and filed away instead of actual formal things being addressed, fixed, and voted on, whatever. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying. I also agree with what somebody else was saying. At first, let me back up and say, I did not know that Chair Curtis was named in that lawsuit because in the agenda, it only states Scott Nago. So now I'm aware that Chair Curtis is also named in that lawsuit as well. I do highly urge the rest of the board to do what's right and vote to remove Chair Curtis, because if he's involved in a lawsuit, and Scott Nago, how can they justly do their job and us trust what's going on? You know, I think that I should not, as a taxpayer, be paying their attorney through the Attorney General's office. If they're being named individually, then they need to be paying for their own attorney to take care of that. If they're not being named individually, then okay, you know, but they're, from what I just heard, they're named individually. So I don't know about the details, because not all the details have been shared with all of us. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I do think that something needs to be done with all these complaints, and they need to be resolved and not just filed away like, okay, we received it, done, you know. So anyway, thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
You're still muted.
Hey guys, Andrew Aker here. Sorry about that. Can everybody hear me loud and clearly?
Yep.
Great. So yes, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Nago, even Deputy Attorney, you guys might want to lawyer up on your own. I'm echoing that sentiment. And I completely agree with what Dylan said earlier, that if this was blown out to the public right now, it actually might block us from being able to hold you guys accountable. So yeah, I'm glad that you retain your attorney-client privilege for now. And let's see how things go. And we'll see you in court. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Aker.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, this is Jamie Detweiler. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the Office of Elections and Scott Nago for replying to my complaint in writing. I just received that reply to my complaint on December 2nd. And it's interesting because, in a nutshell, it was not accepted to a degree, because it said I did not meet the 90-day statute of limitation to file a complaint. So that would have been 90 days from the last general election. But it's so ironic, because when I sent a certified mail correspondence to the Office of Elections in November of 2022 to request an audit on the election of District 37, I did not receive a phone call, an email, a letter for, let's see, 12 plus 4, 5, 12 plus 5, 17 months. 17 months. And it was because of the commissioners, some of the commissioners on this commission, who advocate every single time for truth, transparency, and integrity. They pushed and advocated for me to at least get a response. Even Representative Tarnas, the chair of the Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives, asked Mr. Nago during a testimony why his office did not respond to me. So I find it really ironic and comical, quite frankly, that I got a denial, basically a denial letter on my complaint that I submitted, because I didn't do it within 90 days of the election. Give me a break. Honestly, you could do better than that on your denial, you know, and I just find it very hypocritical. And I want this body and the people on this call, the citizens on this call, that to know that the Office of Elections and whoever is counseling Mr. Nago to write this letter. Perhaps Mr. Schuleiner advised him to write this letter or wrote it for him, perhaps. Yeah, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there. Yeah, so you can say what you want to say, but the law is a law, and you are not following the law. You are out of compliance. You know, I retired from federal service, both as a worker and a supervisor, and this would not be tolerated under the command that I was working under for the Department of the Army. This kind of non-compliance, out of compliance, would not fly in the Department of Army.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to address something that goes back to the correspondences, and it was touched on by Dylan, that I had filed a formal complaint, and it was a few months ago when all those complaints were being addressed at one time. And my filing of that formal complaint was misfiled in the agenda under requesting information, and so it was just jumped over and overlooked. And I think it would have been a little more of an impact, because other people were also filing complaints about the same exact thing, which was chain of custody. And so I know that that's a dirty little trick. Somebody can say it's human error and all the different things, a glitch, but it was filed under request for information, when in fact it was labeled, the subject line of my email with the complaint in it was formal complaint. And so within that formal complaint, I had inserted information, including a request for information document, which I went through the UIPA to find. And so that's what that attachment was. And so it was miscategorized, or, you know, like I said, human error maybe, but most likely the dirty little tricks that happen, as we know they happen throughout the legal system. It's not the first time that, you know, these tricks are, you know, sending things to the wrong address or whatever. So I just wanted to point out the fact that the more the Office of Election and the Commission, whoever's responsible for sending these complaints to whoever reads them, the more you guys play around and do these kind of things, the more you bring more suspicion to what you're doing, and why you would want to gaslight the public, who has a duty to hold you accountable and to watch what you're doing. That's what we're here for. And so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you so much for allowing me to say my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
The next testifier is Jennifer Kovwan.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kabwan. I'm just testifying on a request that I made to testify on an agenda item that was skipped a few months ago. I don't know who the correspondence goes to when I send it, but I want to find out if my complaint or correspondence is read by the entire commission board, or it just gets sorted out by the chair. But I'm pretty sure that I would like to be in contact with the whole board and not just have my correspondence filtered to one person. So with that question, I yield.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any interest in exploring any item in number 6, the individual letters?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Okay, I move that the Elections Commission follow the law under HAR 2-73 by ensuring that all required responses to OIP Sunshine Law appeals are prepared and submitted by majority vote of the commission.
Is there a second?
What does it do?
Dylan seconded it.
For discussion.
Thank you, Dylan. Discussion,
Yes,
What
Chair.
do you mean, Ralph? Yeah,
Ralph.
What's that?
Go ahead, Ralph.
sorry.
So this is very straightforward. When the OIP sends a sunshine appeal under HAR 2-73, requires the agency, which is the commission in this case, to provide a full written response. The law does not give authority to the chair or to the staff under HRS 11-7. This commission can only act by majority vote. So to stay compliant with both laws, any response to the OIP must be approved by the full commission. So I'm just asking that we reply to these OIP sunshine appeals that are happening, that the people are talking about happening in these commissions. These are appeals written and saying the commission is violating the sunshine law. We need to approve the response. And I'm just asking that we follow the law again and approve the response before it's sent. Thank you.
Okay.
Discussion? Dylan, you're still muted.
No, I just said okay.
Okay.
Sounds pretty straightforward to me.
Any other discussion? I
Lindsay.
just
have a question. So when I don't have those letters in front of me, I thought the letters were to you. Are the letters to the whole commission?
I think it's to me as chair of the commission, but yeah, it's OIP, it's commission stuff.
So it's
And I think these letters are linked. If you check your agenda, you can click on the letters and look at them.
Yeah, they are.
And so do they say, dear Chair Curtis, or do they say,
Well,
dear?
what's it say?
Commission?
Click on one.
I don't have it in front of me. Somebody else do that.
The process says that the whole commission has to respond.
Where does it say that?
It's in their standard document under HAR 2-73.
So do we need to vote? I mean, we just follow the law, right? Or are we just
So,
trying to do this to be
Chair,
clear?
if I can interject, so I think typically the Department of the Attorney General, when OIP complaints are filed, they'll respond on behalf of either what the agency or the commission, and we can forward that response to the commission once that's sent. I mean, these appeals come, and they come with certain deadlines, and to bring it back to the commission every time to compose a response, approved by the commission would be difficult to maneuver. So typically agencies, refer this to our office so that we can respond on their behalf. I would recommend that here in relation to these letters. That's all I'll say.
I just looked one up, Chair.
Yeah.
So the first one, September 29th, it's Dear Chair Curtis. And it's specifically asking you to respond in writing within 10 business days and explain what happened, whatever it was from your point of view, or why you did what you did. So that seems like that's on you, not on us, but I do feel like we ought to see it. We ought to be able to read your response, and maybe if I'll click on another, maybe sometimes they're to all of us, but
Read the appeals procedure. It's the second page. The second document is a form letter on the procedure for handling
okay,
complaints.
all right, just a second.
Where is that, Ralph?
Yeah, where?
It's
Oh,
the second page after
on
the cover letter, the appeals procedure.
Not sure I understand what you mean, Ralph.
There's attached to the appeal is an appeals procedure.
There is? Oh, okay. No, it's just, okay, appeal procedure. Okay. Agency response. The agency's written response is due 10 business days after it receives the notice of appeal. Its written response must include a concise statement of the factual background, an explanation of the agency's position, including justification, and any evidence necessary to support the argument, and contact information for the agency officer or employee who is authorized to respond and make representations on behalf of the agency concerning the appeal. If checked, the agency's response must include the records, the minutes. Okay, is that enough?
That's it. The agency is supposed to be responding.
And so what Deputy AG is saying is that typically they would respond for the agency, which is us, right?
That's
Us-
correct.
Us and me, yes.
And
So
what Ralph, what you're
understand
trying
that
to
in the
get at is
past.
that
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay. I'm just trying to understand everything. And what Ralph is trying to say is we should be a part of what that response verbiage and everything looks like. Is that what we're
Yeah,
doing?
the AG's office is not acting on behalf of the commission. Their defense for Scott Nago. So all of these things keeping us from making motions and all of these things that are going wrong, they're just bearing this so you guys can't see the questions come up. And this needs to go back through the commission. We're clearly not following the Sunshine Law, and we're getting away with it. And I think that we should vote to follow these laws. And again,
And what you're saying is that it's already law that our response has to be made by
but it's
majority.
not. We're not doing that. We're not doing it.
So there's no law that I'm aware of that requires the commission to, by a majority vote, approve a response. I'll just say that typically, again, departments and agencies have the Attorney General's office respond on their behalf to these things. We can forward copies of that to the commission if they like. That's my recommendation to forward, just refer these to our office for response. These many of these appeals, they're just due to the nature they've been filed, they get filed in between meetings, and to have to wait to bring it to the meeting and then to get things approved would make it unwieldy. So that's why I'm recommending that you just refer these for our response, and that could be forwarded to members of the commission.
Is that not the practice now?
No, so all of this stuff is being done in the back room, and none of this gets shared with the commission. There's lawsuits that go on, and these guys are representing us. They don't tell us anything.
Well, I believe that's the purpose of this meeting, right? That's why the lawsuit was put on the agenda, that these are put on the agenda. It's for your information, but.
So was there already a response to these OIP complaints?
No, there's not been responses. So what I'm recommending is that we refer it to our office so that we can respond and we can distribute, our responses to the commission accordingly. I think just out of abundance of caution, because I believe that in past meetings it's been discussed, but sure.
Okay, but there's been complaints or Sunshine Law complaints filed prior to September 29th, correct? Jordan?
For the Office of Elections, that is correct.
And so
where are those?
Did you respond to those?
I believe those were handled by my predecessor. So
okay.
I think just to be certain, I wanted to put this on the agenda to have the commission refer it to me so I can respond.
Okay. How long have you been in this job?
I believe since February or March of this year.
Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Dylan.
Come back to me. I just lost my.
Okay, put your hand down.
Chemo.
Any other discussion? Mr. Sabas.
Yeah, it sounds like one of the issues is the timeliness of the response. And if the law says that we must respond within 10 days of receiving it, is that an issue on your end, Jordan? Are we able to do that?
So that creates an issue. I've requested extensions for these so that it can be placed on the agenda and the commission can, refer it. I think I just wanted it to be just for transparency so that the commission was aware of it, and then also vote to have me respond. Again, copies of my response can be sent to the commission. Yeah.
So that's the problem. You guys are sending letters and emails to and from the Elections Commission email address, and you're not sharing any of that information with the commissioners. And who's picking and choosing that? And again, you guys are colluding with the Office of Elections, the chair and the staff, Scott Nago, to shield him from things. And that's got to stop at some point. So we want all this stuff to go through us. We can choose if we want to read it or not, but you need to send it to us.
That's what I'm proposing, is to I would compose a response, and I would send it out accordingly, and I would send it out to the commission as well. So I'd send it to OIP, I'd send it to the commission so that they're all aware of the response.
So what happened? Sorry, Chair, if I, what
Go ahead,
happens
Dylan.
if there's something in your response that we don't agree with? You know, we already have that with our minutes where we can't agree on what took place in the meeting. Because there are certain of these OIP complaints where I feel like we did violate something, you know, and I understand that your job is to end us no matter what, almost. And so I'm just trying to figure that piece out for myself, is like, if we refer this to you, you're going to defend all these complaints for us, but there are certain complaints that I feel like are very valid. So how does this work? You know, like if there's something that you respond with, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not true. That's not how it happened. I'm against that. Can I then, I don't know, are we able to submit additional things to OIP to review, or how does that, someone help me?
Well, I think it's just it's within the purview of the commission whether or not, you know, you're going to delegate these responses to our office, and, you know, trust that we will respond in the best interest of the commission. You know, the Attorney General's office is assigned to, you know, protect and prosecute all claims of their clients, including the commission. So again, that's just what's being recommended. You know, I would foresee a lot of variables like that would make it very difficult to, you know, bring this to the commission every time an appeal has been brought. And if the commission can't come to a decision, you know, a meaningful response can't be given, things like that. So that's why I'm making this recommendation.
Yeah.
I have a question. So these are just appeals to a decision that was already made previously?
No, these are they're characterized as, I mean, I think I'm not sure if it says appeals, but they're complaints filed by members of the public.
It does say appeal, but that's a misnomer. I challenge that too.
So these are complaints that the public is sending to the commission.
No, this is complaints to the office of OIP.
To the office of, so that
these are letters from the Office of Information asking us to defend what we did.
Right. Got it. I read them and I was trying to understand that these are complaints coming in to OIP saying that we violated something.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not been addressing these on our own. The Attorney General's office has been addressing all of these. And that's why when people say they had complaints, we know nothing about it. Okay, so that's the whole thing. So maybe the complaints need to come to us prior to the response going out. Because
why?
Well, because I think people are having issues with the response that's going out. Like Dylan,
just to clarify. Oh, I'm sorry. You can.
Well, I was just reiterating what Dylan was saying. Sometimes he looks at these responses and he doesn't feel that that's what happened, or there might be some proof that this is exactly what occurred, and so maybe we have a difference of opinion on how those OIP complaints should be addressed. And I get that the reason why, so And it's interesting because you just took over this job. And so you're sharing these complaints with us now. But previously, those complaints were never shared and the AG took care of them. Is that what I'm hearing?
I can't speak to my predecessors how they handled it. I believe they did bring it to the commission though, but that was before I started, so I can't say.
Okay.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So this just comes down to leadership by you that is insufficient, and we're not following the Sunshine Law. The AG is going to protect you, say nothing to see here, but these are things that the public has complained about. I've been cut off. I'm trying to make motions on agenda items and you cut me off. You mute my microphone. You had the law enforcement remove me from a meeting for making a motion. And so these are the things that are against the Sunshine Law. And what Mr. Ching is going to do is say nothing to see here and file it off. And so we need to have a vote in these. He can prepare a response, and then we vote on it in the next meeting. We just go 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, no, and we vote on a response. And either we respond the way he says or not. It's very simple. So I'm just recommending that we follow the law. The law says that the agency shall reply, and so prepare your response, and we'll vote on it.
Where is the 10-day minimum,
That's
turnaround?
stated in the letter on I believe the third
Yeah.
paragraph or so.
But you've asked for extensions on those before.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not so.
Yeah, I think with these specifically, if we ask for the extension and, do due diligence of reviewing the response that's crafted, and then the commission can come back together and vote on that. Because like I said, I feel like there's fellow commissioners here that would agree. There are some of those OIP complaints that are, I feel, valid and not necessarily need to be defended, but worked through and seen. So I'll be in favor of this motion.
My response has always been to refer to the website to include the this video as well as the minutes. And all these complaints are regarding election commission meetings, and usually against me. And I just send OIP to the website with the video, audio, and the minutes. And if I'm in violation, they'll let me know, but they haven't let me know so far.
Well, a feature of this system is a 2-year lag. So, and you guys have discussed that in your emails.
Lindsay?
Oh, there's a 2-year lag.
Excuse me, Lindsay has the floor.
If we did what Ralph is suggesting and the Deputy Attorney General drafted a reply and then it was on the agenda, does that mean that the public would first testify on each and every one? And then we would have a big convoluted discussion about each and every one?
Yes.
That is ridiculous. I would not sign up
That's
for
why
that.
Mr. Ching is suggesting that
Yeah.
you allow him to
I mean-
respond. And if there's anything significant, he'll bring to us, as well as
Yeah.
anything insignificant. But
Yeah, no,
he'll
whatever it
bring to
is. I mean, I think we should be informed. I think we should have a copy of his reply. And then if we think it's problematic, maybe there can be a agenda item that is, standing there that says response
I
to
need this
OIP
answer.
response or something.
Dylan?
What Lindsay said is what's in my mind right now, right? Like, if there's something in his response that we don't agree with, isn't it too late already once he has sent the response to OIP? The OIP is looking for one response from the agency, and then they're going to make their decision. And after that, I don't know if there's an appeal process. This is already in there, right? So that's why I'm in favor of the motion, Commissioner Cam, and the rest of my commissioners is, particularly for this, now that Deputy Attorney General Ching has brought this list to us and we know what the OIP complaints are, and there are specific complaints on there. If you read through them, I think a number of you would agree that there are places where we may have very well violated Sunshine Law. And the job of our Deputy Attorney General is going to be to defend us from all that. I'm saying let's be accountable to it. And if there's something that we did violate, let's not make an excuse for it. Let's work through it. And even, lack of better words, admit to that in a response. But for us to delegate that to the Deputy AG is passing off accountability and saying, take care of this for us, make it go away. And if there is something we violated, your job is to defend us anyway. So do that. I'm saying for this set of OIP complaints that have been brought to our attention, let's try it this way, where he can draft a response. Let's get it on the agenda for the next one. Yes, we have 8-hour meetings all the time. And I'm not saying it should be like that all the way, but this is one of those things I don't think we pass off and say, let's not have a conversation about it. Let's do it this way. Let's do the strenuous, tedious task of getting it done this way. So it's open, it's transparent, and all that good stuff. My brain's very mushy, but I hope I've made my point.
Mr. Apana.
Let me get this straight. These are letters to the Office of Information Practice saying that our commission might have done something wrong.
And it's OIP's letter to us regarding the complaint.
Yeah. So OIP, the way we deal with them in the county is they will tell us after reviewing the complaint or letter, we have found you in violation or you are not in violation. If we are in violation, they ask us to change our system or whatever we're doing to meet the letter of the law. They are the judge and jury. Now you're asking us, the proposals for us to judge and jury ourselves. Is that what is being asked?
Can I respond?
Sure. Yes,
I don't think that's what's being asked, Commissioner Apano. What's being asked is that they're already asking us to justify. They're still the judge. They're asking us to justify what happened. And I'm saying, I feel like there are valid points of these complaints. And if we pass these particular complaints off to the Attorney General, his job is to defend us and to say nothing happened, right? So I don't know if that's presumptuous. I don't know if that's
defend us if we're wrong.
So let me get this straight.
Lack of better words, I'm saying we should.
Wait, Dylan. Dylan has the floor. Dylan has the floor. Mr. Apana, Dylan has the floor.
I wasn't finished.
He wasn't finished. Dylan, go ahead.
I'll be
okay.
Mr.
Apana.
Lack of better words. All we're saying is we want to be included in how the response is crafted. That's it for this particular.
So our response will go back to OIP before it goes back to the general public. Is that correct?
No, it's part of our public record, which is where the public.
No, but we're gonna write one formal response to the public who ask OIP to look into this.
No, that's OIP's decision.
Yeah, but they're going to eventually write a letter to that constituent or whoever they are.
And to us.
And to us, correct.
Based on their decision. If they find a violation, they'll let us and the complainant know. If not, then not. Okay.
I think I should note, so these 4 letters to they were filed by Commissioner Cushney. So I don't know if everyone read them, but yeah.
Ralph.
No, I did not.
Ralph.
Yes, so I think we can eliminate this problem by getting a new chair. So that would eliminate most of these issues. And it would speed up our meetings to have somebody who's effective in the leadership role. It would make a huge difference. And all of this stuff is unnecessary noise. But we can't even have our commission meeting process correctly. How is our elections going to be done properly? So,
Mr. Sabas.
I'm just trying to work my way through the process of how we get this done. A letter comes from OIP saying that we may or may not be in violation.
A complaint is filed with them.
Yes.
And then
there's a complainant out there waiting, and by law, we should be responding within 10 days.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
So, Jordan, when anybody receives this letter, do we at least inform the complainant that your letter has been received? It is under review, so that the complainant, the public out there, knows that they've gotten our attention and we're paying we're giving it the respect that it deserves.
No, the response is given by the Office of Information Practices. They send a response to the complainant informing them that they've received it. And I believe they give the relevant
Okay.
appellant procedure.
Good. And then from there, it comes to you folks and the commission chair.
So what I'm proposing is that when that happens, that that the commission refer these letters to me for our response so that we can issue a timely response. And then at that point, when we issue it to OIP, we can issue our response to the commission as a whole. I believe Commissioner Andrion has an alternative, but I'm recommending that you refer it to our office for a response. That's
okay. And that's where you would possibly send us a draft.
So I believe that's what Commissioner Andrion is proposing. My recommendation is to just have these OIP letters referred to our office for response. We can give those responses to the commissioners at the time we issue it. And if there's issue, you can always bring it up at a agendized meeting, as opposed to bringing it back and forth and requiring a commission vote on our responses every time these appeals are filed.
Right.
That's just my recommendation, but I think there's other options that are.
Would it be helpful that when you send us the draft, that you inform us that this letter has been received at a certain date? I would like to hear back from you, commissioners, if you have any input that you'd like to add to it.
Well, I think we couldn't do that because that violates the Sunshine Law, and that we're all conducting,
Okay, so then it has to come back to the commission.
So that's why I'm
meet once a month.
Yeah, that's why I'm recommending that you refer it to our office for a response, and then at that point we respond and provide commissioners with a copy of the response, and if there's issue, you can ask that it be placed on the agenda, but that kind of. That's typically my understanding how other agencies handle it, but I just wanted to bring it to the commission so that it's clear on what I'm authorized to do.
Thank you.
The total time that we're looking at before the complainant can receive a response would be when we meet again, a month. That would be the
2 months.
I think that's what would, if you guys vote to have it re-referred back to the commission, it would be, it would have to come back in a month, and then depending or not if the commission is able to vote on it or come to a successful vote, that'll affect our ability to respond as well.
And
So it
that
sounds
actually
like
is a
some of the
response.
testifiers, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
That-
Sounds like some of
that's
the
actually
previous
a re-
testifiers said it took a year or two to get a response.
And I think that they're referring to, I think, the commission complaint process, not necessarily the OIP complaint process, but.
Okay.
And our response is to OIP.
That is correct. Our
It's
response is
their
to OIP.
decision.
Yes.
Dylan.
Can I just clarify, and maybe I didn't hear the motion correctly, and this needs to be maybe a friendly amendment, move on, we'll accept it, but I thought we were just specifically talking about these complaints. I'm not talking about future complaints. I think this is specific, and what I'm saying, we try it this way, and I want to urge everyone to vote yes on this, is right, if you did read all these complaints, it is coming from us, or from specifically Commissioner Cushney. And so I think this even relieves the Deputy Attorney General of any conflict if he were to bring it back to us for us to approve his draft, so that there is a sense of impartiality on the response being given to the OIP. So I just want to express that I understand, the timeline of how elongated it would be if every OIP came back through us. I'm talking about the specific ones that are on our agenda today. I think we as a commission need to have input on what that response looked like, especially because Commissioner Cushney is the one that filed it, but I think on the commission, there would be a number of us that would agree on, again, sharing the accountability of possibly have violated the Sunshine Law. So please don't make me talk again. I've just tried to communicate where I'm at, but I will vote yes on this specifically for this subset of OIP complaints.
Lindsay.
Chair, thank you. Dylan, thank you for clarifying that. I thought you meant always and forever. So if you just mean these 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, you just mean the 4 that are on this list, then okay, then I will vote for that.
Ralph, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Oh, yes.
I'm ready to vote.
I
So-
think maybe
so
just the
the-
last thing I'll note that of a potential complication through this is that, I mean, you're inviting a process where, you know, in this case, these 4 letters were, you know, filed by Commissioner Cushning. And then, you know, in a sense, he's going to be involved in the decision making on his own complaint and on what our position will be on his own complaint. That might complicate things, but it's again, this is up to you. I mean, I'm just pointing that out as a potential complication.
Yeah, I have a comment on that.
Please.
So when the chair tells us that we can't make a motion or have discussion, and he gavels over us, he mutes our microphones, whatever it may be, how are you going to have the grievance process? I got to be able to have an input to that. I feel that my rights were violated, and that's why I filed the complaint. So to say that I got to recuse myself from the vote is pretty ridiculous. So we're either following the Sunshine Law or not, and it's pretty simple.
My responses to all these things is what we post on our website, the minutes and this video. I always always refer complaints about me by the OIP back to the OIP saying, everything's public record. You can look at it, see if it's right or not, let me know. And that's what their job is.
We have your emails stating that you know it's a 2-year appeal process to go through. So you're just gonna let it be out there for 2 years and then it goes away. We want to address this now is what Dylan's getting at. We want to address the Sunshine Law violations that are occurring that the public's pointing out to us. So that would give us the opportunity to address these things that the chair himself is in violation of all of these. The rest of the commission is not. The chair is the root problem of all of this.
And for the record, I'm out of here in June next year, as is Ralph. And it takes 6 votes to appoint a chair. So careful what you wish for. But yeah. Lindsay.
So referring OIP to the record of the meeting is not responding in the way that they ask. They ask for a written response and an explanation and a justification and so on and so on. It's much more than saying, you know, go look at the video and decide for yourself. They want to know, they want a written response with justification. So that's insufficient. And I don't know, but I see that it also puts Jordan in a real pickly spot to have to respond to the OIP and then we discuss it. I don't know. But for these, we should get to the bottom of these, of Ralph's complaints. We should get to the bottom of them. That's my opinion.
Could you read the motion again, please?
Motion for the Elections Commission to follow the law under HAR 2-73 by ensuring that all required responses to OIP Sunshine Law appeals are prepared and submitted by majority vote of the commission.
Any other discussion?
Well, there was a friendly amendment from Dylan to change that to the 4 that are on
Today's
agenda, and so the motion should be changed to that.
Well, we need that amendment. Is that a motion, Dylan?
Ralph accepted it as a friendly amendment, Chair.
To limit it to the 4 that are on today's agenda.
Yes.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. I'll would have a roll call on the amendment to limit the motion to these 4 agenda items here.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Abstain. So back to
Motion
the original
passes.
motion. So that passed, yeah?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. So the original motion is to review the AG's responses to these 4 OIP complaints. Essentially, anybody want to define that better?
I think to bring those 4 complaints to the commission for a response to OIP. I think that was it.
She already read the motion.
Yeah, I think the motion is stated right.
Okay.
Could you
Question.
reread the motion again, please?
Yes, Chair. Motion for the Elections Commission to follow the law under HAR 2-73 by ensuring that all required responses to OIP Sunshine Law appeals are prepared and submitted by a majority vote of the commission.
So the only change is not all OIP.
Yeah.
I mean, the 4 required.
That motion is not correct.
The amendment passed.
Yes, but the motion that you're going to vote on must be stated with the amendment in it because the amendment was approved.
Okay, amendment's approved. The motion doesn't change other than limiting it to the 4 items on the agenda. Correct?
Yes.
I would ask for a roll call.
Wait, question.
Yes, sir.
So just for process, we're gonna get the letter from OIP with no response from the Attorney General's office, and we will answer the complaints as a commission, up or down, one by one. Is that correct?
No, we'll look at the AG's response and agree to it.
Yes.
They will be writing a response and we say yes, no, or change it.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Okay. So now can get to number 7, the formal complaints.
I'd like to make a motion on this one more. I move to remove the chair.
I'll second.
Okay, but it takes 6 votes to appoint a new chair, which is essentially what happened. What needs to happen.
Discussion on this. I mean, we first and second.
Okay, go ahead.
What would the process look like if there was a vote of no confidence, chair is removed? You would still chair until we find another chair. Is that how it would work? You know,
We don't know. We might find that out in June and July.
No, I'm
I
saying
think
if you were removed today, for example, I'm not saying you will be. Obviously, we don't have the votes for that. But if you were removed, like I think I want to start talking through the process of what that would look like because unfortunately, Chair Curtis, I would make a vote of no confidence based on even the complaints that have been
I
submitted.
understand.
It would be the same process, Dylan, as the last time. Where
Yeah,
they
but-
put out, you put in your application, anybody to the public.
I understand that, but who chairs in the meantime? Does he continue to chair in the meantime?
No, we would elect, you would have to elect it, yes.
Pro tem.
You would have a pro tem chair.
Okay.
And the board would choose that from the sitting, the sitting chair.
You have to look at the laws.
Well, that's why I'm asking it. Like, can the deputy AG give us some guidance here? I'm trying to sort out what happens. My brain's bushy again, but I'm trying to sort out what happens, if a vote of no confidence is made and you are in fact removed. we
Are-
look at the pro
it-
tem
it-
chair, and then the application starts, right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Any more discussion? Have a
What's your
roll call.
feeling, Chair? Do you want to say anything? I mean,
I said it. I got 6 more months, and then you guys have to come up with 6 votes. Sitting as a chair, I could be that 6th vote to get somebody in there to get me out. But right now, the motion is to kick me out. And then I don't know what you guys are going to do then. But I'm here and I would ask for a roll call.
The chair, I'd like to
Yes,
say.
Mr. Sabas.
You know, it's frivolous motions like these that causes our meetings to go longer than it should, when you know you don't have the votes. But having said that, I'd like to commend you on your patience, on your tolerance, and the respect you show those people, even those people that have come at you hard and fast. You still thank them for their testimony. So personally, I won't vote you out, that's for sure. But
thank you.
I think it's stuff like this that makes people frustrated. It sure as hell is making me frustrated. Why we even bring this up when we know we don't have the votes? So is it just to agitate you or those who support or do not support you? I don't know. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas. Any other comments? The motion is to remove me as chair.
Yes, Chair, I have a comment. I think we can have much more efficient meetings with different leadership.
Thank you. Ask for a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion.
Aye.
Commissioner Apana.
No.
Commissioner Kushni.
Yes.
Commissioner Kam.
Abstain.
Commissioner Osterkamp.
No.
Commissioner Papalimu.
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas.
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
So we're on item 7. You want to get into details of each of these complaints? Or do you have an opinion already?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So on ECC 2512.
Okay.
I move that the Elections Commission formally request the Chief Elections Officer to provide any and all documentation that can be used to independently validate the results of the 2024 election, including any chain of custody records, county level logs, reconciliation forms, or other materials necessary for the commission to fulfill its duties under HRS 11.5. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Could you explain that, Ralph?
So my complaint here is that Scott Nago has said that all the records and logs are electronic, and our duties under HRS 11.8.5 are we have no independent records to review to validate our elections. And let me read you what 11.8.5 says. So 11.8.5 says that the elections review program, item number 3, establish policies for the administration of an elections observer program to include ensuring the validity and reliability of election results. So we've gone through these pigs, we've done all of this stuff, and we can't get a straight answer. All Scott Nago does is he gives us a sheet of paper at the end of the election, and he says, here's who won. But our job as the Elections Commission is that we have to establish policies for the administration of an elections observer program to include ensuring the validity and reliability of election results. So all I'm asking for is give us everything you've got that is not the one-page sheet of paper that validates that one sheet of paper that we can look at to say, aha, that's how you got your answer. And so with the chain of custody, there's all of this back and forth. And people are saying, well, we didn't get the chain of custody delivered to us. We didn't ask properly, whatever it is. So I'm just saying, let's give him the opportunity to send us the information that would validate the results that he's giving us. So we must be missing something, but to my knowledge, we don't have any records that validate the results that he's giving us. So I'm just saying, let's ask him formally for that.
Other discussion? Yes, Dylan.
I just want to say, I think some of this will also be addressed in the PIG that we formed, but I don't think it'll hurt to also ask Scott and the Office of Elections to provide the documentation that is being requested. And I'm with everyone as far as like frivolous motions and carrying things on. I just want to say, you know, a lot of times the motions that are made are to show the public that we hear them, we hear their concerns, and we want to, even if it won't carry through, we want to put some action to it. So that's why even with this, I will vote yes on it on principle and to show the public that where I'm at least with all of this.
Other discussion? Was your hand up, Lindsay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is what we've been asking for all along. You know, we just want something that we can see that supports the results. What I think you're, you know, if this should pass, Scott Naga would say, I don't have the county's records. The counties have their own records. You're going to have to go get them from the county. And which is what we've been trying to do for the last few months. And so I don't know that it would go anywhere, but this is the crux of what we're after. It's, you know, they don't seem to believe that the chain of custody begins when they receive the ballots, the ballot envelopes. And they don't seem to think it's important to keep paper records that they can then show an independent party. That's what we want. We can ask for it every which way from Sunday, and maybe someday they'll deliver. So I'll vote for it.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of surprised that I'm not sure how many commissioners had been on this commission a long time, but these are things you guys should have gotten long time ago.
Yes.
And I don't know how you collect these things. That is why the PIG is so important to me, why I started talking to the different county clerks to see what they gather, what is their punch list to get to the total ballots out, ballots in, from the beginning to the day they give the certificate of election. That's what I want to do. Commissioner Papalimos said we're doing their job. If we have to do it to ensure the public that the election is clean, I'm going to do it. To piecemeal everything at this point, kind of, we passed that already. I think the PIG is in place. We have the outside auditor hopefully come on board to verify what we see. And one way or the other, the truth will come out. And that's what I'm after. So I'll be voting no on this particular motion.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Kushner. Oh, I'm sorry. Anna, you're still talking?
No, done.
Okay.
I don't understand why we would vote no not to get information. So we're just asking under our mandate under 11-8.5, we want to establish policies for the administration of an election observer program to include ensuring the validity and reliability of election results. And that's all we're asking for, is give us something that validates the results. and there's nothing to date. So not asking for information is going to be a disservice for the public. And I hope that everybody in this room can ask for that information and get a majority vote by the commission to get this one way or another. We're getting stonewalled with this information, and we're being told that it wasn't given to us. So I just heard that again today. So give us the information. Why isn't it being supplied to us if it's out there? Thank you.
Other discussion, Lindsay?
Yeah, but Ralph, the information.
Please address
is
the
not-
chair.
Sorry, Chair. It seems to me that the information that we're seeking, Scott Nago is not the source of that information. He has his computer. He has what is received in the state counting centers in each county that comes through the computer after the signature verification. That's where his office begins tracking everything, and they do. What the part that we want to know is the part before that. It's the county part. It's how they handle it from the moment they receive it until they deliver it to the state counting center.
All of it. That's what we're looking for. And so the election review program, how do we do our job? We've never even discussed this before on having the election review program. So how do we do our job?
Is the motion to establish an election review program?
That's what it says in the statute. Yes.
Chair, is that what the motion is?
I asked the secretary to reread the motion.
Yes, Chair. Motion for the Election Commission to formally request that the Chief Election Officer provide any and all documentation necessary to independently validate the results of the 2024 general election. This includes chain of custody records, county level logs, reconciliation forms, and any other materials required for the commission to fulfill its oversight responsibilities under HRS 11.8.5.
I'm sorry, I'll raise my hand.
Okay. Yes, Papalimo.
I don't know if I'm on, sorry.
You are.
Okay. It's late over here because I'm still taking care of grandchildren in California. I don't know that I would vote on this. And the reason why is because the PIG that we've established, I want to give them work to do. And I want them to be able, the PIG has a lot more power individually than we seem to have as a commission, which is wild. But the PIG, once that investigative group is put together, they can hold hearings, they can subpoena information. They have a lot more power than we do as the commission. And so I would like them to have all of the keys they need for their investigation. I think it's really important that we start where the ballot starts, right? Where the ballot starts. And I think the PIG will have, I'm going to place faith in the PIG getting all of this information. I really am. I think be successful. And I know that this is a motion for the people that have been coming for 4 or 5 years and doing all. And I get what you're doing, but it's late. And I just want to give the PIG that we've already decided to do, I want them to have their power and to go for it. I really do. One way or the other, they're gonna answer these questions. because we've already been told, you guys, we've been told by him in writing that the county isn't keeping records. We've been told that it's all electronic and we aren't allowed access. We've been told all of these things. To go back again and again and again and ask him for the same things that he's going to have is incredibly frustrating. And it just let the pig go do its job, because they have the subpoena they can subpoena records. They can get access if they want to. So I think that's where I'm at with this, Ralph.
Other discussion? Yes, Dylan.
I'll just say real quick, I completely agree with Commissioner Papalimu. This has been done and asked for, and we keep getting the same answers. I don't want to convince anyone that they need to vote yes. I will vote yes on principle, because I think the chief election officer should have all these answers. Whether it's the county keeping the logs or whatever, he should, as the chief election officer, be able to have oversight over everything and provide the information that this commission's asked for years. So
we've allowed this. We've allowed.
Thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay Cam.
Okay. So in the 11-8.5, the elections review program that Ralph is basing this on, is our duty to conduct a biennial evaluation of the operation of elections. It's too late in the year to do that, but I'm wondering, and then to submit those findings to the legislature. So that actually has to be done in between the election in November and something 20 days prior to the beginning of the legislature. So basically during Christmas, that has to be written. And I'm just wondering why, and I'm new also, everybody, I just started in the summer sometime. The last time that was done was 2021. So what's the deal that this is our duty to conduct an evaluation and report on it, and we haven't done it? We didn't do it in 2023. We didn't do it in 2025. And so this is like trying to play catch up, but it's out of sync with the calendar. Why were those things not done in a timely way when they were supposed to have been done in 2023 and 2025? Chair, that's a question for you.
Well, there have been other times that it hasn't been done. Also, 2020, the commission did not certify the election. Scotty Anderson signed a letter without commission activity. Supposedly, it's supposed to be a majority of the commission to certify it, but that didn't happen because it was untimely. In 2020, Scotty signed a letter to the legislature saying that it was all set, but it wasn't a commission action. It was the action of the chair. I don't do that and won't do that. Dylan, did I cut you off earlier? I'm sorry.
No,
We just avoided the question here. Why can't we give a
Dylan has the floor.
No, you
Dylan, I cut you off.
No, you didn't. But I think an easy answer to Lindsay's question is just incompetent leadership, and our commission not taking full responsibility for. I'm not just talking. I'm talking about over the years of all of it.
Ralph, you had something?
Yeah, exactly. It's competent leadership. All of these mandates that we're supposed to do, none of these things are being followed. It spells it out pretty clearly. And what I'm trying to initiate is an elections review program. And we need to start with the official, what do we have to look at? And then that goes into what the pigs are going to do. What are we going to require the counties to keep? The chief elections officer oversees the whole election. And he can't just say, oh, no, the counties can't keep chain of custody and it's not my job. Well, then we need to go back to in-precinct voting if that's the case. We're not following any of the election laws that are in place to safeguard the election. And we're not even doing our duties. So the report should be submitted, just submit the 3 peak reports to the legislature.
We have. That's what I referred to when I asked for the audit. Any other discussion on this motion? Would ask for a roll call. Could you reread the motion, please?
Yes, Chair. Motion for the Election Commission to formally request that the Chief Election Officer provide any and all documentation necessary to independently validate the results of the 2024 general election. This includes chain of custody records, county level logs, reconciliation forms, and other materials necessary for the Commission to fulfill its duties under HRS 11-8.5.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Yes. Commissioner Andrion,
You do such a good job at repeating the motions. Ralph, you need to make shorter motions for the secretary. Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Apano,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu.
Because she reread that, and it's a motion to hold us accountable to follow the law, I am going to say yes now, because that's a mission rule that we have to do this. So yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
Thank you.
Can I make a recommendation to the chair?
Certainly.
Can you submit the 3 pig reports to cover this review that we're supposed to be doing?
The 3 pig reports are part of the public record that you can access through the website or part through your agenda.
Right, but the law that he just read is specific that the commission is supposed to do this review, right? And we didn't do it.
That motion was voted down, and I'm curious if there are any new ideas on the 7 on the 2 complaints.
Well, wait. What we voted on was to gather all this paperwork, right? And it was
we voted it down. Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is, can the commission submit the 3 pig reports in place of what we were looking to do after this pig is concluded, this new pig is concluded? And would that suffice as our review?
I think that's premature. We can ask that when our review is due and include the pig information in our report.
When is the review due?
Yeah. Dylan, what you have? Dylan, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. I was reading through she should be a commissioner, Jamie Detweiler's formal complaint, and one of the things that she asked for relief on is to reevaluate the chief election officer. And so I just want to confirm that you said that would be a part of our agenda for the next.
Yep.
Thank you.
Ralph.
Is it on this agenda?
No, it's on it. We couldn't add it because it's a major item, changing the agenda in conflict with the Sunshine Law. So we'll have it on the next agenda. Ralph.
Yes, I'd like to recommend some things for the on the agenda for the next meeting.
You can make a motion regarding the items on the agenda here.
I'd like to make a motion. You guys don't reply to anything I say, so I'd like to have I move to form a pig on the signature verification for next meeting.
That has to be done on the next agenda. We can do the pig, your pig recommendation.
That's what I'm asking.
As well as Nago Pao.
Okay, then also we'd like to get an update on the status of motions from Doug Pasnick's complaint. We asked the Attorney General to give us an opinion on that. We'd like to get an update.
Okay.
And then I wrote a letter requesting the Office of Elections legislative agenda, including lawmakers Scott Nago is working with to pass legislation. So the elections or the legislative sessions coming up, and as oversight of the Office of Elections, it would be prudent for us to know what legislation he's bringing up and who he's working with to pass that legislation. So I'd like to.
We'll ask for his ledge package.
Yes, please. Thank you. And then my last item is that under the Mail-in Act 136.
Wait a minute. That's not anywhere near the agenda.
No, I'm asking to put this on the next agenda so I don't have to write a complaint and do all the monkey motion. We just agreed that it'll be on the next agenda.
Can't promise. What's the idea?
So under Act 136, the review of the 2025 elections by mail report to the legislature in compliance with the Act 136 requirements. So Scott Nago is supposed to put out a detailed report on that. We have not seen that. So I'd like to get that also.
Okay. Are there any other items? Yes, Dylan. Got to be good.
It just escaped me. Hold on.
Oh, good.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I need clarification. So our PIG is formed. Commissioner Apana, myself, Commissioner Sabas, and Jen Hunt and Junior Nakoa. Did we formalize? Does that need a vote? So after this,
Junior wasn't on there. Jen Hunt, if she wanted to be, plus the 3 commissioners.
Oh, somebody
suggested Junior. I don't think he'd be good on that.
You can include him with your discussions if you want to, Dylan. You can ask him.
Wait, okay. Is that all on our agenda? Is that all for our
trying to figure
agenda
out,
today?
was there a official motion on forming that PIG? I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the members of that PIG?
The 3 of you, and you can invite Jen if you want to.
Okay.
Powell?
No. I want something on there also, please. Can we get an update? Can we get an update at the next meeting on Eric and what the cost was?
We can ask for that information. Yeah.
Yeah. How much we're paying for that?
Oh, Dylan,
last thing I promise.
Stop this.
Last thing I promise. I'm not as long as Ralph. I'm very short. Okay. My brain's just, Oahu is represented by 2 seats appointed by the majority party. I feel like that disenfranchised. I feel like there somewhere along the timeline there was some mix-ups. Who can we have look into that? Because I feel like there should be equal representation from each county.
The appointment process is in place. The appointment process is in place, and the ledge can change it. We can't.
No, yeah, and it states that there should be equal representation from every county, but for right now, there's been on Oahu, Honolulu, and on Oahu, there's been 2 appointees from the majority party, and I don't think it was always like that. So, are you telling me I have to go look? I have to look into it myself. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see you in January. Have happy holidays.